witness and source of testimony regarding the developmental trajectory of Plato's thought. And the other thing he tells us in Metaphysics concerning the Heraclitean background of Plato's philosophy is this, quote, "Now the starting point for those who came up with the theory of forms was a conviction of the truth of the Heraclitean considerations to the effect that all perceptible objects are in a permanent state of flux, so that a condition on the very possibility of knowledge and understanding was the existence, in addition to the perceptible ones, of certain other natural entities which are not in a state of flux, on the assumption that entities in flux were not possible objects of knowledge," unquote. Okay, so this is what Aristotle tells us about, and then there's one other remark that's specifically about Plato's Heraclitean teacher Cratylus. So this is Aristotle commenting on Plato's teacher from the school of Heraclitus. Quote, "They," meaning the Heracliteans, "observed that all nature around us undergoes change and held that one cannot speak the truth about that which is undergoing change. So a fortiori, nothing true could be said about what was changing at all points in all ways. This is the position of those who appropriated the legacy of Heraclitus, notably of Cratylus. His mature position was that speech of any kind was radically inappropriate and that expression should be restricted exclusively to the movement of the finger. He was appalled that Heraclitus had claimed that you could not step twice into the same river. In his, Cratylus's opinion, it was already going too far to admit stepping into the same river once." So that was, well, I presented that as a kind of aside, but it's going to become key to the argument that I want to make. But I took the time to just, put those quotes out there because Heraclitus was invited by Darius the Great, the emperor of the Persian Empire, to be the court philosopher of Iran.
Wow.
So look, in a country where you have all these magi who are the bearers of the legacy of Zarathustra, Darius doesn't choose one of his fellow Iranian magi to be the court philosopher of the Persian Empire. He invites this Greek from Ephesus to come to the Persian court. Now, of course, Heraclitus refuses, and instead he exiles himself to the temple of Artemis in Ephesus, never leaves other than to come out onto the temple steps and play games with children whose parents are, visiting to basically worship the goddess. But Artemis, the goddess whose temple Heraclitus sequesters himself to, is also originally an Iranian goddess, specifically worshipped by the Sarmatians. So Heraclitus is very clearly in the Iranian orbit spiritually. And so now we have a second major influence on Plato who's steeped in Iranian thought, Heraclitus.
Let me just jump in for 1 second. Artemis has the subtitle, her name, her nickname, Luciferia. She is like the female aspect of Lucifer. So you have this, when we talked about this in Prometheism, this idea of the opposing viewpoint of these two different views on what God is, or which God we should give our devotion to. And so here we are with this court with a goddess whose subtitle's name is Luciferia, and that's from Callimachus. I can show the sources if you guys want.
I'll add something esoteric that makes this even more striking. So the name Artemis, contrary to what some linguists have argued, doesn't really mean anything in Greek, but it means a hell of a lot in the original Old Iranian, and that's Arta Amesha. Arta Amesha means immortal truth. Arta meant truth in the sense of like logos, wow, cosmic order. And so it's the undying cosmic order, which, by the way, was symbolized by fire. Heraclitus, fire becomes, the metaphor for cosmic energy in his thinking. Arta Amesha means immortal truth in Old Iranian. And it's what do you call it? They say sefat in Persian. It's a quality. It's an epithet. Okay, it's a descriptor. but the actual name of the deity that was worshipped by the Sarmatians, who is described as Arta Mesha, or Immortal Truth, was Satana or Shatana.
Wow.
Okay, so I've always thought that, look, I mean, this culture, the Scythians invaded. The Scythians and Sarmatians are kindred cultures. In some cases, they're almost indistinguishable from one another, and they invaded the Middle East by at least 700 BC, and we know they got as far as the border of Palestine with Egypt, okay, or the border of Israel with Egypt, and so I've always thought that this reference Ha-Shaitan in Hebrew actually is coming from the name of Shatana, and was a demonization of this serpentine goddess figure of the Sarmatians, who had, serpents entwined around her, and who was served by the
focal point of my philosophy, or my philosophical endeavor, is this question right here. What is a thing? What is a thing? Somebody needs to explain to me what an object is. The best philosophers, they say nowadays, is Quine, who says to be is to be the value of a variable. Okay, good. I agree with that, actually. That's where I had ended up as well. So what I want to know is when an object gains its distinction, logically, not temporally, when an object gains its distinction, are you saying there's... Okay, so you get to the edge of the object. Let's just say like a ball, right? Let's just take a ball, because it'll be the easiest to think of. Is the ball, is there some kind of non-being between the ball and, let's say, two balls smacking together? You know what I mean? Or whatever, they're just sitting next to each other. You're about to play pool, and they're all just... You have these two balls sitting next to each other. Is there some real non-being? Now, physically, we know there's not. So let's not even say the two balls. Let's just say the ball and the air around it. Is there some physical non-being making that distinct? Or the ball distinct from the air? Or are they just kind of like melding into each other, and there's actually just the one thing? Right, the naive monism that I'm talking about. Is there really just the one thing that's just kind of like got different... Okay, let's say it's just the one thing. Alright, so then you analyze that. That seems to make a lot of sense if you're just thinking about this logically, naturally, individualistically, where you assume that you're a distinct individual with your own essence. Hi, sorry. Hi, sorry. I'm so clumsy, and you guys are all terrified of me moving anything around ever. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let's say you take the naive monism, and there's all just the one thing. Everything all together is all just the one thing. So now you gotta ask, now what makes the ball distinct, right? Like, and now it can't be non-being, so where is the distinction coming from? How then do you really have objects? And if you don't have objects, then how do they interact according to rules? How are they even aware of each other? Why would they follow rules? How do you get the objective world? From where does the objective world come from? Or is that just like a... You could posit that that's just like a local phenomenon. And in other parts of the universe, fucking anything could happen. Well, okay, fine, sure, that's fine. But then anything could happen here, too. So honestly, you have no way to say it couldn't, so then miracles can happen, so then God can exist anyway, so it's all fine. Everything's all fine, actually. Or it's not all fine, it's all subjective. It doesn't really matter. So what do you do? So then what is language? What is language if everything's all just the one big thing? If everything's all just the one big thing, what even is language? This is what I said to a guy just a second ago, is language just monad, 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 monad. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Is that what language is? I don't think that's what language is. I think there's something in the world that the distinctions have to be... That has to be real for the objective world to exist. The objects have to be real objects. But I agree that it can't be non-being making them distinct. It has to be the case that they're real objects, but there can be no non-being there making them distinct. How would they then interact? So, I know some people hate metaphysics, but you can't escape it. You're just going to find yourself getting right back to it. And when you look into the physics that you're relying on to say we don't need to do metaphysics, all of those guys were metaphysicians. Every single one of them were metaphysicians. You know what I mean? Every single one of them. So, science is still a philosophy. It's just that we privatized the slave army of calculators, and we call those philosophers too now, which is good. We slowly privatized the slave army of calculators over time. You know, Aristotle never wrote anything. He had an army of people writing for him, and if you don't think he got a lot of his ideas from them, then you're being very naive, I think. So, so this is the question that I came to, and that's why I would be a Trinitarian. Whether you could prove the whole Bible wrong, it wouldn't have any effect on me. I have independent reasons that I came to that told me that the world is, at its foundation, sustained by a Trinitarian, self-giving sacrifice who takes upon entropy so that we can exist at all. And have the idea that there's more than just our tiny little objective existence. You know, and by that I mean that you're going to live and you're going to die, and that's it. The idea that we have the idea that there's more to the world than you're going to live and you're going to die, and that's it, is a pretty amazing thing that just about every human has. I would say every human has, but you know, you're not allowed to talk about people's internal states for some reason. Let's fucking boom. And I guess we don't need to now. God damn, look at all that power. And we got full water. Score. Dope. What is this? What the fuck is this? Sorry, Papa. I'm not very body aware. I'm sorry, Papa. That looks cool as fuck, though. Slow ass door. Anyway. Somebody explain to me what a thing is. What is a thing? Somebody tell me what a thing is. Hello?
Hi, is this Adam?
This is him.
Adam, this is Sherry at Waynesworth office at Perfect Care. Just a reminder of your appointment at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and I do have a question, Adam. When we pull up your Medicaid insurance information, it's showing that you have a medical mutual plan under your mother, Dora.
Someone else said that too. I don't know why. I shouldn't be on her. I didn't know it was hers till you just said it, but somebody else said I was on a medical mutual plan too, just the other day, and I don't know why that would be the case, but now that you say it's hers, I'm going to have to call her and actually ask her why. I shouldn't be on...
Because when we pull up the Medicaid, it will show any other links to that, because the primary, like it's showing that Anthem would be primary, or the medical mutual would be primary before Medicaid would pay.
Yeah, nobody's ever said this before either. Like, you know, I've been going to doctors for years. Nobody's ever said I have two... Nobody's ever said I have two things until recently, and just the other day someone else said I was on, there was a medical mutual at Lloyd McCoy, I think, and now you're saying it's my mom's account, so I'll just have to ask her. I don't know why.
Is your mom's name Dora?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's coming through an account with
Yeah.
Usually you can only be under a parent up until the age of, I think 26 if you're in school or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, and I haven't been in school. I graduated in '08.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, you might want to give your mom a call and find out, what's going on there. See if there was like a special circumstance that she was able to put you on hers or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
Strange.
So, get that medical mutual card information so we can run that, get that running, then it'll default to your Medicaid so we can get this straightened out. Okay?
Yeah, okay. I'll let you know.
All right, thank you. Otherwise, we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow for your appointment with Wayne, okay?
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
What is this? Oh.
Gorgons. The Gorgons were sort of goddess figures associated with this great goddess. And so, in any case, there's a lot there, behind Artemis and the figure that, of course, Heraclitus decided to devote himself to, or rather, at least take refuge in the sanctum of her temple, rather than accepting the invitation of Darius the Great. Anyway, we went on a tangent. My point was that Plato is influenced by at least two figures who are steeped in Iranian thinking, Pythagoras and Heraclitus. So, did you want to?
Okay. So I'm glad we laid that out because I'm trying to show the setting in which we're in that leads up to the world that Plato. So, when we get to, by the time we get to Plato he's initiated into the Pythagoreans, but we hear about him at his funeral, according to people who write about his funeral. I believe it's Aristotle. Says the Magi attended his funeral. So what is he?
So
what is he?
I got distracted. This was the third thing that I was going to mention, is that I believe it is Aristotle. This is reported on by Mary Sedegast in her book When Zarathustra Spoke. According to classical sources, the Magi attended Plato's funeral, and they claimed he was a member of the order. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that Plato was like a Zoroastrian or something. Okay? Like, this is a common misconceptions today. Order of the Magi, I discussed this at length in Iranian Leviathan. Originally, it was a Mithraic order.
Right.
And it was very esoteric. It had incorporated various Babylonian and Assyrian beliefs into it and so forth, Chaldean astrology. And so it was a complex, esoteric order.
They're Masons.
And just because Plato was a member of the Order of the Magi didn't mean that he wasn't also a member of the Pythagorean order and also this and also that. I mean, today, people who belong to Freemasonry tend to also belong to, the Golden Dawn and any number of other esoteric societies. And so Plato was probably such a person in those days.
He said Augustus initiated into 7 different things. Augustus.
Yeah. But it's worth mentioning that, Plato wanted to go to Persia after traveling to Italy and Egypt, never made it to Persia, but, the Persian Empire extended into Greece, into parts of Greece, and it appears at some point he was initiated into the Order of the Magi. And the Magi considered him among their own. Now, okay, here's a good lead into the conversation that I really want to have. The most striking thing about Plato being a magus, a member of the Order of the Magi, is his concept of the noble lie, because as Herodotus tells us, and as we know directly from the compositions of Zarathustra, lying was considered the worst thing among the Persians, and well, I was going to say among Zoroastrians in particular, but also in Mithraism, early Mithraism. Mithra is the god of oaths and contracts, right? This raising of the right hand that we have to this day. This is a Mithraic oath. When you raise your right hand to supposedly tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in court and so forth. And so how is Plato a member of the Order of the Magi and also someone who's advocating this concept of the noble lie? Now, in Iranian Leviathan, I have a whole chapter called Emperor of Noble Lies, which is about Darius the Great. And I show that the understanding of truth that prevailed amongst the Mithraic initiates in Iran was a lot more complex than some simplistic idea of, honesty to a fault, right? So someone who wants to understand the nuances of the concept of truth and its relationship to strategic deception in an Iranian context should look at that chapter, Emperor of Noble Lies, about Darius the Great in Iranian Leviathan. But to bring the conversation back to Plato, in this essay, Pharmakon Artist, that I referenced at the outset, I argued that Plato's noble lie isn't simply one concept or one strategy that he deploys as part of the larger edifice of his thought. Plato's entire philosophical project could be seen as a noble lie. By his entire philosophical project, I mean the elaboration of the so-called theory of forms. So I make this really radical argument. In the Pharmakon Artist, some of the highlights of which, I'd like to discuss with you, where my thesis is essentially that Plato didn't believe in the existence of the forms, that he contrived this doctrine for the purposes of psychological and social engineering, and that his quote-unquote unwritten doctrine, which he confesses to having, is one that is, let's say, deeper than, or deeper than, more profound than this exoteric theory of forms that he publicly disseminates and that becomes so seminal and pivotal in the history of Western rationalism. So that's the basic thesis that I forward in the essay, The Pharmakon Artist.
Now, that's interesting because in the dialogues that Plato gives us, there's this really important dialogue called Parmenides, where he has the master of that time period was Parmenides, but underneath Parmenides are these two up-and-coming sages that are his students, Socrates and Zeno. And Zeno he's I guess you would say before the Epicureans, he's sort of he's against the forms. He's more of like an atomic atoms and void. But Socrates, he has through the mouth of Socrates, he's arguing for forms, and he wins the debate, and he convinces Parmenides that forms is the real reality. And so, is this part of this? He's setting up. Look, even the great master Parmenides believes in these forms. Is this what's happening?
Right. So, okay, Parmenides is among the most complex Platonic dialogues. And in that dialogue, Parmenides, and the dialogue called The Sophist, where, Plato is engaging in another one of his critiques of the kind of sophistry that prevailed in his time, where people would hire these tutors to basically teach them how to argue anything, regardless of whether they believed in it or not. In these two dialogues, Parmenides and the Sophist, Plato engages with the thought of Parmenides. And one of the keys in my argument, one of the key points in the thesis that I lay out in the Pharmakon Artist, is that Plato makes a straw man both of Parmenides and of Heraclitus in order to develop the theory of forms, right? So since we're on Parmenides, let's go with that, and then I'll come back to Heraclitus. In essence, what goes on in these two dialogues, Parmenides and the Sophist, is that Plato feigns stupidity in the guise of Socrates, his mouthpiece, by misinterpreting what Parmenides means by being, in the sense of the one, and by nothingness. Okay, so in his Way of Truth, in Parmenides' poem, The Way of Truth, Parmenides was, he flourished, as they say in the Greek context, he flourished around 475 BC. So we're talking about someone living a generation before Socrates and a couple of generations before Plato. And Parmenides' point in The Way of Truth is very similar to the doctrine of Advaita Vedanta. It's that the world of multiplicity and change is illusion, and really the only existent thing is an absolutely unified, eternal, and infinite one. So if anything really exists, it has to be one thing of which nothing can really be predicated. And all of the specific characteristics that changing things have, changing both in space and over the course of time, all the predicates and qualitative characteristics of changing things are really illusions. Okay, and so, what we really are sort of like facets of this infinite and eternal one. And we should strive by the power of our transcendental minds to apprehend our union, our identity with this transcendental one. And the Eleatics, the school of Parmenides, would engage in various practices in order to initiate adherence into the mystery of this transcendental oneness, including the use of psychedelic drugs inside caves. So Plato, besides studying with Cratylus, who was a Heraclitean, Plato at one point studied with, I believe his name was Hermodorus, a representative of the school of Parmenides. So Plato is not getting his only understanding of Parmenides through Socrates. Plato, prior to having written the Parmenides and the Sophist dialogues, studied under a Eleatic or Parmenidean teacher himself. And I cannot believe that what we see reflected in the dialogues Parmenides and Sophist represents Plato's actual understanding of Parmenides. Because basically he argues that Parmenides doesn't understand what non-being means. That when Parmenides is saying, look, either you have to say that there's nothing at all, or you have to say that really everything that's in a seeming state of change and all of the multiplicity in the world is actually just a one, right? When he sets up, Plato says that when Parmenides sets up this false binary in The Way of Truth, his poem, he's mistaking what non-being means. And that when we say, nothingness or the non-existent, we are just referring to something other than the present state of affairs. It's what we would call it like an indexical reference. So, right now, I'm not sitting in a taxi. So, if I say, my laptop on my lap in the taxi now, it's referring to some other state of affairs than the current state of affairs where I'm sitting in this room, right? In this apartment. And so it's a counterfactual that we intend to indicate when we use not such and such, when we use a negation. It's not some mysterious nothingness. This is what Plato's arguing in Parmenides and the Sophists. And so basically what he's trying to parse out in these dialogues is what we mean when we refer to a true or false state of affairs with some kind of a logically constructed proposition. He's trying to lay the groundwork for epistemology, for a theory of knowledge. But Plato, well, let's just say, would have to have been dim in order to believe that this is really what Parmenides was on about, right? I mean, clearly Plato could have understood that by nothingness, Parmenides meant something like what Gautama Buddha means when he talks about shunyata, and that Parmenides' advocacy for an ontology of an absolutely perfect, unified, and eternal being is similar to the argument of Advaita Vedanta adherents against what they consider Buddhist nihilism. He would at least have had to have that level of understanding. I mean, if you read the Platonic corpus and see the kind of sophistication of thought this man engages in, and his flair for irony and sarcasm and the subtlety with which he writes, there's no way to me that could have been lost on him. And also the numerous passages in various dialogues, especially Phaedrus and Symposium, where Plato reveals himself to be a profound mystic. There's no way that he thought Parmenides was making this kind of a logical error. And yet he creates this straw man out of Parmenides.
Where the logos comes in.
And part of the other part of the straw man,
and the logos is God, and
is
the logos
that
takes
he
upon
says
its own negation.
That
So
what
that
Parmenides meant by the one
can be
is
created
mistaken.
through the logos.
That the
who is
one
the angel
is sort of
and
like
the face
what makes anything the
And has the
particular
name
thing that it is,
of the Lord.
right? It's like what makes a substance cohere as that particular thing that it is. It's not some, mystical, vague sort of, oneness that encompasses all things. Because if there were a oneness that encompasses all things, then anything that you would predicate of that would contradict its essence as infinite and eternal, right? Like if you imagine the oneness, as some mystics have, as a sphere that extends in all directions, well, you can't wrap your mind around the outer edges of that sphere without putting the sphere in a certain space, in the context of a certain space. There's something outside it. And once you admit that the sphere is inside a certain space, you also admit that it has spatial parts. You can think of the top of the sphere, the side of the sphere, the back of the sphere. So then there's a multiplicity spatially. And then as you're thinking about the sphere, time is elapsing. So then you're thinking of the sphere as it was in state A, as opposed to state B, or what it's going to be in state C. So the sphere winds up, or say, it's a rotating sphere. It winds up having temporal parts. So as soon as you have any coherent conception of this sphere, of the one, it has both spatial and temporal parts. And anything that you predicate of its spatial and temporal parts contradicts the essence of infinity and eternity that's proper to this one. So this is the kind of argument that he engages in, right, in Parmenides and the Sophists. And I think that it's making a straw man out of Parmenides. Plato does something similar with Heraclitus, okay? So Heraclitus is an incredibly sophisticated thinker. This guy, when he describes everything in the cosmos as an ever-changing fire, he is not using fire the way that Thales used water, as a kind of element from out of which all other elements or things can be derived, right? We had thinkers very early in the history of pre-Socratic philosophy who took one or another element as fundamental. In the case of Thales, it was water, and they derived everything else like earth and air and fire from out of it. It's a huge mistake to think that that's what Heraclitus means by fire. If you want to understand what Heraclitus means by fire, look at what Werner Heisenberg says about him in Physics and Philosophy, the greatest German scientist of the era of the Second World War, German physicist rather, Werner Heisenberg, one of the pioneers of quantum theory, writes about Heraclitus in Physics and Philosophy and says that how Heraclitus describes fire and its relationship with the psyche, and the way in which fire is a metaphor for the logos, okay, the order in the cosmos, and the relationship between the fire and the psyche, to the mind of Werner Heisenberg, was some kind of a precursor to the relationship between consciousness and quantum potential in quantum theory. So that what Heraclitus means by fire is something like what we mean by quantum potential, right? You had these like early atomists that thought the world was basically made up of marbles. Their metaphor for the fundamental stuff were like something like, the marbles the Greek children played with.
Right.
Okay.
You had others who believed.
It's all good. They're gonna call me Monday so we can figure out how to make that stop doing that. It's no big deal. They have your Medicare or Medicaid, but I'm like, he couldn't have been. He's 41 years old. He hasn't been on my insurance since he was 27.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why that's coming up like that, and I don't even have that insurance. That was my insurance from work. I'm on Dad's insurance now. I don't even have medical mutual. So that's weird. But, hey, it'd be nice if you could still cover your whole family. Right? Hello?
Yeah. Yep.
That'd be nice. Sure would make things easier, like how they say they want to make things easier for families. We'll do things like that.
Yeah.
We pay for it. If I was willing to pay for it, why couldn't I still cover my whole family?
Yeah, because the point is to deny you care. They want to deny.
Yeah.
The point is to deny people care, and then be like, if you do socialized medicine, there will be death panels. But we already have death panels. Except it's just some guy in a suit who was hired explicitly because he was the most narcissistic and sociopathic person amongst all the candidates.
I agree with you. This whole thing that happened to Aunt Pam, I got to call in to the patient advocate because I'm not letting this drop. How could you put her out on the sidewalk?
They did, huh?
They were getting ready to. Aunt June just happened to show up. They were putting her on the elevator. So this is what happened. She called me crazy out of her head, right? And the doctor said that sodium levels, if they drop too low, she could go into a coma, she could go crazy, have, brain hemorrhages, whatever. So I called the front desk and I said, she is out of her head. Somebody needs to check on her. The doctor said this could happen. Somebody needs to check her sodium levels. You know what they did? They went in a room and told her that I said she was crazy.
Yep.
That's what they did.
Yep.
And then they let her sign herself out, and she had no one coming to get her. And they said to June, they were just going to put her out on the sidewalk.
Yep.
They can't keep her.
And
I'm like, but I called her and said she was out of her head.
Yeah.
And June said the whole time when Pam was talking crazy, they were rolling their eyes and laughing. I want to go up there and beat the shit out of them. And by that evening, she ended up in intensive care at Cleveland Clinic.
Yep. Yeah, so a very similar thing happened to a very old lady, a very much older lady than Aunt Pam. And they just did the same thing. All the same, there's video of it all the same shit, laughing at her, rolling their eyes, kicking her out, throw her out on the street, called the cops on her. Because even she didn't want to go. Called the cops on her. She had had a stroke somewhere in the middle of it. You can clearly tell she's out of her mind. The cops are just, I'm blocking out, I guess, what the cops did or whatever, because it's just brutal. They just fucking refused to give her care. I believe they arrested her. I could send you the video.
Oh my God.
For trespassing. Yep.
At Adam, don't ever let anybody do that to me and Dad.
It's an evil, sick society we live in. We really should get out of here.
If we get sick like that, where we don't get our faculties back, just put us in a nursing home.
And this sickness is, even in the most blue areas, they're like this. You can't escape that sickness. It's, the whole society is rotten.
It is terrifying.
Rotten.
I cannot even believe that happened to Aunt Pam.
Yeah, well, nobody cares about anybody.
And think about this, too. She's only 63. The ambulance drivers and the hospital treated her like a geriatric patient.
Yeah.
She's only 63.
Yeah, she's
I
still...
am 65 and I still work a professional job.
Yep.
How dare you?
Wouldn't it be... Shouldn't it be the case that when you say, oh, the professionals all treated her like a geriatric patient, everybody was like, oh, that's good. Your reaction to that should be like, oh, good. That's really good.
Yeah. They treated her like she belonged in a nursing home.
Which should still...
Alzheimer's unit.
Even that, all of this, we should live in the kind of society where when someone says that, you're like, oh, okay, good. They treated her like a respected elderly person who needs help and care.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, not happening.
Yeah, not gonna happen, because you're a burden. If you're a burden at all, you're a fucking piece of trash. You are a piece of fucking human garbage.
It's just like what you texted me yesterday about the autism thing.
Yeah.
As soon as they see it.
Oh, and they'll sniff it out in a minute. Yep.
Like, you experience it, but on the surface, you can pass yourself off as not having anything, right? You can mask, because that's what you call
That's
it.
what they call it.
You're good at masking it. But look at Jordan.
In customer service
As soon as
situations.
people would see her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I can't. It used to just piss me off so bad, and I'd be so. I wouldn't know what to do, because I would want to be like, hey, why are you treating her like that? But then I wouldn't want her to know. You know. I wouldn't want her feelings to be hurt, so I didn't say anything sometimes.
Well,
Because Jordan didn't think she was different. You know what I mean?
she didn't care. I mean, she knows that she's different, you know?
Alexa, stop.
She'll be like, I can't do that. What are you talking about? Just straight up.
Yeah. Right, but she didn't know physically. She doesn't realize that she looks different physically. I don't think Jordan realizes that.
I think she does. I think she just doesn't bother her, you know?
Well,
She's just got
we all should be able to live like that.
She's just got a kind
and
of
not have that kind of stress.
retarded enlightenment, yeah. Well, it's a benefit and a curse for her. It's the same reason why she can live in her own shit. And be like, it's fine, what's the
But
problem?
even at church, those people wouldn't even sit by her. You know, that really bothered me. I can't even remember who they were.
Yeah, that's how it
I don't
is.
think they came to church all the time because it was Easter.
That's how it is. Well, that's a huge problem in the Catholic Church, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because when she goes to these evangelical churches, they love her. They have all the love in the world for her. That was the best part of her
They
week.
should.
And that's why we encouraged her, you know, that's why we didn't get in her way of going there at all, except when they were, like, not masking around her during the height of the pandemic.
That was the downfall of the Catholic Church because it became really snotty. And
Yep.
then some people
Mm-hmm.
wanted to just get with God, didn't want to go to the Catholic Church because it seemed too judgmental and
Yeah,
snotty.
it became a burden.
Yep.
It became Pharisaic, as the Bible would call it.
Now, I believe that Father Miron is trying to go the way of the end, not religiously, but caring-wise. He doesn't like that putting on airs type of thing. You know, it feels like he doesn't like it.
No, I don't think so either.
Because his wife, she could buy fancy dresses and shit like that, and she doesn't. But the kids look nice, you know, but she chooses that vow of, what's it called?
They're expected to
the
live.
poverty vow? Is it a poverty? Is it a...
No,
you know,
well,
relinquish all...
yeah, they're expected to live a frugal and humble life, you know. You just
Yeah.
only have
And
what
so,
you need.
I feel like he's not really about putting on airs like that. You know,
Yep,
and
that's what we need.
but we really got to help him get more people in that church so they don't close our church. But yeah, I can't believe they did that to Aunt Pam. I'm still appalled. And the ambulance drivers wouldn't take her.
Yeah.
Would not take her.
Oh, they're just as complicit. They'll drug people up and shit against their will because the cops tell them to.
Well,
And
you
it-
can bet I'm not keeping... Don't tell anybody, though, because I don't want anybody getting pissed at me, but I'm not keeping my mouth shut about this.
Yeah, well,
That was wrong. I will never go to St. Joe's. I will do what my gynecologist said and chew baby aspirin and drive to Cleveland Clinic if I'm having a heart attack.
yeah, well, they're pretty overrun, but doesn't excuse it.
Doesn't excuse it. You can't run a business and just go, well, I can't really do my business right because I'm overrun or I don't have enough employees. Then you better figure something out or close the business. You can't offer somebody a health care and not be able to do it. People
Yeah.
are depending on you for their lives.
Well, you know, actually they can.
Well, you shouldn't.
Well,
It's not an excuse. It's like Subway. If
That
you went to
doesn't
Subway,
exist
they say,
anymore.
well, I can make you a sandwich, but I don't have any meat. So you just get vegetables and bread. Because they don't have any meat, because they didn't buy the meat. Because they didn't have enough money to buy the meat. You know what I mean? That would be appalling to you. You'd be like, what? What do you mean you don't have any meat? You're Subway. You mix up sandwiches.
right.
Well, we couldn't afford to buy the meat. So we're just making vegetable sandwiches now.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you wouldn't accept that. You would not accept that.
No, I wouldn't.
So why would you accept that from a healthcare facility? One time I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken, though, and they didn't have any chicken. I'm like, shouldn't you have just closed? Don't have any chicken. It's in your name. He's like, well, I'm sorry, man. We're out of chicken. I'm like, what? I thought you was pranking. I'm thinking to myself, shouldn't you just close the restaurant?
Right.
Like, if I was the owner, I would be like, shut it down. We don't have any chicken.
Do you think anybody's coming? Well, I guess, you know, some people do go there for just the mashed potatoes
Not back then,
and
though. Like, well, maybe just the mashed potato.
the
Back then, they
mac
didn't
and
have all these
cheese.
other things.
and the mac and cheese. People love their
I
mac
don't
and
think they
cheese.
had mac and cheese back then. That was when we lived in Austin Town on Mahoning Avenue. I had
Yeah.
to go somewhere else.
It's crazy though. The healthcare industry is bad and getting worse.
Subpar, to say the least. But I will tell you, she went to that Cleveland Clinic and they immediately put her in intensive care. Sodium level the same as it was at St. Joe's. Why wasn't she in intensive care to begin with? You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Why, when I said, oh, I need an x-ray because I got assaulted, they were like, oh, get the fuck out of here. You know, I just don't get it at all. I don't get the healthcare
We're
industry.
left to our own devices until they want to give us a cancer drug that's going to cost $250,000
Yep.
a day.
Uh-huh, right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then they want to keep giving to you, and then you're sick again, and you can't help but to feel like they're just trying to make money.
Yeah, well, because they
You
are.
can't help but feel that way.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think that at least 30% of human beings are literally empty, soulless psychopaths who will just kill you and pretend to be your friend the whole time. That's hard to realize about humans, but it's true. It's definitely true.
Yeah, that whole thought process. Well, if they just died, it wouldn't be such a burden.
At least, I'm saying at least, I'm using a specific word there, at least 30% of humans are completely soulless and will kill you and pretend to be your friend the whole time. To their death. And they'll pretend to be your friend to their death. Till their dying day, even if it costs them their life. You know, like, maybe not that far, but, you know, like, as long as it doesn't cost them their life, they will pretend to be your friend and be killing you the whole time.
Yeah. Well.
And in the back of their mind, they're probably, like, gloating about how much they own you. Spiritual vampires, emotional vampires are real. There are
I'm experiencing that.
a lot of people who just get off on other people's misery. Like, it just energizes them. It makes them feel like they have a purpose in life.
I'm experiencing that right now. I don't know. I don't even know what to think about people right now, Adam. Like, my family, for one, who treated me like I told Linda, I told June this morning, I'm telling them all. I'll wait till 8 p.m.'s better to say something to her, but I'm not your kicking buddy. You don't get to kick me. I don't need you guys in my life. You don't get to do this to me. You don't get to talk about me behind my back and tell everybody that I'm melodramatic and over emotional and a worry word and I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. You don't get to do that. Then don't be in my life. Because you don't get to treat me like I'm the ball and chain of the family that you guys just have to drag around with you. Cut me loose. I'm okay with that. I got a family. I've got my husband, my children, my grandchildren. I don't need you guys and my daughter-in-law. I don't need them to Adam, and I don't appreciate. Like 3 people told me what my family says about me behind my back.
Oh, yeah?
Through this whole ordeal. And I'm like, I don't appreciate that. You guys walk around like you don't care. So then I have to be the one who cares because they walk around like they don't care.
Someone's got to hold the family together, right?
Right. You were right about that. When Grandma died, this family fell apart. She was holding it together. She was the glue.
Yep.
But I don't need that. I don't need them. I don't have anything in common with them. I love them. But I don't need them to be, I don't need to be the kicking boy while they're all walking around like they know everything and they didn't listen to a word anybody said. So I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm not who they think I am. And that's what I told June. I am not the person you think I am. You know, my family, when they have a crisis, they come to me because they know I'm the person who will step up.
Word up.
I'm like, my family doesn't see me like that at all. Not my husband, not my children. None of them see me the way you guys see me. And the only reason I seem melodramatic to them is because I have to force them to
Where
listen
is this
to me.
motherfucker shooting me? Well.
top of your register because no one will listen to you. They always think you're overreacting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
If I
they're
came
like,
to you and I said, Adam, this is what I think is happening. I read this and this is what's happening. You'd be like, okay, let me look that. Well, you would have probably already looked it up. But you know what I mean? But you would take my word for
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
right. Even if I
You would
disagree.
take me at my word.
Yep, exactly. I trust you enough. I know you well enough that I would take you at your word. Yep.
Now, I'm not going to say I'm not over emotional. I do get scared when people are sick and things like that. So I do get over emotional.
You know, that's why, like, that's the same reason why I got so upset that those fucking people that supposedly have known me for years. Oh, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead.
You died?
Nope.
Oh.
People who've supposedly known me for years thought that I would have the ill intent to say some kind of like there's some kind of like essential evil about being gay. Like I'm trying to eradicate gay people by pointing out that we shouldn't do statistics in a way that manipulates people, because when they find out they get really mad, especially because you don't then so Republicans can do this because the foundation of their worldview is that they give you a legitimate target to hate. That's what they're all about. They're like, we got to find the legitimate target for our hatred because they're, you know, that's what justice means. And so they offer you that outlet for your hate that gets you a lot of dopamine, right? So they can fucking get away with lying about the facts. They can manipulate statistics. They can do all this shit. But we don't actually need to do that. We have the truth on our side. It's just not, and it's not a good way for us to do that, because then when they find out that we did that,
Well, so it's essentially kind of what I'm doing. So they do this, manipulate the statistics to force you to listen. Right?
yep.
And then when people find out you manipulated the statistics, now they don't trust you. Now they don't believe you.
Exactly, right. Exactly. And you're not giving them you're not riling them up in hatred so that they don't really care about all that. People want legitimate targets for their sense of justice. And they don't care if they are legitimate, they just want the feeling that they are legitimate. So if you say gay people are fucking monsters, people are going to be like, we got to get them fucking pedophiles, you know, and they'll just let their demons take over. That's what people, because they think they're doing God's justice, right? Like they think they're doing God's justice by letting that sense of justice take over them like that. So Democrats don't, liberals, leftists, progressives, we don't offer them that. So we can't then manipulate the statistics, because then we'll look like evil. And if you're gonna choose evil, you might as well choose the effective evil instead of the fucking retards who lose all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I ordered that a long time ago when Dad was drinking, and all my friends were dumping everything on me back when we lived in trailer park. Kim gave me this book called Codependent No More, and they have a revised edition of it, and so I've been reading it, and it's better this time than it was last time, because I think I'm much more of a codependent now, and
You're just aware of it now.
yeah. And so it's helping me, and, you know, Aunt Pam kept insinuating that she needed money for the patch, and Adam, I feel so guilty, but I've got to get past the guilt.
Yep.
I cannot keep giving her money.
Yep. You're hurting her.
Oh, by the way, I blamed it on you. So you're going to have to take it.
Well, that's not... Well, I mean...
All I said was, I can't, because Adam's having, Adam couldn't work for 2 weeks, and it's going to take him a couple weeks to pay me. I have no money.
Well, it's not...
It's not a lie. That's not a lie.
I already
I don't have
paid
any
for it.
money. I'm already sucking money out of my savings. It's not your fault. Don't take it that way. And I got to get to where I don't have to make excuses, and all I say is no.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to buy... That's why I want to... we got to figure something out anyway. I don't know. I got all kinds of loose ideas and no real plan, so I'm not even going to continue that sentence because it's just a loose... But... property is a good thing to buy.
But what?
But property is a good thing to buy.
Right now I can't buy anything.
But now I just heard some shit, and then which makes me say I really don't want to sell this fucking property. This kid said they're building a hotel down on the river, and then they're building some condos, and they're gonna have this whole kayaking thing. And they got 4 giant businesses are coming to fucking build factories here.
No, it's coming. It's Kimberly Clark is breaking ground. They're breaking ground on that hospital in Champion. They're building, there's a riverfront project going on in downtown Warren.
Yep.
They just got $600,000 for something. It's coming. I told you it's coming.
Yep.
And I think Elm Road is going to be part of the hub.
Well, I thought you were saying out by the mall, so I'm like...
It is, but from what I'm reading, it's going to be that's why they started doing that stuff on North River.
If they're doing shit in downtown Warren, this is already zoned multifamily. If they're doing shit in downtown Warren, somebody's gonna want to fucking buy apartment buildings over here.
Yeah, well, somebody's gonna want to buy that property because it's close to Elm Road.
Yeah, and it's already zoned multifamily, so they can put apartment buildings on it.
Yeah. So when they bring medical, they always build places for people who work in the medical field to live in.
Yeah. Yep.
So.
And shopping and fucking all that shit.
Yeah, right. So then that brings shops, and there's some stuff coming to Elm Road right now. I can't remember what it was, because I was going to tell you, because I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. Now I can't remember what it was. Just know when they bring that biotech, that's huge. That's huge. Don't tell anybody, because I'm not supposed to be talking. But that's huge.
Yeah, so I want to hold on to this property until...
Yeah, because you have a half an acre. They could build an apartment building on your property.
Yeah. Especially because there's a cheap-ass lot right next to it.
Yeah. All you have to do is get back where you were right before all that happened with the money financially, and then you'll be sitting comfortable and you'll be able to think straight.
But I want to
go from there.
I do want to get the fuck out of here. But you can still buy cheap little properties for a few $1,000s, and then you can live on those for 6 months.
Well, you can rent that place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Fix some stuff, because when you rent, you have laws that you have to follow. So we'd have to fix the basement, because that'd be me and Dad that have to follow those laws. We'll have to check into it. Start checking into landlord laws. Not that you're gonna move, but just to have a plan. You do the research and I'll do have to be really strict about who rented it because Dad and I can't afford to pay the house payment if somebody doesn't pay.
I want to rent it to a fucking registered pedophile. Specifically.
Thank you.
No, I will straight up rent it to a registered pedophile just to
I
punish
know,
these
Adam,
people.
but that's me and Dad that has to deal with that. not
So what?
you.
Who cares? What's that have to do with any of us?
Well, I don't give a shit as long as they pay their rent.
Exactly, right. If that's what you guys want,
But
alright. Okay, that's fine. If that's what you want, that's what your fucking little hidden desire is. You go ahead.
ooh,
That's what you'll get. These fucking people in this neighborhood. Because now they all don't want to fucking, like,
I
No.
don't think they're thinking that of you.
now they don't want to talk to me. Yeah, well. I tried talking to two different ones, and well, the lady next door, she's cool, probably because she has an autistic kid, so she probably gets it. She's constantly chasing him around the neighborhood because she knows people think he's weird, and they'll think he's up to no good.
Well, that lady in that fancy house
But-
that we bought the house from, I wouldn't put any clout in anything she says or does.
No, I'm talking about the lady right next door. The lady we
Yeah,
bought the
she-
house.
She was talking to you.
The lady we bought the house from, and fucking, and the kid next door, both fucking, which they've never done before. They both did the fucking, well, I gotta fucking do something, blah, 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 to get me to go away type thing. So.
Well, then you don't need them.
No, I don't. I don't need them at all. But if
Lady
it
across the
comes
street
up,
in the fancy house, your son still lives with you.
if it comes up and the opportunity to rent it to a trustable, registered pedophile comes up, I'll do it in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. It's my decision at all, so don't make it my decision, because I'll do it in a heartbeat.
Well,
I would
Dad
love
and I
to.
have to protect ourselves.
I would love to. I would love to rent it to a registered pedophile if that's what you people want. I would love to.
But we're going to have to do a little bit of work and make sure that, how would we, because when Dad retires, Adam, there's no way we could make the house payment. But if you rent it for $1,000 or more, then we could make the house payment, put the rest in an escrow account, and then we're safe. You know? But then you're not making any money. So we'd have to figure out a percentage that would have to go into an escrow account so that if something happens, Dad and I can afford to fix it.
Yeah.
But then I think about that and I think, well, I mean, if worse comes to worse, then Adam will just have to buy it from us if we can't manage it. We just have to sell it to you for what's owed on it, and you probably still would have a little house payment.
Might have a lower one, probably, because
Probably. So, where are the dogs? Kelly's asking me if I want her to take the dogs. Are you working today?
no.
Oh, crap, I need milk. They didn't bring me my milk when I ordered my food. Because that's what I was talking about the other day. What drops off? Because those were the first two things I put in the cart. And it seems like the first two things I put in the cart are always never come. And then when I go back and look at the receipt, they didn't charge me for them. So somewhere they're dropping off. I don't want to tip somebody again to bring me milk.
Yeah,
I
right.
guess I'd get off my ass and go get it, but I put my hip out again. So now I'm icing my hip all day.
That's not good.
It's stress. You don't know how stressed I got when that all happened. And I called the doctor. I got an appointment the 30th because I got to tell her I think that anxiety is coming back.
You ever think maybe you need to get back on that medicine? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I can't go back on the beta blocker, but they could give me something that you could take when it happens. Like, like Ativan or so. I don't really want to take that kind of stuff, but I have to do something when it gets up there like that.
Yep. Me
Because
too.
then it affects my physical body.
Me too.
My blood sugar skyrockets, so I felt it. I felt that anxiety and I couldn't calm myself down. And I told your dad again I was going to pack a bag and leave. I was going to go to Tip City. And the only reason I didn't go was because I'm afraid to drive down there by myself. I'm not afraid to be by myself or drive by myself, but I'm afraid that something will happen while I'm driving that far away. And
Well, we'll get
because
Zach on.
what I wanted to do was go down there. I even looked at the hotels and found out how much it would cost to stay overnight. I wanted to go down there and get 2 lawn chairs with whoever went with me and sit by lunch and sit on their grave and talk to them. And Aunt June thinks I'm crazy, but I just want that connection,
Yeah, well, there's just no spirit. This is what I came to realize, is that this society, with all its scientific rationalism, it became all about the flesh, and there's no spirit. And when I go to the graveyard, the only people I have ever seen were on their deathbed themselves. Ever. I've never seen anybody younger than being on the deathbed themselves at the graveyard. Because nobody cares. Nobody cares.
They don't even have funerals for people anymore.
Because why should you? They're dead. Who fucking cares? They're dead.
That's how people act. They're dead.
They're dead. Move on. If you don't... Okay, I'm going to send you a video. You probably don't want to watch it, actually. No, you don't want to watch it. I know you don't.
Yeah, don't send it to me.
It's this festival in Nepal to this Hindu goddess. And they fucking... At the last festival, they slaughtered over 300,000 animals in a day. And they're all just standing around the fucking... They have these big giant fucking blades and they just try and fucking cut the cow's head clean off with this giant blade. And it never works. It never fucking works. They're just fucking butchering these animals in the most brutal way possible.
Oh yeah, don't send me that. Oof, I can't watch that.
If you don't think we'll go right back to that, you're insane. If you don't think... The Greeks and the Romans were leaving like most of their babies, millions and billions of babies, they would just leave them on the hillside to die. just because, that I can't afford it, or it's retarded, or whatever, you know what I mean? Just millions, and this was just like a normal thing. There was no law against it. The only way it could be against the law is if a male needed an heir, and you deprived him of that right he has to an heir. Then it could be illegal. But other than if he already had an heir, if he already had a firstborn son or whatever, then there was under no circumstances could it be illegal for you to just leave your baby on the hillside. You're totally born, days, weeks, months old baby, because you decided you didn't want it. Like, we'll go right back to that. And that was just because...
You didn't have the nurturing feeling like you do with a baby?
With the ones they wanted, sure. Sure, with the ones they wanted. We'll go right back to that. And they did. The reason they did that mostly is because the abortions were really dangerous. If you wanted an even remotely safe abortion, you had to be pretty rich. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Which is the same reason why I oppose abortion bans. Because for the same reason, they're just gonna leave their fucking kids. Like, you can look at the evidence, you know what I mean? Like, banning abortion did not stop abortions. They just did it in more nefarious, underground, dangerous ways.
Yeah, it didn't stop abortions. It's not going to.
Yeah.
No, it's not going to.
I think it should be regulated against, but in a more, like, holistic, psychiatric way.
Well, they don't make sense with that anyway, because they're like, we don't like abortion, but we don't like birth control either. I'm like, okay then, men should not be allowed to have sex.
Yeah. Yeah, we agree with that
they're
too.
planning on having a baby.
Yeah, we agree with that too. Yes, that is the correct position. People should not be having sex unless they're planning on having babies. Because that's what sex is for.
Okay, well then if you stand on that, if you stand on the religious part of abortion and birth control, then you don't get to have sex. Unless you're planning on procreating.
Yeah, well, at the very least, this is a yes and. So at the very least, if you have sex, then you should be having it under the full expectation that no amount of protection can save you from getting pregnant. It can lower the risk, but there's no protection that is 100%. So you should be maybe allowed to have sex. I think people should not be having sex unless it's within a marriage, and mostly I think you should be allowed to have sex. You know what I mean? Like, I'm fine with it. But I think it should be mostly about that intimate bond with your spouse. And mostly about creating more humans. And not about just, like, getting your dopamine and then using abortion as birth control. Like, I don't...
If you're going to put a woman in jail for an abortion, the man should go to jail too.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think you should be throwing anybody... I'm not, like, part of the pro-life crowd. I just think abortions are morally wrong. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I think abortions are morally wrong.
Rumor that women do that just for, because for birth control is bullshit. There might be one or two, very low statistic of women that would be okay with just doing that.
Well, most of them are in the first trimester, so.
Most women are that devastating to them.
Yeah, I don't know, Mom. You don't know the modern woman.
I must not.
They're having 4 or 5 abortions by the time they're 25.
I don't really like the modern woman right now. I was talking to the lady across the street, and I was telling her that we were writing a book. We were getting ready to write a book, that I've started the research on how the women's movement has left society for men. And she's like, you want to know how I feel? And I thought she was going to go the opposite of what we were saying, because she's out of the military, retired from the military and stuff. She's like, I believe it. I feel like men don't know how to be men because we don't allow them.
Yep.
And I'm like, well, that's exactly what me and my son are saying. She's like, I had to take care of everything, and I couldn't get my husband to do it. Mm-hmm. And she's like, and it wasn't because he was lazy, It felt like he just didn't know how to do it.
Yeah, because
Or
you can.
didn't know how to step up. She's like, I wanted him to be the man.
You could leave Dad today and have 1,000 suitors tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about me, but maybe Jill could leave Derek today and have 1,000 suitors tomorrow. I think people are looking at me like I'm going to the nursing home next week.
That doesn't matter. You could find an old man.
Well, this is true. I do have a couple old men who
Yep.
flirt with me still.
Yep. In a heartbeat. And not just beyond that, like, you know, because, you know, Dad's probably got a few women who flirt with him. But
Yeah, he does.
but they wouldn't date him because they have 1,000 other better choices. No offense to Dad. He's fucking old,
Yeah,
you know.
no. When you say 1,000 other better choices, we can put that in quotes because that's what girls do. They get a whole list of people, put them all on the back burner, and decide which one's the best one.
Yep.
And they have the opportunity to do that, where men do not.
No, you don't. You got to think, I could lose this woman at any moment and then I'll be alone forever.
Yep. And then so men quit looking. Alexa, stop. So men quit looking because they don't. So it flip-flopped. It used to be that women were always at the mercy of the man. So you didn't get men to put on the back burner back in the day. In my grandma's day, if you met a guy and he liked you, you better keep him because,
Yep.
you know, there were going to be 100 other women. That's how it used to be.
Which has its own problems. You know what I mean? That also has its own problems.
But now, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
And so, but that's
And
very hard for men because that makes men feel inferior, and men are testosterone driven, and that doesn't fit well with the testosterone to be inferior.
Yeah. Yes.
So,
And beyond that,
write this stuff down.
and beyond that, if you're not really high testosterone, then you don't have a chance. Women's revealed preferences, the modern woman's revealed preferences in a mate, are no different than they were back then. Their stated preferences have changed, but their revealed preferences have not changed at all. Women still demand men to be men, but they want to be allowed to be men too. But then men aren't allowed to be women. If you're a male woman, you can actually be a male woman and find a mate really easy, but then you'll have to be like a woman. Like you'll have to let her beat you up and call you names and like you'll have to be an abuse victim.
Yep.
So, and this was all entirely predictable. The sexual revolution was all entirely predictable at the time because you just have to understand that humans are monkeys. Humans without rational spirituality, without a higher calling, let's say, humans without the directives of religion are fucking monkeys. They're monkeys. They're a bunch of fucking... They will shit in their hand and throw it at you, and then fucking... Ah! Monkeys.
Yep.
They're fucking monkeys. And evil
It has
monkeys.
made life very difficult, this sexual revolution for both sexes.
Yeah, women are more lonely and way more depressed than men. Men's mental health has fucking plummeted. And actually, women are way more depressed. But it's all like girl boss feminism, so that doesn't really matter, so nobody talks about it. But when you look into the stats, like, most modern women are taking SSRIs. Most of them. Almost all of them. They're all depressed. They're all mentally ill. They're all depressed. They're all lonely. They're surrounded by dudes. They have inboxes full of dudes on 15 different apps. And they're lonely. They're more lonely than they've ever been. They're in a relationship, constantly being courted by other people. And yet they're more lonely than ever.
Who Don't you think like almost everybody is extremely lonely now?
Yeah.
What is that about? What happened there?
We don't believe in spirits anymore, so we don't believe there's really anything shared. Now, this is all behind the scenes, so you have to understand, nobody understands they're doing this. But we don't believe there's really anything shared between you and I. Except because we're family, like you're my kid, or I'm your kid, so there's like that biology, and that's real. But we don't believe there's any real identity between us that is shared like being a human being. That's not real under our current philosophical framework. Human being, humanity, that's not real. That's made up bullshit. You don't find that in the physics. You get what I'm saying?
Do you think that it's because of the how do I word this? I've been thinking about this a lot. This whole, I'm going to say social media, you know, the access to everything. So that's really confusing. To have access to everything is so confusing.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what to do. It's like going in the cereal aisle, and it's a whole aisle of different kinds of cereal, and there's 10 kinds of Cheerios. You know, and I know that sounds superficial,
No.
but that's so confusing.
Yeah, no, you're totally right, and I totally agree.
Like having access to everything. So Aunt Linda was doing it to me last night, and I had to tell her to stop. Just stop. I don't want to get trapped in that. She's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, all I said to you, Linda, was I was going to try to eat cleaner, meaning I'm going to try not to eat high fructose corn syrup because it sends my blood sugar out of control. And I'm going to try to be more diligent about things like that. You know, I don't want you to start this whole, well, you can't eat preservatives and you can't. That makes it so hard to live your life, one. And two, I'm not trapped in that. All I meant was, instead of buying Hidden Valley Ranch dressing, I found this ranch dressing with avocado, made with avocado oil. So less seed oils, less things that are going to make my blood sugar, make me get inflammation and make my blood sugar worse. You know?
Yep.
But I'm only doing it from I know what causes my blood sugar to go up. But, so getting back on the subject, I won't get on that subject, but getting back to the subject, this is what everybody does to everybody. So you can't believe in the spirits anymore because as soon as you do, somebody will be like, nope, I read, and then they don't allow you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, everybody's...
Look at Aunt June making fun of me because I want to go sit on Mom and Dad's grave. Like, they're not there. I can channel, that's what she said, exactly that. I can channel Mom and Dad wherever I want to.
Okay, wow.
June,
Great, good for you. Do you?
that's like saying I don't have to go to church. I can just pray.
Do you? But do you? Studies show that the people...
Yeah.
On that issue specifically, studies show that the people who think, I don't have to go to church, I can just pray like 1/10 as much as people who believe they have to pray to please God. Like, we've studied this, and it's just not true. Then you don't do it. You're like, I can do this anytime, and then you just don't. So, cool that you can. That's cool for you. But I'll bet you don't.
Adam, don't you want to think? Now, this is the other part of this. Don't you want, for your own psyche, to think that Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, and Jamie and all of them are watching out for you? Don't you want to think that?
Yeah, well, I didn't, but, you know, like, I can't. I would have to be. It would be more crazy for me to deny that I was being given direction from beyond the grave by somebody. You know what I mean? In relation to Jamie. it would be more insane for me to not believe that than to believe it. So I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell the atheist, skeptic, rationalist about the feeling that
That's
you
right,
can have.
because now you know. You're, Adam, you are a rational person. So
Right.
for you to experience that feeling, you now know it's true. Right?
Yeah. Even if I don't know it's true, it's just like the
Well, like you said,
feelings,
it'd be more
the
uncomfortable
experiences,
to deny it.
the experiences I've had, it would be less rational to deny them than to just accept that it was revealed to me things that otherwise had escaped me, so to speak.
And I 100% get that. And when you were little, after we had named you Adam, there was this, I don't know where I read it or saw it. There was something that talked about Adam, people named Adam and being connected to God, you know. And
Yeah.
It was this, but we lived in the trailer park, so it was that long ago that I saw it.
Yeah, and the last name starts with a Z. I always thought that was cool. Adam. And it's A to Z. I always thought that was just really cool. That's really cool symbolism.
Oh, that is cool. I never even thought about that.
Yeah, the E is not the middle letter though, so I was a little disappointed there.
E means gold in some language.
Well, that's
Told me that.
that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. I don't know which language, but it means gold. She told me that when we named you. When she's like AEZ, that's symbol for gold. I'm like, well, good. He's gold. Well, I can tell you what happened to me. Like I was trying to tell Aunt June that when I was sick, Dad was with me all the time. Not when I was sick, but when Dad and I were going through that whole thing. And Dad was with me all the time. I knew it. I could feel it. And she just rolled her eyes, you know, of course. And then Aunt Pam was, when she was up there in Cleveland Clinic, she was with my dad in the garden eating chocolate cake.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. But it was Mont. She kept calling him Mont. She didn't call him Dad. She called him Mont.
She really was out of it, huh?
But was my dad there? You know, was he helping her because he knew she was sick? You know, is he her guardian angel? The Bible says you have guardian angels.
Well, the angels are not the humans. The angels are not the humans, so on a very
manifest them into
right.
the human.
I don't, that I can't speak to, but on a very technical level, the angels are not the humans.
Well, think about this. Do you manifest them? Because when I told you my grandfather came to the foot of my bed twice, once when he died and once when my mom died. Now, did I see the angel, but I manifested it into my grandfather because that was the connection both times.
Yeah, well,
You see what I mean?
maybe it works on a level of you felt through them, you felt the spirit of that person. Maybe that's how it works.
But somebody came to the foot of the bed. I know that. I know what they look like. I could draw them if I could draw.
The way it's stated is that the angels take our prayers up to the saints, and then the saints give them to the archangels as incense, which then the archangels offer the incense, which is our prayers to the Lord. That's why we spread incense in the church.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right.
That's why I have to get allergy attacks every
That's why I kept asking you, like, why? What's bothering you so much about the prayers of the saints?
Well, I know what I saw with Danny. I know what I saw. I know. No one is gonna.
Yeah, it would
they
be.
won't roll their eyes and think I'm being airy-fairy.
And
maybe I shouldn't have told anybody.
It would be
I know
more.
what I saw.
It would be more irrational for you to deny that experience from your perspective than it would be to just accept that something happened there. You know what I mean?
Something happened.
You
Yeah,
have-
exactly.
You have every epistemic reason to think that something happened there. I mean, like, he then died the next day, like, or that night or whatever, and you
4
told
days
people
later.
about it.
4 days later.
And you told people about it.
I did. I told Grandma and your dad in the car.
Yep, exactly.
That's when Grandma knew I had that. She called it ability.
Yeah.
I had the ability to see things like that. That's when she knew. That's why she told me when I had that breathing thing when that kid drowned in the lake. The next day, she's like, that kid died the same time you came out here. And she's like, she knew. People told me that too. You were channeling him, and I'm like, for what reason though? Why was I channeling a kid that was drowning?
Just
And I didn't
because
know.
you have a very strong spirit is all.
Well, I don't do anything with it when it happens, but there's a reason. Maybe I'm supposed to pray a lot for that person. Or I don't know, you know
Yeah.
more about this than me.
Yeah, well,
I totally 100% like you believe that it is from heaven. I believe that it is God. I always believed it was God sending these messages to me.
well,
I don't know why though.
exactly. And that's, it's all these stories about, like, oh, they stole our magic. There's fantasy stories that are like, the king's gonna steal your magic from you. Like, this is all just like the yearning for Catholicism to return. It was the Protestants who said, you don't need to go to church, you can just talk with God. That's like the foundation of Protestantism, is that you can have faith in God all by yourself. And that stole the magic from us, and then we were like, oh, we don't need to believe in spirits anymore. So we were like, therefore, there's not really any shared identity across humanity. Therefore, I don't really need to go to church. I don't really need to care about anybody.
Don't really need to be careful of sinning and pray for my sins.
Yeah, because it's not none of that stuff's really real. I can just talk to God directly, and it'll be fine. Which is true. Like, that's
I thought that
true.
for a long time, that I didn't have to go to church.
It's true that you don't need to be religious to talk with God. But if you don't imitate God in his religiosity, your soul will not be fulfilled. That's why I keep telling you, if you don't have the Spirit...
You told me that the liturgy is praying, that's a prayer. Then I started thinking about that, and I was like, well, that's pretty powerful. All those people together praying for an hour
Yeah,
out loud.
yeah, exactly.
That's pretty powerful.
Quite indubitably. If you believe in prayer, yeah, that's really powerful. That's another thing I have to ask about Protestants is, like, why doesn't your tradition have people who make it their life to pray all day long? Shouldn't that be if you believe in the power of prayer, don't you think it should be the case that there are people who it's basically their job to just fucking pray, like, all day long? Why don't you have monks, basically? You know what I mean? Why don't you have a monastic tradition?
You can't ask other people to pray for you.
You
can
can.
ask them to, but
You-
you have to pray.
You can and should, you know what I mean? But, like, shouldn't there be people who just make it their entire life to fucking pray for people all day long? If you really believe in the power of prayer, if it's not just a symbol that you use to represent something else, because symbols are never self-referential.
So let me ask you this. Why do you think that the Mother of God came to you? Why do you think you got the message when you did? Do you care?
Humility. I was in my most humble state. I was ready to believe.
Oh, okay. Because I'm going to tell you that I think that God sent those messages to me because he believed that I was a believer.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, in a lot of ways that's the same thing, because belief in God is submission to God. It's not about, like, I believe in God. You know, you can't just be like, you can. He'll honor that to a degree. If you're just like, oh, I believe in God. Oh, don't kill me. Even that's fine from his perspective, because he wants to save all of us. But your soul will not be fulfilled unless you, by belief in God, you mean faith in God. And by faith in God, you mean that your whole life is oriented towards God, who is the highest good. So your actions will have to reflect that. That's a big debate that people always have with Protestants right there, is that, like, can somebody just keep on fucking sinning forever and just be like, I'm a Christian, and go to heaven, you know? And Protestants have a really hard time answering that. Because as long as you say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus in their tradition, that should count. So Jeffrey Dahmer could have been like, yeah, I'm a Christian, and then just kept on going on killing people, and he would still go to heaven, even though he kept on. Like, we also believe Jeffrey Dahmer is probably in heaven, but because he didn't kill any more people. He stopped killing people. Specifically because he had a regenerate heart. Now, we don't really believe that because he wasn't Catholic, you know? Like, we think generally you have to become Catholic, but we believe that most Protestants are probably saved too. As long as you have the Trinitarian Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. As long as you're baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and things like that.
No, I mean, and that's what God's about, right? Forgiveness. So if Jeffrey Dahmer, unfortunately, he did what he did, but if he, saw the error of his ways and repented, that's supposed to work.
Yeah. Yeah, and, if he sincerely repented of that and had the time and opportunity to lead people towards a better life, why you tell me how that's not a good thing. Shouldn't we leave that room for even the worst sinners?
Yes.
It makes me want to cry just thinking about it, because my sins are nothing like Jeffrey Dahmer's, but they feel like it. They feel worse to me. You know what I mean? So, even the fact that somebody thought about leaving that option open for Jeffrey Dahmer like that makes me want to weep and bawl like a baby. Because it's just that beautiful.
And that explains to me why people who've had a family member murdered forgive the murderer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, you may not like it, but, like, imagine if that was you know what I mean?
Yep.
Just imagine
But we
when...
don't do that now, so that's where we're in trouble. That's where this world is in trouble right now, because we don't look at it like that. We just hate everybody.
Yep.
You wronged me, so I hate you.
Yeah, because there's no real shared identity between you and I. So the fact that you don't live up to my moral standard reflects very poorly on you. There's no shared moral standard for us to appeal to. So it's just the fact that you don't live up to my moral standard that reflects very poorly on you. Everything is downhill of the Protestant Reformation, and I'm coming to understand. I listen to this Orthodox guy, and he's kind of a fucking goofball or whatever, but he makes some very good points about how it's actually downhill of Aquinas, and I consider myself very in debt to St. Thomas Aquinas for my own conversion, but this whole ration, I totally agree, and so did St. Thomas. Sorry, I'm rambling, but St. Thomas Aquinas also at the end of his life said, all my written work is like sand. He finally had the experience of God. The Holy Spirit came to him, and he rebuked his whole entire project because he said it's all like sand. And it's all downhill of this rationalist, materialist, scientific, like, that's only half of who we are. This scientific rationalism, it all has logical conclusions about, like, well, therefore, there's no shared identity across from me to you. And even if there was, then, therefore, I'm actually not a real thing at all, and there's just the big one thing. We're all just, like, illusions of the big one thing. Like, there's only two conclusions you can have downhill of this. You're only your flesh. And people want to be like, prove to me that spirits exist, and it's just such a, once you understand what a spirit is, that's just such a weird question, because all I'm saying, yes, I believe that spirits have personhood, but you're not going to understand it that way if you think with your flesh. But so from your perspective, the flesh person, the scientific rationalist, all I'm saying is that there is the shared identity of objects is real across space and time. It's not an illusion. That's all I'm saying. When I say that there's a Dora, I mean that's somehow that's a real thing. Dora is not an illusion. That's not a trick the universe is playing on your own conscious experience of it. You're a real person. That's all I'm saying when I say spirits exist. From your perspective, the scientific rationalist.
Trees.
Yeah.
Like, I connect to even the physical part of, like...
Yeah, because you feel like the shared identity of life, a living being, that has a real shared identity over space and time.
I do. And think about my family. I'm disappointed in my mom and dad for leaving this family with no spiritual comfort, no background for it. So now my brothers and sisters roll their eyes and shake their head if you say anything like that. But then look at them. They're the most unhappy people I've ever known.
Yep. Right.
They can't laugh. They can't enjoy things.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're not reason, you're not only you're not merely the flesh and blood that's walking around bumping into things. There's more to reality. There is a higher power.
Do you believe that the day Pat died, at right about the same time, I called Robin, and she said she went outside. They live by that St. Anne's Church on the corner of Kirk Road and Raccoon, big church. And she went outside to the driveway, and as soon as she told Mike that his mom died, those bells went off, and it wasn't noon, and it wasn't a weekend, it wasn't Sunday, there was no reason, no tangible reason for those bells to go off. You don't think that could have been, I'm not saying it was Pat, but you don't think it could have been Grandma telling her son that she hadn't talked to that I love you, and, I did love you. You don't think that could have been her? Or God? Letting
So-
Mike know?
The way I understand it is that the Holy Spirit is dragging everything along with it. So in some way, like if you read the book of Job, Satan's allowed to go to heaven and talk with God. In other books of the Bible, Satan is like he's just like a lawyer, like a prosecutor. You know what I mean? Up in heaven. Just accusing people of shit. Constantly. Forgot where I was going. So yeah, the Holy Spirit, the spirits could not act without the direction without the authority of the Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? If it was the case that it was the right thing for God to stop those spirits, that's what would happen, right? That's exactly what would happen. So in some sense, you know what I mean? Like, the Holy Spirit is dragging everything along according to what is the highest good. And then, if you value your own ability to value, which is something bigger than yourself, you know what I mean? You can tell, you can feel it. So if you value your own ability to value, that will have downstream effects on how you direct your existence, how you direct your life. You know what I mean? If you value your own ability to value, then you will value things that cause you to increase the value in your life and in the life of those around you. It's just a very natural conclusion of having made that decision.
So in other words, the Holy Spirit maybe is giving Mike that little sign so that he doesn't spend the rest of his life.
Yeah. Yeah, the spirits are giving you signs all the time. In some sense, so what I believe is,
Why would anybody want to take that away from him?
yeah, because
Not everything has to be literal.
because then, your consent is the highest moral foundation. You know what I mean? And as long as it's your specific consent, then it's morally good. And then you can fucking live like a monkey, There's no reason why you shouldn't live like a monkey like you were meant to. So you can fuck everything and beat everybody up and fucking throw poop on people and laugh at them.
Because you have no, it's like that Ozempic drug when it caused me to not feel pleasure, and you think about going through life without ever feeling pleasure.
Yeah.
That gives me, when I talk to God, when I go to church, I feel so good. Like better than I ever thought I would.
Oh yeah.
I feel good. And it's not like I'm turning into a fanatic or anything like that, which I don't know what that means, a fanatic religious person, because I mean, they believe what they believe. And, but why shouldn't, so my word is, even if you're an atheist, even if you don't believe in God, you should find things in the world to give you pleasure, joy. You should find joy in life, right?
Yeah, but you can, but you gotta know and do. You gotta have a lot of knowledge as an atheist to know why it's okay to forgive people all the time and not get bent out of shape that you're being used as a fucking punching bag.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Like,
So you have to have like a really high IQ, which means by definition most people won't be like that. So
yeah, I just don't get the mad. That's why everyone's mad. Because everything has to be so literal.
yeah, that's also the same reason why. Now this sounds counterintuitive, but it's also the same reason why we don't, us autistic people, we don't fit in, because everything has to be so literal. But because we're fucking stupid monkey creatures, none of the literal stuff matches up to its referent. They're like, it all means something different.
Yeah.
So we're trying to be literal, the autistic person, like especially on like the whole like atheist level. So a lot of autistic people are atheists, and they're what people call Reddit atheists, and they're like just as fundamentalist like I was. They're just as fundamentalist as the fundamentalists. They just reject it all, but they think about it in the same way, where everything is super fucking literal.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm choking or something in the bedroom.
Oh, there's been a ton of fucking pollen.
Oh, I went outside and put the umbrella back up. Well, so it's kind of sad for people who can't get pleasure out of the things that they should be getting pleasure out of. Like little things, you know, remember when that bird hopped in your cage?
Yep.
Little things like that. Like, it gets you through the day. Oh my God. Hold on. What the hell?
We're totally lost without religion. And it should be apparent to everybody that we're totally lost without religion.
We are. When I sit in church and I look up at that, I love to sit under that. That mosaic, or that picture of Jesus, or whatever it is, the painting up on the ceiling.
Yep.
I just feel like he's looking at me. And not that that sounds airy-fairy or not, I like it.
Well, in the Orthodox tradition, it is taught that, in some sense, God's energies are embodied in the icons. In not quite the same way as in the Eucharist, but in some sense, there is a real presence of God and the saints in the icons. That's what makes them not idolatry, because they're referring exactly to the reference. You know, they're referring to the actual reference. You can't make false images of God, but God has an angel, which is his. So this is just Old Testament right here. You know, you can't make images of God, but God has an angel that is the image and likeness of God, who shares his name and face.
Right, okay, makes sense. Well, I just feel like if if we just get people to get pleasure out of even the smallest things, the world will be a better place. And we don't. We don't care. You know, that freaking squirrel needs to be shot. That's what I was going to say to you. This is what I liken it to. I love to do these metaphors, but when they took the toys out of the cereal, how disappointing. Because the biggest pleasure of eating the cereal was to get the toy. And, you know, or read the back of the box. Or hope that your mom would send for the bowl that you could get from the back of the box.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I fucking loved it. I
And you
remember.
got a lot of pleasure out of that. And I did send for those a couple times. But you take the toy out, and then the kid says, why did they take the toys out of the cereal? The parent is trying to explain that you could choke on the toy, or, you know, and somebody decided toys shouldn't be in the cereal. But how do you explain that to a child that was getting so much pleasure out of the toy that was in the cereal? Why keep taking things away from people?
Right.
We keep taking everything away from everybody. If you like chocolate cake, Adam, you should eat chocolate cake. You don't eat it every day.
Because you can't have any value if you don't. You can't have any real value outside of the value you embody if you don't have a spirit. If you're only your flesh, then the only value you can have is that value which you actually embody in the world. And therefore, if you're not contributing, you don't have any value anymore. You have no intrinsic value. You don't have any actually intrinsic value. Your value is only relative to your contribution to society or whoever's willing to protect you.
It's a sad existence.
Yeah, and it's easily fixable.
It is easily fixable. Play with the toy.
Go to church.
Play.
That's it.
Yeah, go to church.
As bad
Talk
as
to God.
as bad as evangelicals are, religious people. Now evangelicals fall out of their religion rather quickly. So it's not. This doesn't apply to evangelical people. But religious people in general are the exemplars of our society. You can go look into the statistics. Religious people are the exemplars of our society on a statistical level. If you're looking at a religious person, no matter what religion they are, you're probably looking at somebody who's a better person than most of their peers. On just a practical level. They live longer, healthier, happier lives of more purpose and belonging. They donate more time and money to charities. And if you don't, then that's if you don't include their donations to church, they still donate more time and money than non-religious people. And if you do include their donations to church, which are also charitable organizations, it's not even fucking close. It's not even remotely close.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you want to judge people by their contribution to society, religious people are the exemplars. On a statistical level, religious people are the exemplars of society.
And here's the thing. So people quit going to church, and in the last 30 years, that's when it became the worst. And that's when things became the worst.
Yep.
And now people can't, there's so much mental illness, there's so much drug addiction, there's so much, of all of that, because people are searching for joy in life and can't find it.
Yeah, because they have no spirit. Or they're being
They have
told
no spirit.
Or they're being told they're just a spirit trapped in a body, which is its own kind of heresy and is just as bad, if not worse.
Okay, they're mostly all God-fearing women, right? Most of them, like 90% of them go to church, follow their faith. That's how they hold that culture, that community together. They're the ones holding it together because if they weren't there, they would be just total.
Straight up. Straight. Yep. Now on that same note, it's because as women, they will only have kids with the fucking worst black guys. And so they're all single moms. Well, I don't know about that, but it doesn't, either way, it's just about like, it's the natural inclination to like guys who don't give a shit about anything. That's just women's natural inclination. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna go then. Jared, I love you. Yeah, call me in the morning though to make sure. Alright, love you, bye.
DMX want you to do after you stop and then drop.
Everyone has to abandon classical logic in order to justify their foundational claims. Everybody does. Every how do we change our name from Streamlabs? How do we change the name of the stream? Studio mode. No. Editor. How do you change the name of the stream and the all logical, algebraic, linguistic systems are fundamentally incomplete. They will have to rely on unverified, bare assertions. Anyone will. This is basically what Kant means by saying that we have no access to the actual thing. He's wrong because he has a bad ontology, but we don't have access to the actual thing in and of only our flesh and our reason. If we're only our flesh, and therefore only our reason, only the actual bouncing off of objects with each other, if we're only that, then we can't. Explain. You just have to make a bare assertion somewhere. You just have to say, well, that's just the way it is. Everything exists for a reason or whatever. And that's just, an assumption. You just have to make that assumption. But you don't call it faith because whatever. Anyway, that's what they're talking about here. It's all the same question. What is a thing? What do you mean by a thing to begin with? If you say religion is just a leap of faith, but everything is. Every linguistic, algebraic, referential system relies on unverified claims and has to. There will be axiomatic statements within the system that can't be explained by the system. Sorry if you don't like it. If you can't tell me what an object is, then you can't tell me what the objective world is. That's the problem. And that's fine. You can just take the objective world for granted. Bayes' theorem exists on an equal ontological level with the first noble truth of the Buddha, which is the second law of thermodynamics. I'm saying that they're both logically necessary within the conditions that the world you're talking about has possible states, more than one possible state. Any world that has more than one possible state will necessarily have entropy, which is that things will decay over time unless acted upon. And you're never going to want to accept that entropy. You're never going to do that. That's never going to be acceptable to you. You know, in certain types of entropy will be. But overall, you're either going to want everything to stay the same if you like it, or you're going to want it to change if you don't. I want to be able to see this fucking thing. I can't see that at all. Ooh, we're fucking zooming, dude. How are we going so fast? Oh, look at them fucking wings. You're either going to want everything to change or you're going to want it to stay the same, depending on how it's relating to your inner psyche. And you can't escape that. And it's not going to do that. It's not going to cooperate with you. The universe, existence, whatever you want to call it. It's just not going to cooperate with you. So you're going to, that's where all your suffering comes from. Because you know what should be the case, at least according to your own standard. You know what should be the case in your own mind, and the world is just not cooperating with you, so you feel like you need to escape it. I'm not a Buddhist, and I think that the Buddha got some things wrong, but I think that he didn't realize to his credit, he didn't put a name on what he had butted up against, what he had felt the experience of. And that is that there is an unbound, uncreated, and unformed. And that this is how we escape the bound, the created, and the formed. That's how we escape this relationship we have with entropy. What he didn't realize is that that's a thing. Now, it's not a thing like all the other things. It has a totally different existence than all of the other limited things, entropic things. But it's not a thing. If it was completely not a thing, then there'd be nothing there. There would be no escape, because that would not be a thing. It would not exist. That's why, like Nagarjuna, when you explore his concept of emptiness, you know, it's not nothing. It's not non-being. It's a radical kind of nothing, empty of all form. Well, that's the logos, to become a thing, ultimate reality must surround itself with its own negation. And by surrounding itself with its own negation willingly, that's what bridges the gap between this monism that we feel like has to be the case and the multiplicity that is very obviously the case. And it does so in a way that doesn't introduce illusions. This is a fully, your distinctness is not an illusion. You find your distinctness in your own negation, and you don't dissolve immediately because existence has also gone through that process for you. The weight of a merciful God is a terrible thing, or whatever they say. Like, I don't remember what they say, but it's really cool. Why do I got a fucking humpback here? Why am I the fucking hunchback of Notre Dame right now? This is why I would be a Trinitarian even if I wasn't. If there was no Bible ever, I would believe in a Trinitarian kenosis at the heart of reality. Because in order for things to fucking even exist as things, the only way to explain the objective world is that ultimate reality, whatever that is, the ultimate reality takes upon its own negation in the same way the rest of us do. And that's why the universe doesn't immediately collapse. Or otherwise the entire universe would immediately collapse. Entropy would just immediately take over. Or it would have never happened. Big Bang would have never happened in the first place.
weather alert. Alarm sandstorm is approaching.
No, it's not. No, the fuck. What? How could you do this to me?
shield on.
What was it? Oh, I went right into it. Oh. Worth it. So worth it. Jeez, bro. Calm down. Nobody throws a 5-hit combo, dude. What were you thinking? There's gotta be another little chest around here.
Get me a chocolate milk. Put it in a dirty glass. But unironically. Deep day. Beep, 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 day.
Someone's here. They're here.
Shit. This motherfucker is a tough motherfucker. All these fucking bitches are so strong. Look like mold. the problem here? What have I done? Good luck to you.
said he was coming. Hope I didn't. Oh, hi, Susan.
Really? That takes a fucking lot, though, huh? Boy. Drew. Check. Check. Where the fuck? Did I just like go right past them? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Right past him. Alright, buggy.
Plastic weave fabric. Ten on the way. It's only gonna be 43 spice melange. Just a little spice melange. Spot a little spice melange. Spot a bit of spice melange. I'm terrible at accents. That one came out really well though. Spot a bit of spice melange.
That some substance, like water, went through various changes of state, and that all things arose, had their genesis in that manner. What Heraclitus is saying is that what everything is made up out of is a dynamic flux that can't be pinned down and that is never in a static state. At no point do you find it in a static state. It's something that's always inherently in a dynamic flux. And that thing is integrally interconnected with consciousness, or what Heraclitus calls psyche, psyche. And the relationship between psyche and this dynamic flux has a logos to it. It has an order to it. Okay, and it expresses certain teleology. And this is very similar to what we eventually arrived at on the other side of atomism in the quantum theory that, describes the collapse of the quantum wave potential by consciousness. So Heraclitus, is so sophisticated in his ontological thinking that, Werner Heisenberg, I think, rightly saw his understanding of, the cosmic flux and its relationship to the mind as a precursor of quantum theory. And Heraclitus makes it very clear that he isn't saying there's no such thing as existence. In other words, it's not a view of pure becoming as opposed to being. It's that existence is always in a state of process, and this process does have a kind of teleology to it. And so when Aristotle claims that Plato developed the theory of forms because Heracliteans like Cratylus, Plato's teacher in his youth, thought that you couldn't know anything about things that are in a state of perpetual flux, this is not credible, okay? There's no way that Plato did not study Heraclitus for himself. There's no way that, this book that we call the Fragments today, that used to be called On Nature, isn't a book that Plato picked up and read for himself. He probably pored over it for years. And as a student of the Heraclitean school. And so even if Cratylus was such an imbecile that he misunderstood Heraclitus so badly that he says, Heraclitus shouldn't have said, you can't step into the same river twice, you can't even step into it once, because as your foot is going into the river, it's not the same river, the waters keep flowing, right? Even if Cratylus was such an imbecile to believe that Heraclitus was advocating a view of such sheer becoming that, you know, you couldn't know anything about objects, right? That, you know, knowledge was ruled out, and that we were going to wind up in a state of like perpetual skepticism regarding everything. There's no way that Plato wouldn't have understood Heraclitus better than Cratylus himself did, right? I mean, this is typical. Like, you go to study a certain doctrine with some teacher, and that teacher is a lame representative of that school of thought. And you're introduced to that school of thought through the particular teacher, but then you go and, you know, study the origins of that thought yourself, and you come to a better understanding of it than this person who, you know, gave you some introductory lessons concerning. And so I have to believe that that's the case in terms of Plato's understanding of Heraclitus. And I argue that it is the case on the basis of all kinds of remarks that Plato makes in Cratylus and Theaetetus in particular. There are two dialogue named after the Heraclitean teacher he had, Cratylus, and another dialogue, Theaetetus, in which, and you have to read my essay Pharmacon Artis to really be able to see, you know, how I do this, but in which, if you subtract the forms that Plato's setting forth, the account of the world that you're left with is a deep understanding of the teaching of Heraclitus. So basically, you can see from in between the lines of Cratylus and Theaetetus that Plato thought deeply about the doctrine of Heraclitus, but then he wants to make this straw man from out of Heraclitus the same straw man that Aristotle gives us when he says Plato studied with Cratylus. He saw that if you have this view of all things in flux, knowledge is not possible. And so he came up with the theory of forms as a way to build an epistemology, to build essentially what becomes the first theory of knowledge and the basis for science, ultimately.
Yeah.
But it requires making a straw man out of Heraclitus in order to do that. Because, see, essentially what Plato does is this. He takes Heraclitus and he turns him into this cardboard cutout where everything is in a state of flux. We can't know anything about physis, right? And in fact, the mind is not stable enough and separate enough from the flux of nature for the subject to predicate anything of objects that have independent existence. He turns this into the view of Heraclitus, right? So everything is flowing. You can't know anything about the dynamic physis that's, let's say, the material world, right? Hule, matter, is a dynamic physis that you can't know anything about because it's always flowing. Then he makes a straw man out of Parmenides.
Right.
And he said, okay, well, what can be salvaged from out of Parmenides is this idea of the one as what gives something enough coherence to be the particular thing that it is, namely to make it a substance. And he says, instead of there being this one that's synonymous with infinite and eternal being, which would render the entire world of multiplicity an illusion, there is a multiplicity of ones. There's a multiplicity of unities. And this multiplicity of unities interacts with or interferes with nature in a state of flux in order to give us the objects of our perceptible world that we experience. Wow. And here, the Pythagorean doctrine becomes significant because this multiplicity of ones, okay, that he's getting from Parmenides, he's adapting from out of Parmenides, it takes a mathematical form, which he's getting from the Pythagorean order. So remember, right. Pythagoras, quote unquote, believed the world is made of number. That's an oversimplification. But Pythagoras thought that the fundamental constructs of the physical world were geometric and mathematical in nature. So Plato takes the oneness of the one of Parmenides and he fuses it with the geometric quality of the fundamental nature of reality as Pythagoras elaborated it, and he creates these forms, which he compares to geometers' templates. The templates that geometers work with. Templates. They use them in machine shops also, even back in ancient Greece. The templates that, a craftsman, technitas, the craftsmen worked with. And so you have these templates that each have absolute and perfect unity, right? So the form of the circle is not circular. The form of the circle isn't round. And the form of heaviness isn't actually heavy. It doesn't weigh anything. Each of these forms is absolute, it's perfect, it's infinite and eternal in the same way as the one of Parmenides. But there's a multiplicity of these, and they're of a geometric or mathematical nature. And these infinite and eternal forms interfere with the flux of pure matter, of hyle, right, as a kind of a dynamic energy, the fire of Heraclitus. And from out of this interference, you get the objects of our world, the things that we experience, right? And also the finitude of the human mind as shaped by experience in a human body. Okay, this is how basically Plato develops the theory of forms by taking a straw man Heraclitus and a straw man Parmenides and fusing them together, also drawing on the mathematical thinking of Pythagoras. And I think the most complete form of this that you see in the Platonic corpus is in the dialogue Timaeus, Plato's dialogue Timaeus, where he talks about how the forms and matter, pure matter in a state of ceaseless flux and chaos, basically, I don't want to say intermix, but how they interact with each other in this void, in this chasm that he describes in Timaeus. And from out of this chasm, this interaction of forms and matter and flux produces the multifarious objects of our experience, of which we can predicate things, about which we can know things with reference to the achieving this one that's synonymous with infinite and eternal being, which would render the entire world of multiplicity an illusion. There is a multiplicity of ones. There's a multiplicity of unities. And this multiplicity of unities interacts with or interferes with nature in a state of flux in order to give us the objects of our perceptible world that we experience. Wow. And here, the Pythagorean doctrine becomes significant because this multiplicity of ones, okay, that he's getting from Parmenides, he's adapting from out of Parmenides, it takes a mathematical form, which he's getting from the Pythagorean order. So remember, right. Pythagoras, quote unquote, believed the world is made of number. That's an oversimplification. But Pythagoras thought that the fundamental constructs of the physical world were geometric and mathematical in nature. So Plato takes the oneness of the one of Parmenides and he fuses it with the geometric quality of the fundamental nature of reality as Pythagoras elaborated it. And he creates these forms, which he compares to geometers' templates. The templates that geometers work with. Templates. They use them in machine shops also, even back in ancient Greece. The templates that, a craftsman, technitas, the craftsmen worked with. And so you have these templates that each have absolute and perfect unity, right? So the form of the circle is not circular. The form of the circle isn't round. And the form of heaviness isn't actually heavy. It doesn't weigh anything. Each of these forms is absolute. It's perfect. It's infinite and eternal in the same way as the one of Parmenides. But there's a multiplicity of these, and they're of a geometric or mathematical nature. And these infinite and eternal forms interfere with the flux of pure matter, of hule, right, as a kind of a dynamic energy, the fire of Heraclitus. And from out of this interference, you get the objects of our world, the things that we experience, right? And
Yeah.
also the finitude of the human mind as shaped by experience in a human body. Okay, this is how basically Plato develops the theory of forms by taking a straw man Heraclitus and a straw man Parmenides and fusing them together, also drawing on the mathematical thinking of Pythagoras. And I think the most complete form of this that you see in the Platonic corpus is in the dialogue Timaeus, Plato's dialogue Timaeus, where he talks about how the forms and matter, pure matter in a state of ceaseless flux and chaos, basically, I don't want to say intermix, but how they interact with each other in this void, in this chasm that he describes in Timaeus. And from out of this chasm, this interaction of forms and matter and flux produces the multifarious objects of our experience, of which we can predicate things, about which we can know things with reference to the eternal forms, right? So our rational minds are of the same nature as these infinite and eternal forms. And although our minds are ensconced in souls that are further shaped by the conditions of our physical body, it's still possible for our minds to grasp and analyze the physical world in terms of these supposedly non-physical forms. And that's what gives us the basis for, episteme, or what later comes to be framed as scientific knowledge about the world.
Okay. I'm trying to show this in a way where we can see the timeline, because if I'm not mistaken, is it because Zeno, or not Zeno, Parmenides comes from what was a part of the Persian Empire, and which is modern day Turkey. He goes to Magna Graecia, which is Italy now, and was Pythagoras there before him? Is he going to the Pythagorean? So he basically joins this Pythagorean movement happening in Magna Graecia.
Parmenides?
Parmenides? Yeah. Is that what happens?
I haven't seen any evidence that he joined the Pythagorean order, but
that's what I'm asking. Are they separate?
Pythagoras was first.
Pythagoras is first. Parmenides comes from the east, sets up in the same general area as Pythagoras, but they have two different schools. Now, is this where Heraclitus, is he learning from both of these people? Is he coming? Because I think Heraclitus. Well, no, it's Heraclitus.
Both of them.
Right, but I'm saying Heraclitus, where does he fit in between Pythagoras and Parmenides? Is he is he part of one of those schools, or is he a completely different school? Are these three different schools?
Different school.
So we have three different schools.
At least. Gotcha. The interesting thing is that Heraclitus hated Pythagoras. They were both coming from out of the Persian Empire. I don't mean just geographically, right? Remember, Pythagoras studied for over a decade with the Magi, and then Heraclitus was invited by Darius to become the court philosopher of Iran. So they're both coming from out of this Persian spiritual, intellectual background, and yet Heraclitus hates Pythagoras and takes a few jabs at him in his fragments, where he basically says, he's like charlatan who came up with some new agey cosmopolitan doctrine and whatever.
Which is true though. Well, okay, so now I just want to lay that out. We have these three schools that are, all three of them seem to be somewhat tied to Persia. They both come to Italy, or they all come to I'm talking about those two. And then Heraclitus has his own thing. Now Plato, who's coming a century and a half later after Socrates, is learning about these schools, which are these other pre-Socratics. Now, so my question is this. This is very interesting what you're laying out, because we have these three schools of thought. Is Plato trying to unify them? What is he trying, and what is what is his goal in like straw manning these brilliant thinkers? What is he trying to do with these three schools of thought?
Yeah, okay, this is really the question. Okay, this is really the question. So, in order to answer that, we need to step back and look at the world into which Plato was born. Okay, and the time, and society of these men that we've discussed so far. Homer is often misunderstood as a literary figure and as a poet in the contemporary sense. That's not at all the case. If you read the Iliad and the Odyssey, and particularly the Iliad, which is believed to be actually older than the Odyssey, and there's some question about whether the Odyssey, the Iliad and the Odyssey were both oral traditions. And this Homer, who at some point wrote them down, was a particular bard who sort of codified what was for a long time before that, centuries before that, an oral tradition. But the world that's revealed by the Iliad and the Odyssey is one where basically people are the playthings of fate, and are at the whim of the gods and don't have hardly a thought that's their own or a conscience of their own. At any moment when someone, quote unquote, comes up with an idea in the Iliad, it's because some god suddenly came in and gave them a particular inspiration,
like
put a certain thought into their head.
Eros comes up with his bow and strikes you. Now you're in love with somebody. That's
or
the idea.
When Achilles is seized by anger, or when Achilles is seized by anger, or when any passion that seizes a person is attributed to the influence of a certain god, and they would hear these gods, and sometimes they would see these gods, and there's no sense of personal conscience. All of the actions taken by the heroes or the villains in the Iliad are basically either dictates of one or another god, or they reflect some deeply ingrained social custom and ritual. We're dealing with a completely ritualistic society of custom, an incredibly conservative traditional society, wherein there was no distinction even between nature and culture, right? Like the same way that birds had certain habits, they had a certain way of life that was proper to them. It was proper for women to be in the kitchen, and to take care of the domestic sphere. That wasn't considered an aspect of a particular culture, and the migratory patterns of birds are an aspect of nature. The distinction between nature and culture is something that was defined by the first philosophers to begin with. It didn't exist in the world of the Iliad. So all of these actions taken by various figures like Agamemnon and Achilles and so forth in the Homeric world are either based on what was expected customarily, or they are they're things that the gods commanded. There's no personal conscience or sense of free will even that would allow for conscientious action. And the other important point is that the medium of the Homeric, let's call it whatever, sagas, the medium of the Homeric epics, was something akin to rap music. It was recited and performed in a way where the tempo and modality of the poetic performance was meant to sort of contagiously move the audience in a way where they embodied the message being delivered through the medium. A book that's been written about this is Eric Havelock's Preface to Plato. So I refer people to that, Havelock's argument in Preface to Plato, where he's saying that we shouldn't think of Homer as poetry in anything like a contemporary sense. It's more like a cultural encyclopedia of, for example, there's huge passages on shipbuilding in the Iliad, like how to build ships.
He's the internet.
That knowledge was transmitted through this poetry, quote unquote, via the oral.
The Orphic and Homeric hymns are the predecessor of the internet. Is that? Would you agree with that statement?
Well, there's something to that in the sense that the internet is becoming yet again a kind of highly mimetic medium. The core idea in Eric Havelock's study, Preface to Plato, is the idea of mimesis, or mimicry, like action that's highly imitative, in which there's no reflection, right? So it's like, highly imitative embodiment of the message being conveyed by a medium without any personal reflection or critical thought about it. And so this is exactly what takes place today, let's say, with bad rap music, not the kind of rap music that occasionally has like thought-provoking messages to it, or like revolutionary political rap, but like gangster rap, the old bling bling gangster rap about money and cars and hoes and et cetera and whatever, right? And the people who listen to this rap, and you can see them like on subways when and they're moving their bodies in a certain way as they listen to the rap.
The Bacchic revelers were like this. They were just full energy, full, just going with it, just going hard. Like that would be the equivalent of what that rap is.
Yeah. And so when you say the internet is like that, it's because in a way, like we are being, how can I put it, barbarized, or kind of like being reduced again to a kind of pre-rational, pre-reflective state through the intense mimesis, the mimetic power of the internet, right? It's okay. That's a whole critique that's a side conversation. But point being, Plato was dealing with a society where that's what poetry is. And this poetry is totally corrupting children with all kinds of stories about, sadistic and manipulative gods like Zeus, who use people as their playthings and engage in, rape all the time on, using various disguises. And so he considered this totally deleterious to the development of the moral fiber of children. And when he bans the poets in his Republic, this is the kind of poetry he's talking about. He's not talking about poetry in the contemporary sense. He's very specifically taking aim at Homer.
Okay, let me jump in for 1 second. Yeah. This question is about to lead up to, I know this is going to be the one. This is going to be you're going to enjoy this question, because but
let's not forget the previous question. I'm still trying to come around to answering, why did he make a straw man out of Parmenides and Heraclitus?
Okay, you know what? You're right. Let's do that first. Go ahead.
But don't forget it. Don't forget this.
Yeah, I got my note, though. I got a really good question that's going to follow up.
All right. So here's the thing. In the context of this culture of mimesis, of unreflective imitation, and the basically unthinking absorption of traditional cultural values, right? In what had for centuries been an oral culture, these sages like Parmenides, Heraclitus, Pythagoras are breaking out of that, and they're teaching people to think for themselves. But the people who they're teaching are an extremely minuscule elite, okay? And by elite, I don't necessarily just mean wealthy people, although that tended to be the class of people in the Pythagorean schools in Sicily, for example. But they were teaching, at the very least, we can say, a very rarefied spiritual elite. And so they had the luxury of engaging in very esoteric manners of expression, very cryptic and profoundly thought-provoking formulations of the kind that you find in Heraclitus and in Parmenides. And in the school of Pythagoras, I mean, the guy didn't even write down anything. It was not permitted at his time, in his own time, to write down his teaching. And he had two grades of followers, at least, one of which was in front of the curtain, sitting at his feet, and the others of which had to sit behind a curtain that separated him from them. So Pythagoras is the original man behind the curtain. That's where the expression comes from.
Wow.
So point being, these esoteric sages were not really changing the society of the time. And in fact, when the Pythagorean order was in danger of reshaping the society of Sicily, when it started to have significant sociopolitical influence, the aristocrats riled up the mob and they set fire to the Pythagorean schools. And this is how Pythagoras ultimately died himself. He either died in the fire or from, wounds that he sustained during the burning of the Pythagorean schools by the mobs of Sicily, who were riled up by aristocrats. So Plato's look, and then of course, Plato sees how his own teacher Socrates is executed by the Democratic Assembly of Athens for provoking people to think for themselves and question authority and question custom and tradition. And so Plato realizes that it's not enough to express yourself in this esoteric and cryptic form and convey deep truths by that means, the way that Heraclitus and Parmenides did. You have to build a theory of knowledge that you can institutionalize in an academy, which then becomes responsible for educating the youth, rather than allowing them to be corrupted by what they're absorbing through Homer, for example, right? And in point of fact, Plato does set up the first academy. But, what we have to remember about Plato, who sets up the first academy, is that before he met Socrates, he was an aspiring tragic poet. He had written this tragedy that he was going to submit to a competition in the theater of Dionysus. And the story is that after he heard Socrates talk, he burned his great tragedy in an offering to Prometheus. He calls forth the god of fire and burns his great tragedy that he was going to enter into this competition and all of the rest of the poetry he had written up to that point, and decides to become a student of Socrates. But he's coming from the background of having been a tragic poet. And of course, Dionysus is the god associated with tragedy. And then it's reputed that Plato, when he died, was discovered to have had a copy of Aristophanes' comedies under his pillow, which he slept on every night.
Wow.
Okay, which he took to bed with him. And when you look at the symposium, toward the end of Plato's symposium, there's this conversation between Aristophanes, who appears as a character in that dialogue, and a representative of comedy, and Agathon, who's a tragedian. And Aristophanes and Agathon, after everybody else has fallen to sleep, they're all drunk and they're falling asleep. They're all sprawled all over the floors. These two are the last ones awake. And as the dawn is rising, they're having a conversation about whether there could be a new form of art beyond the binary of tragedy and comedy. And I think that this is what Plato wanted philosophy to be, that he's conceiving of philosophy as a new art form that embraces the best qualities of both the tragic view of the world that you see in like Heraclitus and comedy. In other words,
is this where you get the satires? This is where you get the satires from? They try to merge the two together?
Yeah, and okay. In Symposium, Alcibiades, who is this scandalous politician and disciple of Socrates, actually people say he was trying to become Socrates' lover. Alcibiades gives this eulogy of Socrates with the Maenads all dancing around to the flute tunes of Dionysus. Okay, this is the backdrop. As this Dionysian ritual is taking place and everyone's drinking and they're playing the Dionysian flutes and the Maenads are all dancing around, Alcibiades gives us this eulogy of Socrates. And he says Socrates is a trickster. He is a pharmacus, a witch doctor who has brought us a pharmacon. It was snake poison that was used by traditional doctors as a cure. So in the right amount, it's a medicine,
Venom.
But in excessive doses, it will kill you. And he says he's been subjected to the venom of Socrates' poison, and it's driven him mad. and that Socrates deploys all these arguments in an apparently rational manner, but really what he's trying to do is drive a person toward a kind of divine madness. And he admits to having been driven there himself by Socrates. And so we get this. Why does Plato present this image of Socrates in Symposium? And why, in the same dialogue, does Socrates say that Eros is the only thing that he's ever understood and the only thing that he worships? Socrates says this in Symposium. Excuse me, what happened to the forms?
Right.
Right? So Diotima, he had this teacher, Socrates had this teacher, Diotima, who, according to Plato and how he writes the Symposium, taught Socrates this great mystery of Eros as the ultimate,
Did a video on this.
Enigma, the ultimate secret, right? That, divine love, in the sense of the erotic,
Yeah.
is somehow the ultimate key to wisdom, right? And essentially, it's a Western form of Tantra, okay? And
he lays out how he said, look at the stories of Homer. Every time a character's in trouble, Eros comes, he strikes his bow, and makes one of these lovely ladies fall in love with the hero and save them. Eros is always, he said, Eros, according to Longus from the novel Daphnis and Chloe, Eros has more power than Zeus himself. He has the power over all the elements. That's like, what? What the hell is Socrates talking about?
Yeah, and what happened to the forms? So look, if you go back to Plato's Republic, there are some rather cryptic remarks that he makes.
This was my question. This was going to be my question. Because in Plato's Republic, he says, Homer's no good. No. Homer has Achilles in Hades crying. That can't be we cannot have this. We need a cosmology where the good people go to heaven and experience eternal bliss, and the bad people go to Hades, not Achilles going to Hades. And so my question is Plato setting up the cosmology of Judeo-Christianity?
Okay, so now I was going to go to Republic, but let me just make a brief aside here that's relevant to how you frame this question. In Phaedo, the death dialogue, the dialogue where Socrates drinks the hemlock and martyrs himself, Socrates' disciples are all around him. His friends are surrounding him, and he says that he tells them they shouldn't worry because he's going to a place where he's going to be surrounded by all the best men, essentially an afterlife populated by the virtuous, and lays out, as you put it yourself, a kind of prototype for the Christian vision of heaven. And he basically, how is this set up? Let me actually read you the passage. It's because it's quite striking. This friend or disciple of Socrates is Cebes, or Cebes, says to him, probably even in us, there is a little boy who has these childish terrors. Try to persuade him not to be afraid of death, as though it were a bogey. What you should do, said Socrates, is to say a magic spell over him every day until you have charmed his, and that they shouldn't, excessively mourn his death. And so then Socrates comes back with, quote, if I did not expect to enter the company first of other wise and good gods, and secondly of men now dead who are better than those who are in this world now, it is true that it would be unjust for me not to grieve at death. As it is, you can be assured that I expect to find myself among good men. While I would not particularly insist on this, I assure you that I could commit myself upon this point if I could upon anything. One more time. while I would not particularly insist on this, I assure you that I could commit myself upon this point if I could upon anything, unquote. All right. This is a disaster, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, in the same dialogue, Phaedo, these quotes were from Phaedo. In the same dialogue, Socrates says, Plato, of course, in the mouth of Socrates, says that we can't have any true knowledge while we're inside the body. That we can only have approximate knowledge, and that true knowledge can only be attained through total freedom from the senses.
Wow.
Objective, absolute knowledge can only be attained when our mind has been freed from our body and its distorted perception of things, and we're able to perceive sort of like as if from the vantage point of the realm of forms. Okay? But he's presenting a vision of the afterlife where that's not the case. When he wants to reassure his disciples, he's presenting like what becomes the classic sensuous afterlife of, let's say, Christianity.
Like faith, right? Having faith.
And that's, in that state, you have what's called a soma pneumaticon. That's what the Greeks called it, the spectral body. Soma pneumaticon. It is a world where you still have perception and you still have sensations even. Now, here's a further problem. This heavenly afterlife that he presents us with in Phaedo contradicts what he writes in Republic in the myth of error. In the myth of the story of this soldier error, myth is not the right word. In this tale of error in Republic, we're presented with basically like what we would call today an NDE, a near-death experience account, where this guy Air sort of dies and lives to tell the tale, comes back and lives to tell the tale of what the afterlife is like. What is the transition between death and rebirth like? Because, of course, Plato argues in favor of reincarnation. Right?
And the Orphics use this as the secret knowledge of what to do when you go to Hades and how to reincarnate the right way and keep your memory.
Yes,
like
Plato studied all these things, right? So, but the thing is this, the story of error portrays a kind of afterlife transition between death and rebirth that's actually very similar to what we see in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the
Absolutely.
Mahayana Buddhist account of the Bardo state. And it is not the same as what Plato says to reassure his disciples in the Phaedo. They conflict with each other.
Absolutely.
And the account of Phaedo conflicts with what Plato says about knowledge only being possible once we free our mind entirely from the senses, because the Bardo state, or the state of the Soma Pneumaticon, is still a sensuous state. And so this stuff doesn't make sense, okay?
No.
And the guy, obviously not a moron. He's not contradicting himself. He's saying these apparently contradictory things for a reason. Let me present one more.
And everything you're saying this is what I've been wondering about Plato since I've been reading about him. Like, what is going on with Plato? And it seems that he's changing. He wants to change the norms of what people think about reality in the afterlife. Go ahead.
So one more point that's relevant to this death scene, to the account that we get in Phaedo of Socrates' last days. His disciples show up and they see him writing poems based on Aesop's fables. These animal stories, the animal stories with a moral about donkeys and things.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there in his last days writing poems based on Aesop's fables. And they ask him basically, like, what are you smoking? Like, have you lost your mind, Socrates? Like, what are you doing, man? This is how you're spending your last days? And this is what Socrates says in reply. He says, quote, now let's keep in mind, right now, this is the Plato who's writing this is the guy who in Republic has claimed that the poets should be banned.
Right.
Because they're corrupting the morals of the youth. And he thinks there should be very narrow like limits on like what kind of poetic compositions there are for the sake of edification and inculcation of virtue in the youth. This is the guy who's writing what I'm about to read. He goes, Socrates says, to his disciples who are wondering if he's lost his marbles, versifying Aesop. Quote, I did not compose the poetry to rival either Evenus or his poetry. I did it in the attempt to discover the meaning of certain dreams and to clear my conscience in case this was the art which I had been told to practice. It's like this, you see. In the course of my life, I've often had the same dream, appearing in different forms at different times, but always saying the same thing. Socrates, practice and cultivate musicae, the arts, in the sense of poetry, musicae. Socrates, make music. In the past, I used to think that it was impelling and exhorting me to do what I was actually doing. I mean that the dream, like a spectator encouraging a runner in a race, was urging me on to do what I was doing already. That is, practicing the arts, because philosophy is the greatest of the arts, and I was practicing it. But when my trial had taken place and this God's festival was delaying my execution, I decided that in case it should be this popular form of art that the dream intended me to practice, I ought to compose and not disobey. I reflected that a poet ought to work on stories, not discourses. And I was no story writer, so it was the stories that I knew and had handy which I versified. Aesop's, the first ones that occurred to me. So, okay, this is a diabolical writer.
Yeah.
What is he telling us here? He's telling us something about the relationship between the Dionysian essence of the poetic and the kind of art that Plato sought to produce in his youth as a tragedian, on the one hand, and the Apollonian rationalism of what becomes Plato's philosophical project on the other hand, as exemplified by the theory of forms. And the same Socrates who's telling us this ridiculous and unbelievable thing, namely that, oops, maybe I was supposed to versify children's stories and animal fables instead of doing philosophy. Maybe that's what this voice, this daimon, was telling me all my life, that I should make music, right? And I wasted my whole life. So I'll make up for it by making poems of, animal fables that I read in childhood. No. So this ridiculous story is really another way that Plato is signaling the fact that there's an esoteric and unwritten doctrine here. That when Socrates says in the Symposium, the only thing I've ever understood and that I've devoted myself to worship in life is eros. Again, Dionysian power, right? And so now where I was going to go before, and I think is a good time to loop back around to it, is these passages in Republic where Plato is comparing the forms to the diagrams drawn by geometers. And so look, according to the conventional understanding of the theory of forms, you obviously can't see forms, right? So you can, no matter how perfect the circle you draw is, it's not a representation of the form of the circle. Mm-hmm. Nor is a perfect triangle the form of the triangle, right? The geometric diagrams that are drawn on blackboards or whatever, or these days that are formulated by computer code, are not the form of that geometrical object. I mean, if you zoom in enough on what appears to be a perfect triangle generated by a computer, it's going to pixelate at some point, okay? Even if you were to print out what appears to be a perfect triangle using individual atoms, right? In molecular nanotechnology, if you use an electron microscope, it's going to also pixelate. So nothing we can craft in this world will represent the perfect circle or the perfect triangle or the perfect square or whatever, right?
Doesn't that debunk Plato?
Well, no, but here's the thing, right? Plato claims that the forms exist in this invisible realm, right? That they're beyond the physical world. But here's the thing, is that I don't think he really believes that.
No, me neither.
There are passages in Republic where he compares the invisible forms to the diagrams drawn by geometers. Okay, try to grasp this point. This is a little bit of a subtle point. So the diagrams drawn by geometers can never represent forms. They're infinite, they're eternal, they exist in this realm beyond the physical world. So Plato shouldn't be comparing forms, the real forms, the transcendental forms, to the diagrams drawn by geometers. But he does do this. He does do this in Republic. I'll give you the passage in a minute. Let me lay it out. And what he says is that these forms are meant, like the diagrams used by geometers, to act as step ladders in order to help us intellectually grasp or spiritually grasp with our mind's eye the form of the good. So all the other forms are simply step ladders or useful tools like geometers' diagrams to help us grasp the form of the good. The way that geometers use the drawing of a circle on a board to help someone understand what a circle is as an abstract definition. And with equal significance, Plato says, I was afraid that if I, and he said, okay, so that was Republic, what I just laid out there, and I'll give you the passage numbers in a minute. And then in Phaedo, he says that I was afraid that if I contemplated the form of the good directly, I would go blind the way someone who looks into the sun does. And so I took refuge in the realm of ideas, and so I took recourse to ideas, meaning the forms.
Right.
So what are these forms then? Are they constructs that are meant to help you not go blind intellectually and spiritually? And what's the relationship between that looking straight into the sun and the madness that Plato talks about in Phaedrus?
Divine madness.
And that Alcibiades accuses Socrates of having driven him to in Symposium, the divine madness. Okay. So let me just take a moment to give some references here. The geometer's diagrams that I was talking about, that's in Republic 510 to 511c, 510c to 511c, where he's saying that all the other forms are there only so that you can contemplate the form of the good, and they're like tools, they're like geometer's diagrams. And then the passage where he says that he was afraid he'd go blind by staring straight into the sun if he contemplated the form of the good directly, that's in Phaedo 99d to 100a. Phaedo 99d to 100a. Specifically, he says, quote, I thought that in the contemplation of true existence, I ought to be careful that I did not lose the eye of my soul, as people may injure their bodily eye by observing and gazing on the sun during an eclipse, unless they take the precaution of only looking at the image reflected in the water or in some analogous medium. I was afraid that my soul might be blinded altogether if I looked at things with my eyes, and I thought that I had better have recourse to the world of idea and seek there the truth of things. Okay, the world of idea, meaning the realm of forms. Now I want to look at two really important letters that Plato wrote. One is the seventh letter. They're referred to as Plato's epistles, the letters that Plato wrote to various people.
Right.
One is the seventh letter, and one is the second letter. And significantly, the second letter, Plato's second letter, is a letter that he wrote to Dionysius II of Syracuse.
Oh my God, this is gonna lead up to another good question. Go ahead. Because doesn't he try to kill Plato later? Plutarch writes a story. It's one of the tyrants of Sicily or Syracuse tries to kill Plato, and then Plato had to get out of there by the.
Oh, yes, I thought you said cure. No, yes, kill. No. Yeah. It's a disaster. So,
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Plato. And this is also a really important point to grasp in terms of the philosopher living his ideas. A philosopher as someone who doesn't just sit in an ivory tower, but wants to change the world, okay? Wants his ideas to reshape society. Plato attempted to implement his conception of the ideal society. He went to Syracuse in contemporary Italy, southern Italy, and he attempted through a follower of his in the court of Dionysius the Elder, Dionysius the First, a guy named Dion, who was part of the family of Dionysius, was a follower of Plato. And this Dion gave him basically, Plato, a foothold in the royal court of Syracuse. And Plato tried to influence the son of Dionysius to not be a tyrant like his father, and basically mold him into the type of philosopher king that he portrays in Republic. And long story short, Dionysius gets rubbed the wrong way by this, and his courtiers convince him that Plato's out to wreck the conservative traditional society of Syracuse. And he has Plato sold into slavery.
Yeah.
And some rich guy bails Plato out basically and buys his freedom, and Plato escapes back to Athens. Then Dionysius dies. Dionysius the First dies, and Dionysius the Second comes to power, and Dion, who's his uncle, Dion is the uncle of Dionysius the Second, he winds up with more influence at court, and so he basically implores Plato to come back and try again. And Plato comes back and he tries again, now to shape Dionysius II, a monarch who's actually on the throne. And the second letter is a letter to this Dionysius II of Syracuse, which Plato writes to him after Plato is forced to flee again. Plato is forced, at the risk of his life, to flee for a second time.
Yeah, Plutarch says that I think it was the second Dionysius wanted to kill Plato and almost did, was very close to doing it.
Yes. And then, get this, he repents. At some years later, Dionysius II has a change of heart, and he convinces Dion to beg Plato to come back for a third time to Syracuse. And he agrees he's going to let Plato and Syracuse with his ideas for social engineering and so forth. And it ends badly for a third time. And the third time, as Dionysius II basically, conspires to execute both Plato and Dion, Dion leads a coup d'etat against the government of his nephew and tries to take power directly, basically as a representative of Plato's philosophical project. And Dion is killed in the process, and Plato has to escape Syracuse, for the third time, right? So he basically. No, and this is very important.
This is the same geographical location where Parmenides and Pythagoras and all these guys are.
Yes.
So this is a huge thing for the Western civilization. Like, all these events are shaping the world today in a weird way, in the ripple effect way. Yeah.
But no, this is really important in terms of understanding the concept of the noble lie. Okay, this is an idea that Plato brings up in. I'm going to come back to the letters. I know we're going on a tangent, but it's still relevant to setting this up. What Plato's misadventure in Syracuse is very important to understanding the noble lie as an applicable concept. In 414 to 415 in Republic, Plato introduces this idea of a lie that would be noble, a deception that would be, that would be of merit and would have, that would be virtuous, a virtuous deception. Okay, he introduces this idea at 414 to 415 in the context of the so-called myth of metals, where he's saying that, we have this tripartite society with the guardians or the philosopher rulers at the top, the military class of basically, noble-minded knights in the middle, and then the general citizenry of farmers and business people in the third tier. And he's saying that as part of getting people to accept this type of structure, in society, which is, of course, a meritocratic structure because people are educated. They all receive the same general education, and it's throughout the course of their education that it's determined which class of society they belong in. But as part of getting people to accept this kind of meritocratic, tripartite class division of society, we'll inculcate them from childhood with the myth that the gods have mixed one or another metal into their soul. And the philosopher rulers have gold mixed into their soul. The noble warrior caste has silver mixed into its soul. And the general populace of farmers and merchants have bronze. And so that's the context in which he introduced it. So in other words, this is bullshit, okay? It's a lie, it's some myth. But children should be brought up with this myth because it's constructive to reinforcing what is actually a noble attempt to replace the arbitrary aristocracy and kind of quasi-feudal society of the time with a meritocratic system, right? So it's serving to actually reward individuals for their merit as expressed through their performance in the course of their education. So that's what makes it a noble lie. And then this noble lie comes up 2 more times. Once in the context of how marriages will be set up with a view to eugenic breeding. So in the Republic, the philosopher rulers and the military class are all married to each other. They have kind of a common marriage. It's like basically free love. Okay, the men and women in the ruling class and the men and women who serve as soldiers basically have a communal life where they're all sleeping with one another. The general populace, though, have marriages and have families, but the marriages are arranged with a view to eugenic breeding. In other words, the people with the best genes should be the ones who get together in order to produce children free from diseases and deformities and so forth, and the brightest children and so forth. Plato is the father of the concept of eugenics. But he says, to make this go down easier, we'll tell the general populace that, we're going to hold certain lotteries that determine who they get to marry, what group of people are their eligible mates. And this is the second application of the noble lie in service of the eugenic breeding program. The third and final example of the noble lie is the most important, though, and the most relevant to our general conversation. And that's where Plato says, again, going back to his attack on Homer and how all the sadism and brutality in the Iliad, for example, is deleterious to the development of the youth. Plato says that, look, these religious myths that we have are ancient, and we don't know whether what they're depicting is something that ever really took place. We have little knowledge of vast antiquity. And so we should spin these myths. We should rewrite them in ways that are more constructive to the development of the youth and frame a religion that portrays gods and goddesses and so forth in a way that will serve as an ethical example for the children brought up with this religion. And the guardians, the philosopher rulers, don't have to believe in this religion. It's not true, but it's constructive for developing a society oriented toward actual discovery of the truth. In other words, a society where science can flourish.
Yeah.
And okay, so now you got to understand, we're dealing now with an incredibly duplicitous person. This person is proposing restructuring the entire religion of the society based on lies and creating a false religion which the rulers themselves won't believe in, but which they'll get the majority of the population to believe in, because that type of religion, that I don't want to call it a cult, will actually foster scientific thinking in the long run and will be more conducive to the development of reflective, critical, and strong individuals, which seems a little paradoxical, right? But it's the idea that you have to force people to be free. And on the way to doing that, on the way to forcing people to think for themselves, you need to give them certain constructive fables, myths, right? Ideas that may be false, but that will be thought-provoking and that will that will cultivate virtue in them. Okay, so these are the different examples of the use of the noble lie. And as I said at the beginning, what I'm suggesting is that this entire theory of forms is itself a noble lie. So to get back to that argument, right? We were talking about the sun, which if you stare straight at, and by the way, the metaphor of a sun that never sets is at the heart of the writings of Heraclitus. So I think that Plato is getting the simile of the sun straight from out of his years as a Heraclitean in his youth. And in the context of this whole discussion of how, until and unless you're ready for it, contemplating the good, the form of the good, can blind you intellectually. It can drive you mad spiritually, right? And so you need something like the forms as a sort of safety net on the way to that. In the context of all of that, let me read what Plato says in some key passages of these two letters. This is the 7th letter and the 2nd letter, the one to Dionysius of Syracuse. In the 7th letter, Plato writes, "This much, at any rate, I can affirm about any present or future writers who pretend to knowledge of the matters with which I concern myself, whether they claim to have been taught by me or by a third party, or to have discovered the truth for themselves. In my judgment, it is impossible that they should have any understanding of the subject. No treatise by me concerning it exists or ever will exist. If I thought that any adequate spoken or written account could be given to the world at large, what more glorious life work could I have undertaken than to put into writing what would be of great benefit to mankind and to bring the nature of reality to light for all to see? But I do not think that the attempt to put these matters into words would be to men's advantage, except to those few who can find out the truth for themselves with a little guidance. That is why any student of serious realities will shrink from making truth the helpless object of men's ill will by committing it to writing. In a word, the conclusion to be drawn is this: when one sees a written composition, whether it be on law by a legislator or on any other subject, one can be sure if the writer is a serious man, that his book does not represent his most serious thoughts. They remain stored up in the noblest region of his personality." Unquote. And now one short passage from the 2nd letter, his letter to Dionysius II of Syracuse. Quote, "Take precautions lest this teaching ever be disclosed among untrained people. It is impossible for what is written not to be disclosed. That is the reason why I have never written anything about these things and why there is not and will not be any written work of Plato's own. Farewell and believe. Read this letter now at once many times and burn it."
Wow.
Unquote. So Plato never wrote his philosophy. All these writings we have, the most voluminous intellectual work that survived the destruction of the Library of Alexandria and so forth, the corpus of Plato, does not represent the teaching of Plato. What Plato wrote were plays. He was a tragedian. He was a trained playwright. Remember, he burned his plays when he met Socrates. He torched them and dedicated the burning of his plays to Prometheus and called for the god of fire to inspire him in his next endeavor, which is his philosophical project. But he did that at the theater of Dionysius and as someone who's coming from out of the Dionysian tragic, poetic tradition, a tradition of ecstasy, of mystical frenzy, right? Of the contemplation of beauty as the key to understanding the nature of the divine. And so I think that Plato's unwritten doctrine, which he tells us exists, right, in the 7th letter and in the 2nd letter, He says his true teaching remains unwritten. So meaning what? Meaning we have to read between the lines of the dialogues if we want to understand, what Plato actually thought. And we have to read between the lines to understand what the hell Plato was trying to do in Syracuse, or why Plato thought that noble lies needed to be employed for the sake of reshaping society beneficently. Okay? So this is what I argue in The Pharmakon Artist, that Plato, and of course the name of that essay is a play on words, right? Pharmakon, it's the snake poison that's also a medicine in the right dose, which is what Socrates is accused of dispensing. He's being accused of being a pharmacuse, but obviously my title, The Pharmakon Artist, has con artist in it.
Oh, right? Nice.
So he's and in a way, I mean, Alcibiades accuses Socrates of being a con man in Symposium. Why would Plato write that? He builds up this character, this great tragic martyr, seeker of truth, enlightenment, and he allows Alcibiades, he gives him the stage with the Maenads playing the Dionysian flute tunes in Symposium to portray Socrates as a kind of trickster, con man, basically magician, witch doctor, right? Because Plato's telling us something about himself and who and what he really is, what he's up to.
Wow. Now, when Plato talks about how what you want for a society is that you want them to think that their laws are not only divinely from God, but they're the most ancient and they go back to the beginning of time. And when you weigh this up with what is being said in, for example, the Old Testament, and there are some people who now are theorizing that the Septuagint came first and the Hebrews came, regardless if that's true or not. Even if it's not true, there could be on the other side, there could be that this Old Testament myth fits so well with what Plato envisioned that the people in Alexandria said, let's put this together. It's this Septuagint, that's Ptolemaic Empire, that is Greek, obviously, and they have the libraries and they have Plato's writings. Are they putting together what becomes the myth of the Western civilization as we know it, Judeo-Christianity? That's the question, I think. Is Plato the one who constructs this?
I don't know. I don't know if you realize the profundity and terror implicit in the question that you just framed. I mean, it is perhaps the single most disturbing question that we could grapple with about the history of Western civilization and by extension, the entire world that's been conquered and dominated by the West.
And hold on, let me just stop for a second.
Yeah.
All the hours of us talking as leading up to this question right here, it literally has been. And this is like the question. Did Plato construct what became the myth of the West, the religion of the Western civilization as we know it? The universal church.
So, okay. I answered this question, not in The Pharmakon Artist, although, I'm developing an embryonic phase of it there. I'm planting the seeds for it there. But I answer this question of yours at the heart of Iranian Leviathan. In the series of chapters that goes from the one I mentioned earlier, Emperor of Noble Lies, where I'm portraying Darius the Great as a noble liar in the style of the Platonic philosopher king, all the way through Hassan Sabah, the leader of the Order of Assassins at Alamut Fortress, claiming that nothing is true and everything is permitted, and that the entire Quran, with its sunnat, its Sharia law, was a noble lie. Okay? In the series of chapters in Iranian Leviathan, which includes a treatment of the origin of the Old Testament under the influence of Mithraists, who were the patrons of Jewish Pharisees that set up the Second Temple state after Cyrus and Darius rebuilt the Temple of Solomon. Okay, I have a whole treatment of that. That chapter is comically titled Tekel Tekel Mene Shekel. And it's about the relationship between the Persians and the Jews and how Judaism was created and why.
And you also have so many commonalities between the Mithraic orders and the early Christians. So much. They're even using the same worship places.
Right. So now, look, this is like a whole other conversation.
This could be, yeah.
Okay. But in a nutshell, the answer to your question is that a case can be made that people who understood very well what Plato's esoteric project was, and people who knew how to deploy, mobilize in the most sophisticated way on the highest level or at the deepest level, if you want to put it that way, engineered the Abrahamic revelation, the biblical religion, as a catalyst for the transformation of society. But the catalyst was not intended to get people to become good Jews or later good Christians or even later good Muslims. The catalyst was intended to get people to go to the devil. The purpose of the catalyst was to confront people with an image of divinity that ought to be rejected and resisted by the conscience of the human individual.
Whoa.
It was a pharmacon. Remember, pharmacon. It's poison. If you don't take to it the right way, it will kill you. It's a snake bite, like the snake in the Garden of Eden. Why would you tell a story like that, by the way? If your point is to get people to believe in Yahweh, why do you even have the whole narrative of the serpent offering the fruit of the tree of knowledge to Adamic man? Why? Why even include the story about the fallen angels and how they taught humanity to rebel against the Elohim? Why even have the Tower of Babel in there? I mean, if you just want to instill paternalistic, patriarchal, collectivistic obedience into a society, write like Confucius. Don't tell us about this serpent and about these rebel angels and about this Tower of Babel. What are you trying to do here? Instigate rebellion. Give people models of challenging authority. That's very Plato. So, wow. Okay, so here's the thing. My view is very radically divergent from the common understanding of the relationship between both Christian scholasticism and Plato, and then later Islamic scholasticism and Plato, because Plato was as important to the medieval Muslim thinkers as he was to the Catholic scholastics. Conventionally, it's believed, and even Nietzsche subscribed to this idea, that Christianity is Platonism for the masses. Right. And that the Christian scholastics, Aquinas, before him, Augustine, and so on and so forth, they basically adapted elements of Plato into, aspects of the Christian faith by making them more amenable to a popular understanding, right?
But what you just did is you just answered the question that scholars have been dumbfounded by, is the closer we get to the origins of Christianity, the closer we get to the beginning, the more diverse it is, the more Gnostics there are, the more opposing there are. There's people who literally say that Yahweh is evil and that Cain was good because he wasn't offering blood sacrifices. They start off that way. They don't become that way later on. They start off that way because they're seeing the duality within the stories. You choose a side. You're choosing a side.
And so I believe it's a travesty.
You're right, dude.
For the Christian scholastics to frame Plato as, quote, a virtuous pagan, unquote. Like he would have been a Christian if he were alive today. No. Plato is out to create the devil. That's his aim. Plato wants to he wants to basically promulgate diabolane, what the Greeks called diabolane, a dynamic tension, a throwing through of opposites. This is what his dialectical method is about. It's why his dialogue, it's why he wrote dialogues, and it's why his writings are structured in the conversational and oppositional way that they are, because he wants people to set positions against one another. He assumes all kinds of positions through the mouth of Socrates that he himself doesn't subscribe to, and that over the course of his corpus contradict each other. And he does that for the sake of provoking insight and catalyzing independent thinking.
He's literally separating goats from sheep in a sense, where
exactly.
He's saying, here's the story. However you interpret this will determine if you're one of these types.
That's exactly it. And in fact,
it's genius. It really is.
In fact, he comes close to saying this, in the seventh letter, that you can't get philosophy from some treatise. That it's not like, philosophy is not about subscribing to a worldview that some guy has written down in a treatise. You have to have direct experiential knowledge of certain things about the nature of reality. And you're only going to get that in dialogue and in a life in common, he says, with others also devoted to seeking the truth. So Plato has this unwritten doctrine, and this unwritten doctrine deploys all kinds of noble lies, up to and including, I believe, the theory of forms. And to my mind, Plato doesn't subscribe to the objective existence of these forms. They're useful constructs to promote the rise of rational thought of the kind that eventually becomes scientific analysis.
Wow.
Really, Plato sees the world more like Heraclitus saw it.
That is amazing. I don't even know what I think. That I want to leave it right there, because that's perfect. That leaves the viewer with something to think about. And because I think the way we started off with talking about the Mithraists and how their religion sort of is this religion that influences all areas of the world in all religious aspects. And obviously Zoroaster comes along. He transforms this movement, and he shapes philosophy of the West. And then we have this divide happening. There's people looking at gods in different ways. And which side do we devote ourselves to? Plato comes along and answers that question in an inverse way. Very secretive, very esoteric, but he does it. That's it.
Absolutely. And I think the takeaway is what you said, as you put it. His intention was to separate the goats from the sheep, to find a way to, basically pass society through that filter, and force to test people's mettle. It's where the freaking expression comes from, right? It's the myth of the metals. As our expression to test someone's mettle comes from the myth of the metals, ultimately. To see what someone's made of. What are you made of, right? By the way, just as a nice concluding note, that's very much the question in Christopher Nolan's film, The Dark Knight, which I think is the greatest of the Batman films.
Yes,
today,
it is. Yes,
right?
it is.
What are you made of, right? I mean, that's what that film turns around. But that film also turns around the noble lie. The whole film's about the noble lie.
Yeah.
Where Batman, as the guardian of Gotham, the philosopher king, the guardian of Gotham, is forced to lie to the entire populace, to take the blame for the murders committed by Harvey Dent, so that Harvey Dent, or Two-Face, can retain his image as the White Knight of Gotham. Because if people were to know that this district attorney, champion of justice and hero fighting against corruption, that he was driven by the Joker into becoming Two-Face and committing all these murders, if people were to see Harvey Dent in that light, they would lose faith. And, it would unleash anarchy and chaos in the city. And so the Joker, the trickster, forces Batman to become a noble liar in the guise of being the guardian of Gotham. But yeah, what is that film turnaround? The idea of testing someone's mettle, of hammering someone the way Batman is hammered by the Joker, and of asking them the question, what are you made of? Show your face, the one under the mask. Plato wore masks throughout his entire philosophical career. All of these characters in these dialogues are one or another mask of Plato, not just Socrates. But the conversation we've been having is really ultimately about the face underneath those masks that Plato wore.
Wow. That is just phenomenal. And I'm sure we will think of another thing to discuss in a future date. But as of now, I think this completes this 4-part series in what is behind Western esotericism, and where does it come from, and how does it end up with Plato on Plato's lap for him to make their choice. And it's like an IQ test. He's like giving the world an IQ test. Here you go. Take it or leave it. Let's see where you're at. Let's see how you interpret this.
Character, and a test of character, of ethos, test of ethos, right? Because who within ethos would ever worship Zeus or Yahweh?
Yeah.
And you don't have to be a genius, right? I mean, in Plato's ideal state, in the Republic, you have the philosopher, but then the warrior caste, they're in the positions they are because they're virtuous, they're noble. It's why they're entrusted with the weaponry to protect society. They're not geniuses, the people in the warrior caste, but they do have ethos. Ethos defines them. And so those people are not, individuals who would worship a Zeus or a Yahweh.
Right. Yeah, and it so geniusly gives them something to go to battle for.
Yeah.
So it helps out in that. It's so layered. It has so many different dimensions of playing the what do you call it? The puppet with the strings. Like he's got so many puppets on different strings, all by one person on top. But they're all doing different things, different purposes. It's really mind.
As a last point, Neil, let me just say that people should think of my philosophical project in these terms. Okay. I learned from Plato. I mean, a lot of people have framed me as a Nietzschean or something, or a Heideggerian. First of all, I don't belong to any of these schools of philosophy. I have my own philosophical project. But when I say I learned from Plato, I mean, I really learned from Plato. My work is in the style of Plato. My project is very much an esoteric project in the sense of Plato's esoteric and unwritten doctrine.
Well, I have links in the description. Where else can what do you have? Anything coming up? Anything you want to promote?
Just for now, I am always writing a new book, so I'm in the process of doing that right now. But for now, let's just link in particular my YouTube, the Prometheism YouTube.
Got it.
So that's where people can remain most up to date with my work. The Prometheism YouTube.
I'm showing it on the screen right now. Go hit that subscribe button. Links in the description. And you have just attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
If you picked up a copy of the New Testament and a pair of scissors and just started snipping away, cutting out huge chunks of scripture to make your own shorter version, you might attract some criticism. Thomas Jefferson would know. And this is also essentially what the early Christian bishop Irenaeus accused a man named Marcion of doing, creating a scriptural hack job. Around 180 CE, Irenaeus wrote that Marcion was the only one who had dared openly to mutilate the scriptures. Marcion was an early Christian leader who, within around 100 years after the death of Jesus, launched a Christian movement that scholars now call Marcionism. His movement quickly spread across the Mediterranean world, reaching as far as ancient Persia and lasting at least until the 400s and 500s CE. Marcion's followers revered him for his practice and teachings of self-denial, but he was a lightning rod for criticism. Around 150 CE, the early Christian theologian Justin Martyr called Marcion an old man with teachings inspired by demons. Writing a few decades later, Irenaeus was the first to depict him as a foundational heretic. Later, apologists added new details and insults that grew more and more vivid. By the end of the 4th century, the bishop Epiphanius shared a tabloid story that Marcion had fallen from his practice of sexual abstinence and seduced a virgin. According to his critics, Marcion taught there were two gods. First, there's a transcendent God of pure goodness and love. This God, according to Marcion, is revealed through Jesus Christ and offers salvation and grace. Then there's a lower God, a demiurge, a God of punishment who created the material world. This God, according to Marcion, is the God of the Old Testament. His critics said that Marcion thus rejected everything in the Hebrew Bible, saying that the Jews confused this lower God for the good transcendent God. Marcion's critics like Tertullian also accused Marcion of teaching that Jesus was not truly human and did not take on physical flesh, as this would associate him with the corrupt material world created by the inferior God of the Hebrew Bible. But a lot of the criticism focused on his collection of scriptures, accusing him of butchering the Gospel of Luke and the letters of Paul, stripping them of passages that did not align with his theology. By all accounts, Marcion's New Testament was very different compared to the New Testament that we know today. Today you'll find 27 books in total, including 4 Gospels and 13 letters attributed to Paul. By comparison, Marcion's collection only had a much shorter version of the Gospel of Luke and only 10 letters of Paul, which also may have been shorter than the versions that we know today. Although his critics were scandalized by his shorter collection, ironically, Marcion's canon represents the earliest known attempt at creating a New Testament, an authoritative set of Christian scriptures. So what made Marcion's Gospel different from the Gospel of Luke that you can read today? First of all, several ancient sources agree that Marcion's Gospel did not include the birth stories of John the Baptist or Jesus. These are major stories at the beginning of the canonical book of Luke. In other words, no Christmas story, no Mother Mary, no surrogate Father Joseph, no census, inn, angelic choirs, or shepherds. Instead, Marcion's Gospel apparently opened with Jesus descending from heaven into the city of Capernaum in Galilee. We can imagine something like the Son of Man figure in the book of Daniel, coming with the clouds of heaven. Marcion's Gospel is also missing a lot more stories mostly or entirely unique to Luke. The parable of the Good Samaritan, the parable of the prodigal son, as well as the story of the ascension of Jesus into heaven. Other stories missing from Marcion's Gospel are shared in common between the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, such as the baptism of Jesus, his triumphal entry into Jerusalem, and the cleansing of the temple. This sounds like a lot of missing stuff, so what did Marcion's Gospel actually have? First, it's helpful to have a quick refresher on the Synoptic Gospels. The word synoptic comes from the Greek words for together and appearance or sight. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke are called the Synoptic Gospels because, in distinction from the 4th Gospel of John, they have a lot of overlapping material. They tell many of the same stories, such as Jesus' temptation, his exorcisms, parables, and transfiguration. By contrast, most of the stories in John are not found in the Synoptic Gospels. So we call Matthew, Mark, and Luke synoptic because, unlike John, they tell many of the same stories. Marcion's Gospel apparently had a lot of overlaps with the Synoptic Gospels. Some of the stories are shared only with Luke, such as the story of Zacchaeus, the tax collector, who climbed up a sycamore tree to catch a glimpse of Jesus. In a lot of places, Marcion's Gospel overlaps with both Luke and Matthew, including most of the sayings in the first sermon of Jesus, the Lord's Prayer, and lots of other pithy ethical teachings. In other places, Marcion's Gospel overlaps with all 3 Synoptic Gospels, including an eclectic mix of teachings, miracles, controversy stories, and other shared details, like the brief trial before Pontius Pilate, a basic description of Jesus' crucifixion, and the burial of his body by a man named Joseph of Arimathea. So you might be wondering, how the heck can I know what's in Marcion's Gospel? It's not like I can go to a bookstore today and buy it. Well, Marcion's Gospel is at the center of one of the biggest debates in early Christian studies right now. The traditional scholarly position actually aligns with early Christian apologists like Irenaeus, arguing that Marcion's Gospel was a later abridged version of the Gospel of Luke, and that Marcion cut out sections that did not align with his theology. probably not with scissors. Scholars have also generally assumed that Marcion's Gospel is irretrievably lost. After all, no complete manuscript of it is known to exist, and we only know about it from ancient Christian authors who really hated Marcion and criticized him as a heretic. However, throughout the last decade, over a dozen scholars have started arguing the opposite, that Marcion's Gospel is a provably earlier version of Luke, that the canonical Luke was a major rewrite and expansion of Marcion's Gospel, and we can recover its contents through a painstaking restoration process, sifting through ancient attestations and variants found within manuscripts of the Gospel of Luke. This would be absolutely huge for the study of the New Testament and our understanding of how Christian scriptures first formed. So how can we reconstruct Marcion's Gospel? Well, a lot of scholarly debate is being hammered out over the details, not just at the level of entire passages, but down to individual sentences and words. Scholars working on this reconstruction rely on several types of evidence. First, quotations and paraphrases of Marcion's Gospel from his opponents. As the scholar Dr. Mark Bilby points out in his open access book, The Gospel of the Poor, Marcion's Gospel is attested over 700 times by 15 ancient Christian writers. Sometimes these writers quote Marcion's Gospel word for word in order to refute it. But for scholars today, these are valuable fragments to piece together his original text. One example is the early Christian writer Tertullian, who frequently references Marcion's Gospel in his 5-volume attack against Marcion, titled Against Marcion. Another notable source is the 4th century apologist Epiphanius, who wrote out entire passages of Marcion's Gospel word for word in his work The Panarion. Even though these are very biased sources, like these were very anti-Marcion guys, we can make a reasonable assumption that they had a copy of Marcion's Gospel in front of them for reference. Another key source of evidence that scholars use to reconstruct Marcion's Gospel are variants found in the surviving manuscripts of Luke. When you flip through the Gospel of Luke in most modern translations today, it's very easy to forget that the text on the page is based on what's called a critical edition, a reconstruction created by scholars who analyzed all of the existing manuscripts of Luke and recreated what they believe is the most likely original form of the text. But the manuscripts of Luke are not all the same. They include a wide range of differences or variants. These variations might be as small as a single word or phrase, or as significant as entire passages being left out or included. Each of these manuscripts represent a snapshot of how Luke's gospel was copied, edited, or interpreted over time, and by comparing these differences, scholars attempt to identify earlier layers of the text that might resemble Marcion's gospel. The goal is to uncover clues about what Marcion's gospel might have looked like by tracing the evolution of Luke's text and finding points where they might overlap. So hypothetically, if a manuscript of Luke matches a quotation of Marcion's gospel, we might be reasonably sure that the passage appeared in Marcion's original gospel, even though no manuscript of Marcion's gospel survives today. Much of what we know about these textual variants comes from the meticulous work of the New Testament scholar Matthias Klinghardt, who spent years analyzing manuscript connections and arguing for a complete reassessment of Marcion's gospel as early as 2006 and 2008. All this to say, reconstructing Marcion's gospel is kind of like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, but it's not just one puzzle, but a jumbled mix of 10 different puzzles, and you only have a fuzzy picture of what it's supposed to look like, and you don't even know exactly how many pieces it's supposed to have. And while the evidence often aligns nicely, there's plenty of disagreement, both in the ancient sources and among modern scholars' reconstructions. 8 major editions of Marcion's Gospel were published over the last 200 years, but these were difficult to compare because every scholar took an idiosyncratic approach and often embedded their own editorial feelings into the texts, making them hard to read and almost impossible to correlate with each other. So Dr. Mark Bilby essentially engineered a cipher to turn these editions into mutually consistent digital data, doing so in a series of peer-reviewed journal articles. So now it's possible for the first time in history to get a statistical handle on the scholarship and see just how much scholars disagree both at a granular and aggregate level. While the first major Greek reconstruction by the scholar August Hahn in its current digital form is over 14,000 words long, the scholar Adolf von Harnack's influential work is only 4,300 words long, and the scholar Jason Bedoun's version is 7,200 words long. That's a huge amount of disagreement about what can and cannot be reconstructed. For that reason, the scholar Dr. Mark Bilby set out to normalize this data, using custom rules to transform all the different reconstructions into consistent data types. This allows researchers to identify patterns and filter out biases to provide a more objective approach to reconstructing Marcion's gospel. Okay, that's a lot to throw at you, so here's one example. Dr. Bilby found that the word people, the Greek laos, occurs 36 times in the canonical Gospel of Luke, but it occurs only 1 time in Witnesses of Marcion's Gospel. This would be a highly unusual statistical distribution if Marcion's Gospel and Luke have the same author. Like, what are the chances that Marcion, holding a copy of Luke and armed with his scissors, would only snip out the word people so many times? But this would be a predictable distribution if canonical Luke is a later rewriting and expansion of Marcion's Gospel. To drive this point even further, the canonical Gospel of Luke as it appears in modern Bibles is meant to be read together with the Acts of the Apostles, which is kind of like a sequel to Luke, and most scholars today argue it was edited by the same person who edited Luke. This same word laos appears 48 times in the book of Acts, but only occurs 14 times in Matthew and 2 times in Mark. This suggests there may have been an earlier version of Luke that lacked the heavy use of the word people, and that the canonical books of Luke and Acts that we have today represent a later editorial expansion by an editor that used that word a lot. An even more striking disparity is the Greek word pros, or unto, which by Dr. Bilby's count occurs only 6 times in Marcion's Gospel, appearing every time with verbs of motion, as in moving toward or to something, whereas it occurs 166 times in Luke's Gospel, typically and characteristically to introduce speech. In the Gospels of Mark and Matthew and Marcion's Gospel, Jesus typically speaks to a person. But in the Greek text of canonical Luke, Jesus habitually speaks unto a person, using that Greek word pros. This subtle shift of a Greek preposition is what linguistic scholars call a function word, a word that has little lexical meaning on its own, but serves to express grammatical relationships between other words in a sentence. And function words are sometimes very useful in detecting an author's writing voice. In other words, function words like pros act like an author's fingerprint, revealing subtle patterns in their writing style and helping us identify whether a text has been edited or written by a different author. If pros only appears 6 times in Marcion's Gospel, but 166 times in Luke's Gospel, there's a strong argument that Luke is an expansion of Marcion's Gospel, or some other earlier version, and this word is a distinctive feature of that editor. When Bilby queried this word in the datasets based on other scholars' reconstructions, he found this underlying pattern confirmed in some of the datasets. Bilby has identified dozens of other features that show similar patterns of divergence. For example, when compared with canonical Luke, Marcion's Gospel has very low frequencies of personal names, place names, chronological terms, emotional terms, and architectural details. The scholar Marcus Vincent has also found and confirmed many of these same patterns working separately on Marcion's scriptures for years, and recently published the word variations in a concordance. Now these scholars are all working together along with computer scientists, both to confirm underlying data patterns and to use them to refine reconstructions of Marcion's scriptures. One recent addition to the team is Lance Lotharp, a grad student in statistics at Columbia University who has written a custom algorithm that effectively filters out overlapping data between Marcion's texts and the canonical texts. This interdisciplinary network of collaboration continues to grow, with several recent publications already available and several more on the way. So let's return to the hypothetical scissor-wielding Marcion. Was he an ideologically driven editor, cutting out stuff from the Gospel of Luke that did not align with his theology? Scholars like Jason Badun came along and were like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. In 2012, Badun published the article, The Myth of Marcion as Redactor, which challenged the traditional narrative that Marcion deliberately edited the Gospel of Luke to fit his agenda. Badun argued that this assumption lacks substantial evidence and more reflects the polemical opinions of Marcion's opponents than historical reality. Instead, Badun argues that Marcion transmitted the texts largely as he found them, and that this shorter version of Luke represents an earlier textual tradition rather than a deliberate revision. One of Dr. Badun's key points is the shaky foundation of the ideological editor theory. This theory mostly relies on the testimony of guys like Tertullian, Irenaeus, and Epiphanius, who were writing decades, if not centuries after Marcion. These men lacked direct knowledge of the versions of the scriptures that were circulating in Marcion's day. To quote Dr. Badun, none of them knew anything about the state of the relevant texts in Marcion's time. Therefore, their testimony on this question is wholly without merit. These accusations often assumed that the versions of Luke and Paul's letters in their own communities were the original ones, and that Marcion's versions were the corruptions. In other words, Tertullian accused Marcion of chopping down Luke, but really what he is saying is that Marcion retrospectively appeared to have chopped down the version of Luke that Tertullian was using in his own community. But Tertullian's assumptions ignores the fluidity of Christian texts in the mid-2nd century. Modern studies have shown that many Gospels and many forms of those Gospels were circulating at the time. For example, check out this recently published fragment containing sayings of Jesus. It dates to the mid-2nd century, which makes it one of the earliest Christian manuscripts ever discovered and corresponds to the tail end of Marcion's life. The fragment contains verses that partly correspond to the sayings of Jesus found in the Gospels of Matthew and Luke and the Gospel of Thomas, but they're not perfect matches. The verses are just slightly off. The scholar Candida Moss thinks this might mean we're dealing with a fragment of a previously unknown gospel, but at the very least this fragment gives us a glimpse into the fluid nature of Christian scriptures in the 2nd century, a time when Christians were writing and circulating different versions of the sayings of Jesus before they were canonized. I'm not saying this is a fragment of Marcion's gospel, but it is evidence that different variations of the gospels were floating around, and variations in Marcion's gospel that were once thought to be attributed to his own editing scissors also appear in many manuscripts of the canonical book of Luke and the canonical letters of Paul. So for example, Marcion's version of the book of Romans apparently didn't have the final 2 chapters, chapters 15 and 16. But there are manuscripts of Romans that are also missing those chapters. The fact that a shorter version of Romans was circulating suggests that these differences predate Marcion, and were not necessarily the product of him cutting them out of the book. More likely, he was transmitting a different version of Romans, perhaps even an earlier version. Another example appears in the story of the healing of the paralyzed man in Capernaum that appears in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. In this story, Jesus is teaching in a crowded house, when a group of men bring a paralyzed man to him. They can't get through the crowd, so they climb up onto the roof, make an opening, and lower the man down on a mat. Seeing their faith, Jesus first forgives the man's sins, which prompts some criticism from the scribes who think only God can forgive sins. To demonstrate his authority, Jesus then tells the man to get up, take his mat, and walk, and the man does. According to Tertullian, Marcion's gospel, when referring to the man, uses the simple noun for someone afflicted with paralysis, paralyptikos, or paralytic, which is the same word used in the Gospels of Mark and Matthew. The canonical Gospel of Luke, though, uses an elaborate and sophisticated participle, the one who was paralyzed. However, manuscripts of canonical Luke do exist with the simple noun paralytic, found in Mark, Matthew, and Marcion's Gospel. In the same story, the Gospel of Luke says the man was lowered on a little bed, or klinidion, while Tertullian says Marcion's Gospel says he was lowered on a krabaton, or mat. But this same word krabaton does appear in a version of Luke preserved in the Codex Bezae, one of our oldest complete manuscripts of Luke. These examples suggest that variations in Marcion's gospel are not the result of his edits. They may actually reflect an alternate version of Luke that was circulating during his lifetime, maybe even an older version. Another reason to doubt that Marcion was an ideologically driven editor is the inconsistency of his supposed edits. For example, Tertullian criticizes Marcion's gospel for omitting references to God as the creator or to Jewish prophecy. Verses like this should supposedly contradict Marcionite theology, that the creator God is an inferior being and that Jewish prophecy is confused about who the true God really is. However, Marcion's text still includes passages that refer positively to Old Testament figures like Abraham and Moses, and even quotes the Old Testament authoritatively, which contradicts the idea of a systematic purging of Jewish elements. As Dr. Badun writes, either Marcion was an incredibly inept editor, or he had not actually undertaken the editorial purge that Tertullian and Epiphanius presume he did. And we shouldn't be all that surprised that verses contradicting Marcion's theology would appear in his gospel. As Dr. Badun explains in a recent interview, Marcion didn't need to cut and paste his own version of the text. Like many interpreters throughout Christian history, he could just simply reinterpret or explain away verses that don't fit his view. Instead of editing the text, Marcion likely approached the text as is, with a theological lens, emphasizing interpretations that supported his beliefs and downplaying or reinterpreting those that did not. This approach would allow him to present the gospel as consistent with his ideology without resorting to physical redaction. These inconsistencies in the traditional portrayal of Marcion suggest that his gospel was not the product of heavy-handed ideological editing, but rather reflected a different line of transmission. In other words, Marcion may have adopted a pre-existing text that was circulating in his community. Dr. Badun proposes that Marcion's Gospel and the canonical book of Luke could both derive from a common proto-Luke, with differences arising from the independent evolution of these texts in different regions. Ultimately, Dr. Badun's analysis reframes Marcion as a conservative transmitter of a different version of Luke, rather than a radical editor. Now, scholars agree on the general lists of similarities and differences between canonical Luke and Marcion's Gospel, like how Marcion's Gospel apparently lacks the birth of Jesus. But simply listing these differences doesn't really capture what's at stake. For example, if Marcion did indeed remove the birth story from a copy of Luke, then these stories were much more likely to have originated in the 1st century. As in, it would mean he probably had a 1st century copy of Luke in front of him that he then edited. But if Marcion's Gospel is earlier, that means that a version of the Gospel of Luke was floating around without the birth story, which might mean that it's more likely that the birth story was developed later, perhaps even into the 2nd century. And in fact, some scholars have argued that the story was crafted in part to undermine Marcion's belief that Jesus descended from the sky. Scholars such as Marcus Vincent and Joseph Tyson have argued that the birth story was specifically added to Luke to counter Marcionite doctrine, by emphasizing that Jesus had a very human birth. Given that the birth story in Luke also provides most of the material we have about the Mother Mary, and what a big deal Mary is to later Christian devotion, you might see how this might be controversial. The debate over the origins of the birth story, and whether or not Marcion was an ideologically driven editor, also ties directly into a larger critical question. How did early Christians begin defining what counted as scripture? Marcion's work marks a pivotal moment in the history of Christianity. He's the first Christian we're aware of to create an authoritative New Testament canon. By collecting and canonizing texts, Marcion set a precedent for later Christian communities, forcing them to define their own scriptural boundaries. Recent scholarship challenges us to reconsider Marcion's legacy, not as a heretic who corrupted scriptures, but as an early canonizer, who may have preserved an important strand of early Christian textual tradition, and who may have sparked a response that eventually led to the New Testament canon as we have it today. Hey everyone, thanks for watching this overview of Marcion's Gospel and why some scholars think it may preserve an older form of what later became the canonical book of Luke. Now, this is a major debate in the field of New Testament studies. I'm an outsider to this debate. I studied Christianity in the late Roman period, but I know a lot of people in the field of New Testament studies, and from what I can tell as an outsider, it appears to be the minority position, but I think it's fair to say that it's been gaining steam in recent years. Now, Dr. Mark Bilby is one of the scholars working on this topic, and he helped me make this episode. He wrote the initial drafts of the episode, and he guided me through the data science behind how scholars reconstruct Marcion's Gospel. That said, this video is not meant to be the final word on the debate, but rather an introduction to the topic and the arguments involved. My goal is always to present scholarship as clearly and as accurately as possible, and collaborating with experts really helps to ensure that. Now, Dr. Bilby is also a content creator, and there are two places where you can find his public scholarship if you want to learn more about Marcion and this debate. So first, check out the channel Patristica. Patristica is hosted by the scholars Jack Bull, Mark Bilby, and Marcus Vincent, and you can find regular episodes on early Christian history as well as Marcion in particular. You can also check out Dr. Bilby's personal channel, Voces Antiquae, where you can find deep dives into the process of recovering ancient texts using data science. This video was also edited by Lachlan Davis. He's another biblical studies scholar and a content creator over at his channel Tablets and Temples. Now, I bring all this up because Religion for Breakfast has grown beyond just me. It started as a solo project, but it's now a collaborative effort with scholars and editors helping me to bring each episode to life. For example, my recent video on Buddhist atheism involved input from 3 different scholars of Buddhism. And all of this, researching, writing, consulting experts, all of this takes time, effort, and resources, and that's where our Patreon community comes in. As of writing this episode, we have 727 patrons on Patreon. If you're one of them, please say hi in the comments. I am so thankful for each and every one of you. This kind of in-depth, expert-driven content would not be possible without you. There's really no better way to support Religion for Breakfast. I was a very early adopter of Patreon. It was founded in 2013. I joined in 2014, so I'm on what's called the Patreon Founders Plan. So even though Patreon has raised their fees over the years, I've been grandfathered in with their original rate. So Patreon takes a 5% cut. 95 cents of every dollar you pledge goes directly to Religion for Breakfast. By comparison, YouTube memberships takes a 30% cut, so there's really no comparison. So each and every one of you who have supported Religion for Breakfast on Patreon, you have played a vital role in enabling this channel to thrive. Google ad revenue fluctuates wildly from month to month, sponsorships will come and go, but our Patreon community is always there providing a stable revenue floor. This enables me to make editorial decisions. I don't need to worry about ad revenue tanking. I don't need to worry about whether a video will go viral or not. It lets me choose niche or complex topics that might not do super well on the YouTube algorithm, but are still very important to cover. So thank you to each and every one of you. Our goal for 2025 is to reach 1,000 supporters on Patreon. So if you believe in our mission to boost religious literacy, and if you feel that we bring quality content about religion to this platform, please join our Patreon community over at patreon.com/religionforbreakfast. Depending on the tier, you can gain access to our Discord community. At the $10 tier, you'll get the exclusive Religion for Breakfast mug. Only a few hundred people in the world have this, and you could be one of them. Your support directly contributes to creating these videos and invests in the future of Religion for Breakfast. So to everyone who has supported us on Patreon, thank you so much. Thank you for continuing to believe in our mission to improve everyone's religious literacy. And if you'd like to join us, head on over to patreon.com/religionforbreakfast. Thanks, everyone. Imagine an ancient Christian text, so ancient that it might predate some of the books in the New Testament, a text that gives us a window into the earliest decades of Christian communal life, how they worshipped, practiced, and organized their communities. This text is known as the Teaching of the Lord by the 12 Apostles to the Nations, more often shortened to the Teaching, or its Greek name, the Didache. Likely composed in the late 1st or early 2nd century CE, the Didache is the earliest example of a type of text called church orders. Church orders are kind of like how-to guides for an early Christian community. The Didache represents an early attempt to codify certain practices like baptism, fasting, prayer, and the Eucharist, as well as stipulating how to live a Christian life more generally. It presents a vision of Christian communal life as the institutional church was first becoming fully formalized. So what's this ancient church manual really about? Why was it not included in the New Testament? And what does it tell us about the evolution of Christian practice? First of all, you should really just pause the video and go read the Didache for yourself. It's a short book. You could probably finish it in 20 minutes. But let's be real, you're probably watching this on your lunch break or breakfast break, so I'll save you the trouble and summarize it. We can structure the Didache into 5 sections: ethical instruction, liturgical instruction, a section dealing with Christian teachers and prophets, instruction on communal life, and finally a short section on the end times. The first section is an ethical essay dealing with a concept known as the 2 ways. The Didache says there are 2 ways, one of life and one of death, and there is a great difference between the 2 ways. The way of life is split into 2 commandments. The first draws from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, found in the Gospel of Matthew, his Sermon on the Plains, found in Luke chapter 6, and some Mosaic law from the Hebrew Bible. Loving God, loving your neighbor as yourself, blessing those who persecute you, and turning the other cheek. The second commandment of the way of life expands upon the 10 commandments, teaching that the way of life forbids committing murder or adultery, stealing, bearing false witness, or coveting your neighbor. But the Didache goes beyond familiar biblical content, including a long list of things that you should and should not do. Don't do sorcery or astrology, don't perform abortions, don't be greedy or arrogant or a hypocrite. Do donate to the poor without complaining, do reconcile difficult relationships, and do rebuke sin. In these chapters, we also get hints about early Christian social life. It commands Christians to listen to church leaders as if they were the Lord himself, to physically punish children when they misbehave, and calls for enslaved people to submit to their enslavers because they are a symbol of God. The Didache then turns briefly to the way of death. Basically another list of sins: murder, sexual immorality, pride, greed, jealousy, lying, not helping the poor, killing children, and advocating for the wealthy. The 2 ways binary is an important feature not only in the Didache, but also in other early Christian texts, like the Epistle of Barnabas. Later church orders also mimic the Didache's way of life framework. Scholars even hypothesize that there was some form of this tractate of the 2 ways circulating independently in the 1st century that both the Didache and the Epistle of Barnabas pulled from. Some scholars think that this 2 ways framework may even go back to a pre-Christian Jewish text. We see similar themes in the Hebrew Bible, like in Psalm chapter 1, which mentions a way of righteousness and a way of wickedness. Jewish apocalyptic texts like 1st Enoch also mention a 2-way framework, and we find the 2 ways theme in the Jewish texts found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of these texts is the so-called Community Rule, which was basically a guidebook for the members of a strict sect of Judaism living at the site of Qumran, on the shores of the Dead Sea. The Community Rule details how they should live, worship, and organize their community. At one point, the text mentions that all people walk on 2 paths, the way of light and the way of darkness, governed by the spirits of truth and injustice. This is one of the reasons scholars say that the Didache has a strong Jewish vibe. The Community Rule, much like the Didache, can also be seen as a communal manual, and the similarity may suggest that early Christians adapted existing Jewish community guidelines to shape their own emerging identity. All this to say the Didache is widely understood by scholars to be a composite text, meaning it was not composed by a single author at a single time, but developed over a period of time and draws from other sources. The remainder of the text turns to specific concerns about ritual and Christian communal life. Section 2 focuses on liturgical instruction. For example, the Didache specifies the ideal conditions for baptism. Use cold running water if possible, immersion is ideal, but if not, it will suffice to pour water upon the head 3 times in the name of the Father and Son and Holy Spirit. Another passage says that Christians should fast on Wednesdays and Fridays, instead of the hypocrites who fast on Mondays and Thursdays. Let not your fast be with the hypocrites, for they fast on the 2nd and 5th days after the Sabbath, but you fast on the 4th day and day of preparation. These instructions show the importance the Didache places on rituals like baptism and fasting, but they also show something more, an attempt to claim that this community's way of doing these rituals is the correct way. For example, for baptism, the text insists on using cold flowing water, which actually contradicts the North African Christian writer Tertullian, who argues in his treatise on baptism that the type or location of water doesn't really matter. So the Didache is not just setting down the rules for one specific community, but is also participating in a bigger debate about how these rituals should be performed. And we see this throughout the whole text. The Didache is very concerned with differentiating us versus them, and will occasionally justify its instructions by throwing other communities under the bus. Like in its commandment on fasting, where it calls those who fast on Mondays and Thursdays a bunch of hypocrites. Some scholars think this is a specific command against certain Jewish communities at the time. For example, a few passages in the Mishnah, a collection of early Jewish oral traditions that later became a foundation of Rabbinic Judaism, instructs a 2-day-a-week fast observed on Mondays and Thursdays. So the Didache might be attacking an early form of Rabbinic Judaism. This section also includes instructions for certain prayers, like what to say during the Eucharist when preparing the bread and wine, and a version of the Lord's Prayer. Chapter 8 verse 2 says, "Nor pray like the hypocrites, but as the Lord has commanded in his gospel," and proceeds to quote a very similar version of the Lord's Prayer as it appears in Matthew chapter 6. In fact, it's almost a 100% match, with 4 differences, 3 of which are just spelling changes. Chapters 7 and 8 also mirror the topics found in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew chapter 6, which leads a lot of scholars to believe that the Didache was drawing inspiration from the Gospel of Matthew. These teachings on prayer also give us some insight into the kind of community that the Didache endorses. For example, it forbids anyone who hasn't been baptized from participating in the Eucharist, a practice held by most Christians to this day. But let no one eat or drink from your Eucharist except those who are baptized into the name of the Lord. For the Lord has also spoken concerning this. Do not give the holy things to the dogs. The text also gives a special group of people called prophets the freedom to pray however they want instead of sticking to the provided formula. This distinction between who can and cannot participate in particular rituals and who has the freedom to lead them suggests an emerging structure of authority in the early Christian community. And we learn even more about these social dynamics and hierarchies in section 3, which explains how believers should interact with teachers and traveling prophets and apostles. Chapter 11 says, "Let every apostle who comes to you be welcomed as the Lord. They should not stay except 1 day. If they have need, then they are permitted to stay another day. But if they stay 3 days, they are a false prophet. As the apostles are leaving, let them take nothing except bread until they find lodging. And if they ask for money, they are a false prophet." The text here hints at some underlying conflict or distrust in early Christian communities, describing in detail how to spot a false prophet. If a traveling prophet comes along and stays too long or takes advantage of the community's resources, that's a major red flag. I find this absolutely fascinating because it gives us a window into the social dynamics of church history in its earliest decades. Apparently, there was tension between established church leaders like bishops and traveling figures positioning themselves as prophets. I see this as tension between 2 types of authority structures: an emerging Christian hierarchy rooted in institutional authority, and solitary Christian leaders who derived their authority from their charisma as prophets speaking for the Lord. We can envision a wandering prophet arriving at your community claiming to speak with divine authority, and the community needs to determine if they're the real deal or just trying to exploit them. The next section briefly offers instructions on communal life, how you should arrange your meetings on Sunday, how to elect bishops, and discipline your community. And then finally, the Didache wraps up with a short, somewhat abrupt apocalyptic section that pulls material from the apocalyptic sayings of Jesus found in the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, and Luke. "Watch over your life. Let not your lamps be extinguished. Do not be unprepared, but become ready, for you do not know the hour in which our Lord is coming." Believers are encouraged to prepare for the unexpected return of the Lord and to keep gathering together as a community to work toward becoming as perfect as possible before the end. This section also warns about false prophets who will try to lead people astray, along with the false Son of God who will perform miracles. "For in the final days, false prophets and corrupters will increase, and sheep will be turned into wolves. And then the world deceiver will appear as a son of God. He will perform signs and wonders, and the earth will be delivered over into his hands." This figure resembles the Antichrist, who has developed more in the following centuries of Christianity. All of this will happen before the actual signs of the Lord's arrival: the opening of heaven, a trumpet sound, and the resurrection of the dead. It's not a detailed checklist of what will happen at the end of the world, but the Didache reflects a common belief among the earliest generations of Christians that the end could come at any moment. So that's a brief overview of the contents, but where did the Didache come from? Who wrote it, and when? These are complicated questions for a few reasons. First, we don't have a ton of manuscript evidence for the text. Our only complete Greek copy of the text comes from an 11th century manuscript, which was discovered in the late 1800s. The only other Greek evidence we have is a fragment found at an ancient garbage dump from Egypt, dating to the 4th century CE. It has a few lines from chapters 1, 2, and 3, but some of these readings are very different from our 11th century manuscript, so our most complete copy of the Didache might not even contain the original text. However, the Didache was copied into other languages as well. There's an early Latin translation, there's a 5th century Coptic manuscript with an additional verse describing an anointment ritual, as well as a difficult-to-date Ethiopian translation. These manuscripts show that the text was read far and wide throughout Northwest Africa, Western Asia, and Italy, but it's not a ton of evidence compared to other early Christian texts. Along with this complicated manuscript evidence, the text of the Didache itself is pretty complex. Like I said earlier, most scholars agree it's a composite text. It probably wasn't composed by one person at one point in time. Instead, it was put together over time with revisions, additions, and borrowed materials from other sources. All of this makes it very difficult to pin down a single date or author of the Didache. It's more of a patchwork than a straightforward unified document. Some scholars date it as early as 50 CE, which would make it earlier than most of the New Testament. Others say as late as 165 CE. But all of this is based on reasonable guesses. Many scholars hinge their reasonable guesses on the Didache's relationship to the Gospel of Matthew. Remember that the Didache and Matthew have a lot in common, like the Lord's Prayer and the Sermon on the Mount, so there are basically 3 possibilities. The Didache predates Matthew, and the Gospel of Matthew takes inspiration from the Didache, or the inverse, that Matthew predates the Didache, and it's the Didache taking inspiration from Matthew. Or the third option, they were composed around the same time and they're drawing from similar oral traditions. Now, most scholars think that the Gospel of Matthew was composed earlier, but it's possible that there are core parts of the Didache that predate it. Like I mentioned, there may have been a 2 ways essay floating around in the 1st century. Ultimately, the best we can do is give a date range. The Didache as we have it today likely dates to somewhere between 80 and 110 CE. Possibly earlier, possibly later, but an early 2nd century date is a reasonable guess widely held by most scholars. As for who wrote it, we really just don't know. It claims to be the Lord's teaching for the nations, supposedly passed down through the 12 apostles, but it doesn't name a specific author. This practice of church orders being anonymous changes in later centuries. Later texts that borrow from the Didache start claiming not to just pass down apostolic teachings, but to actually be composed by the apostles themselves. For example, the 3rd century text called the Didascalia claims that we 12 apostles came together in Jerusalem to write it. And the 4th century Apostolic Constitutions also claims to be co-written by the 12. But for whoever compiled and read the Didache, attaching a famous apostle's name didn't seem to be a priority. So if the Didache was such an early text that was adopted and read by so many Christians, why did it not end up in the Bible? By the late 2nd century, there's some evidence that at least a few Christians may have considered it to be scripture. The theologian Clement of Alexandria seems to quote it. He writes, "It is this kind of person scripture calls a thief. Therefore it is said, 'Son, be not a liar, for falsehood leads to theft.'" Compare this to Didache chapter 3, verse 5. "My child, do not become a liar, since the act of lying leads to theft." Now there are some differences here, but Clement seems to be paraphrasing or quoting either the Didache itself or some kernel of it, maybe the 2 Ways Tractate, and notice he even calls it scripture. Another theologian, Origen of Alexandria, may have viewed it as scripture as well. He writes, "That is why divine scripture teaches us to receive everything that happens to us as coming from God, knowing that without God, nothing comes to be." Compare this to Didache chapter 3, verse 10. "Receive the things that happen to you as good, knowing that nothing happens apart from God." Again, Origen may be quoting the Didache, but he also may be paraphrasing the hypothetical 2 Ways essay, or maybe even the Epistle of Barnabas, chapter 19, which in fact does appear alongside canonical texts in the Codex Sinaiticus. But it's not until the 4th century that we see prominent church figures commenting on the authoritative status of the Didache. The church historian Eusebius of Caesarea rejects it as scripture. He says, "Among the books which are not genuine must be reckoned the Acts of Paul, the work entitled The Shepherd, the Apocalypse of Peter, and in addition to them, the letter called Barnabas, and the so-called Teachings of the Apostles," which most scholars assume is a reference to the Didache. Although he categorizes it among the illegitimate or rejected writings, he does note that some Christian communities find the text useful for instruction. A few decades later, the Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria says something similar, arguing that the Didache is a helpful guide for new converts, but it's categorically different from biblical texts. There are a lot of reasons for why texts did or didn't make it into the canon, but it seems that church leaders like Eusebius doubted its apostolic authorship. Although it claims to be the teaching of the 12 apostles, Eusebius seems skeptical when he says the so-called teachings. The scholar Alan Garrow, a leading expert on the Didache, speculates that it didn't make the canonical cut for a few reasons. Possibly because the Didache was too practical of a document. It's dealing with how to baptize and how to fast. So maybe these instructions became out of date too quickly to be useful or interesting to most Christian communities. Secondly, it's a very Jewish text, which may have been less appealing to later church leaders like Eusebius and Athanasius, when the canon was becoming more solidified and the separation between Jewish and Christian identities was becoming more stark. And finally, its most useful material can be found in the Gospel of Matthew, which is a much more accessible text that was widely shared and widely considered to be authoritative by most Christians. Ultimately, we don't know why it didn't end up in the New Testament, but all of these considerations might have made it less appealing to be viewed as sacred scripture. Unfortunately, there isn't a ton we can say for sure about how the Didache was used by early Christians. As we saw, its two ways framework was picked up by Alexandrian theologians like Clement and Origen, as well as other late ancient Christians who saw it useful for educating new converts. But perhaps more importantly, the Didache seems to have launched the whole genre of church orders. Later texts like the Didascalia and the Apostolic Constitutions borrowed from it extensively. And these texts became foundational for outlining Christian liturgy across the Mediterranean in late antiquity. While the Didache did not end up in the New Testament, its influence can be felt for centuries to come, giving us a glimpse into how early Christians were wrestling with questions like what practices should we prioritize, how should we worship properly, and how should we prepare for the end times. Thanks to today's sponsor, Incogni, a service that protects your personal data from data brokers. Our personal information is scattered across the internet, often without our knowledge. Data brokers collect and sell this information to third parties, including your home address, your online activity, and even your social security number. This can lead to spam, robocalls, and in the worst cases, identity theft. And once your information is out there, it's really difficult to track who has access to it or to remove it all on your own. That's where Incogni comes in. Incogni automatically contacts data brokers on your behalf, requests that your data be removed, and handles any back and forth with these companies to make sure that your personal information stays off the market. And you might be asking, well, can't I just do this myself? And yes, you could, but it would take hundreds of hours to track down every single data broker, and you would need to repeat this process every few months as new records pop up. Incogni takes care of all of this for you, continuously monitoring and removing your data throughout the year. And for those of us in the US, there's a particularly invasive issue known as people search sites. These are websites like Ben Verified that publish detailed personal profiles on millions of Americans, making your home address, contact information, and even your family members' names available to anyone. Incogni can help with this too. With their family and friends plan, you can protect up to 4 additional people, ensuring that your loved one's data is also kept safe. And the best part is this process is entirely automated. You sign up, they do all the work, and you sit back as your data stays protected. To sign up, use my code RFBIncogni at the link below to get an exclusive 60% off an annual plan. Again, that's RFBIncogni. Thanks, everyone. Genesis chapter 14 contains one of the most mysterious passages in the entire Bible. After a victorious battle, Abraham returns from rescuing his nephew Lot, who had been captured, and he encounters a man who appears seemingly out of nowhere. And King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God Most High. This priest King Melchizedek blesses Abraham and praises God for delivering his enemies into his hands. Abraham responds by giving Melchizedek a tenth of everything he owns. This brief encounter has mystified readers for thousands of years for several reasons. Melchizedek appears suddenly, with no prior introduction or lineage, and then he's never mentioned again in the narrative. Also, he's described as both a king and a priest, a rare combo, and on top of that, he's a priest of God before the establishment of the official Israelite priesthood in Jerusalem, a much later arrival in Israel's history as the Bible tells it. Moreover, Melchizedek is a priest-king of God Most High. The Hebrew reads El Elyon. El was a widely applied epithet in the ancient Near East, not only for the God of Abraham, but also for a high god in the Canaanite pantheon. El Elyon in particular appears in several ancient inscriptions, and seems to have been a Canaanite and Phoenician deity worshipped as the creator of heaven and earth. Though scholars still debate whether the name El Elyon refers to a single being or combines 2 different gods. So for which god is Melchizedek a priest? Even back then, no one could agree what that meant. So in this video, we're going to get to the bottom of the mystery of Melchizedek. Who was he? What did different traditions say about him? And what do we learn from his curious appearance in the book of Genesis? Melchizedek appears in just 3 places in the whole Bible. This mysterious passage in Genesis 14, then again in a brief mention in Psalm 110, and again in Hebrews chapter 7. In each chapter, it's clear that there's a bunch of context that we're missing. Psalm 110 briefly mentions a lineage of priests in the order of Melchizedek. Christians later situated Jesus in this lineage, inspired by Psalm 110. Hebrews chapter 7 in the New Testament presents Melchizedek as a priest who prophetically foreshadows the coming of Jesus. After all, Melchizedek is a priest king who brings out bread and wine. Kinda sounds Jesus-y to me. The author of Hebrews emphasizes that Melchizedek's priesthood is unique because it doesn't rely on genealogy, unlike the Levitical priesthood of Jerusalem who descend from Aaron, the brother of Moses. The text says it is even more obvious when another priest arises, resembling Melchizedek, one who has become a priest not through a legal requirement concerning physical descent, but through the power of an indestructible life. In other words, Jesus could be a priest as well, in a lineage stretching back to Melchizedek. So how do we get from the Melchizedek in Genesis to the Melchizedek in Hebrews, a figure that foreshadows the Messiah? Well, both then and now, people love writing spin-offs, taking minor characters and their favorite content and elevating them to main character status, giving them new backstories, fleshing out their character, and putting them into new scenarios. Ancient Jewish and Christian writers did this with Enoch. They took a minor character mentioned briefly in the book of Genesis and made a whole Enochic cinematic universe, with Enoch as the main character. In many ways, Melchizedek got the same treatment, a minor character in the book of Genesis who's later massively elevated. There were two major ways that people interpreted him. We might call these the prototype interpretation and the exalted being interpretation. We can think of these as two answers to the same question. What does it mean that Melchizedek appears as a priest before there were priests among the people of Israel? Let's start with the prototype interpretation. This is clearest in Jewish rabbinic literature, like in a collection of rabbinic teachings on Jewish law called the Mishnah and extended commentaries on earlier rabbinic teachings called the Talmud. In these texts, Melchizedek is most often portrayed as a proto-rabbi, a rabbi before there were rabbis, who reflected rabbinic ideals. So, for example, circumcision is super important for Jewish identity. Well, according to these texts, Melchizedek was born circumcised. Knowledge of Torah is fundamental. Well, Melchizedek taught Torah to Abraham before Moses even existed. Put another way, Melchizedek proves that the rabbis stand in a tradition of piety that ran all the way back to creation. In fact, one tradition even says that Adam himself, the first man, passed on his priestly robes to Melchizedek, who then passed them on to Abraham. It was also common in ancient Jewish interpretation to translate the proper name Melchizedek as a title, the righteous king. So if Melchizedek was a title and not a name, what was his real name? A lot of rabbinic literature identified him as Shem, one of the sons of Noah. If Melchizedek was in fact Shem, of course it was no problem for Abraham to show him so much respect. However, not all rabbinic texts were so positive. Given that he's often viewed as a proto-rabbi, an exemplar of piety, rabbis needed to address a potentially awkward question. Why didn't Melchizedek's descendants get to be priests? After all, Israelite priesthood was hereditary, and his priesthood clearly predated the Jerusalem temple. Why weren't the Israelite priests in a lineage stretching back to Melchizedek instead of the brother of Moses? Well, according to one tradition in the Talmud, the key phrase in Genesis 14 is, "He was a priest." Was, past tense. This particular interpretation suggests that Melchizedek might have done something questionable. In Genesis 14, Melchizedek blesses Abraham before he blesses the highest God. In other words, he prioritized Abraham over God. This misstep, according to some rabbis, resulted in the loss of the priesthood for his descendants. The text from the Talmud says, Abraham said to him, "And does one place the blessing of the servant before the blessing of his master?" Immediately the Holy One, blessed be he, gave the priesthood to Abraham. Interestingly, similar prototype interpretations are found in Samaritan traditions. As a reminder from my earlier video, the Samaritan Israelites are an ethno-religious group who trace their identity in scripture, like the Jews, back to antiquity. The Samaritan Israelites recognize the Pentateuch as scripture, and so they also venerate Abraham. And there's some partial evidence suggesting that ancient Samaritans also associated Melchizedek with Shem, one of the sons of Noah. As we'll see in the second part of this video, there's an argument that the Melchizedek passage in Genesis chapter 14 looks the way it looks because of anti-Samaritan edits. Turning now to the exalted being interpretation. According to this reading, Melchizedek has some kind of cosmic or even supernatural significance. Remember, this is a different type of answer to the same question: what does it mean that Melchizedek was a priest before there were priests among the people of Israel? This sometimes features in rabbinic literature as well, but it's much more common elsewhere. One of the most significant examples of a supernatural Melchizedek is found in a short tractate discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, a text with the super memorable name 11Q13. These materials were discovered in the late 1940s and revolutionized how we understood ancient Judaism. In particular, the Dead Sea Scrolls alerted us to the sheer variety of opinions within Judaism at the time. From 11Q13, we know that at least some ancient Jews represented Melchizedek as a figure who would be instrumental in bringing about the Messianic age, perhaps even instrumental to the forgiveness of sins on a final day of atonement at the end of time. For example, 11Q13 interprets a section from the book of Isaiah, which begins, "The Spirit of my sovereign God is upon me, because God has anointed me. I have been sent as a herald of joy to the humble, to bind up the wounded of heart, to proclaim release to the captives, liberation to the imprisoned." Sounds Messiah-like, and if it sounds familiar to some of you, it's because the Gospel of Luke in the Christian New Testament represents Jesus claiming that he has fulfilled this section of Isaiah. But 11Q13 associates this joyful time to come with Melchizedek. It will be Melchizedek who will proclaim to them liberty, to forgive them all their iniquities. This Melchizedek in the final days will bring the sons of light to the path of Torah, and he's described as waging war against the satanic figure Belial. But Melchizedek will carry out the vengeance of God's judgments, and on that day he will free them from the hand of Belial, and from the hand of all the spirits of his lot. Some interpreters understand the Melchizedek in 11Q13 as an angelic being, others interpret him as messianic, but what's clear is that this Melchizedek has cosmic significance. And this isn't the only place where we find an exalted Melchizedek. Let's consider a treatise found among the Nag Hammadi codices. These texts were found in Egypt and likely originated in an early Christian monastic context. They contain a lot of material that focuses on cosmic speculation and philosophy, and famously and problematically they've been called Gnostic texts, though from a scholarly perspective they're particularly interesting because they show us just how diverse Christian practice and thought was at the time. The Nag Hammadi Melchizedek treatise is highly fragmentary. Less than 50% of the text can be reconstructed. I mean, this is what my copy looks like today. It's really hard to read. But from what we can tell, it was an apocalypse of Melchizedek. Apocalypse in the sense that Melchizedek receives divine revelations, ultimately realizing that he himself is an expression of Jesus Christ, and that they will play a fundamental role in the cosmic struggle against Satan at the end of time. The text prophesies that Melchizedek will prevail over malevolent, lower-order divine beings called the Archons. "Be strong, O Melchizedek, great high priest of God Most High, for the Archons who are your enemies made war. You have prevailed over them, and you destroyed your enemies." This text also connects Melchizedek to a priesthood for all time. "I am Melchizedek, the priest of God Most High. I know that it is I who am truly the image of the true high priest." In other words, Melchizedek is the archetypal priest. This is the mirror opposite of rabbinic traditions. Remember that rabbinic texts put a hard stop to Melchizedek's priesthood. He lost it. It was taken away from him when he accidentally blessed Abraham before God. But this Nag Hammadi Melchizedek aligns with interpretations that we find in the book of Hebrews, where the followers of Jesus are said to be priests according to the order of Melchizedek. Rabbis wanted no such thing, but Christians found that the answer posed by Melchizedek's mysterious priesthood pointed to a superior priesthood that ultimately superseded the Jerusalem priesthood. So what do we do with these two sets of interpretations? The main thing to notice is that Melchizedek posed a problem of interpretation. Genesis 14 raises so many questions. What does it mean that he was a priest? Who is this god El Elyon? What city is Salem? Is it Jerusalem? And so a Jew who might have composed 11Q13, a Christian who wrote up Nag Hammadi Melchizedek, or the Talmudic rabbis of the 6th century, all read the same text, but they offered different interpretations. And it's no wonder, because Genesis 14 itself seems to have undergone multiple phases of editing. The text that we have now is likely the result of repeated revisions by editors who were not entirely happy with the tradition as it was handed down to them. Let's return to the central passage of Genesis 14. As a reminder, it's an earlier part of Abraham's story before he had his son Isaac, and even before he had the name Abraham. He's still called Abram here, and he's already a leader with divine favor, getting caught up in the affairs of local kings. We need to look at the whole passage to really see how it may have been edited over the years. In verse 17, after defeating a coalition of Canaanite kings, the king of Sodom came out to meet Abram. And then, verses 18 through 20, King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine, and blesses Abram, invoking El Elyon. Then, in verses 21 to 24, the king of Sodom offers Abram all the spoils of war, but Abram declines. And then, in verse 22, Abram invokes El Elyon. So, what's so strange about any of this? Well, a few things. First of all, these Melchizedek verses completely break the narrative structure. The king of Sodom came out to meet him, and King Melchizedek of Salem brought out bread and wine. Wait, what? We were just talking about the king of Sodom, and now we're talking about the king of Salem, who then just disappears again? Second, Melchizedek blesses Abraham by invoking El Elyon, which, as we've seen, was a Canaanite deity, not necessarily the God of Israel. And then suddenly in verse 22, Abram invokes Yahweh El Elyon. Abram uses the epithet of Melchizedek's God to refer to his own God, adding the four-letter divine name known as the Tetragrammaton. a name that scholars think developed significantly later in biblical history. The simplest explanation that most scholars endorse is that the Melchizedek verses have been inserted into the story. The story makes total sense without verses 18 to 20. See what happens when we delete them. The king of Sodom came out to meet him. Then the king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give me the persons and take the possessions for yourself." The conversation flows between Abram and the king of Sodom. The same is true for the mention of the God of Israel using the Tetragrammaton. Scholars think the Tetragrammaton was added by later scribes who wanted to make it very clear that Abram was not swearing by a Canaanite god and only worshiped the God of Israel. This verse makes it explicit that the God of Israel and El Elyon are one and the same. This also gives the impression that Melchizedek himself was a priest of God, and not some other Canaanite deity. So why do scholars think this? Well, check out the Greek version of Genesis. "I will stretch out my hand to the Most High God." The Greek translators seem to be directly translating the Hebrew words El Elyon, but not the Tetragrammaton, which is usually translated with the Greek word kurios. In other words, the Greek translators must have been sitting in front of a Hebrew manuscript without the Tetragrammaton. Now, Genesis was originally written in Hebrew, and then was later translated into Greek sometime during the Hellenistic period. But many scholars think that the Greek version, called the Septuagint, sometimes preserves an older version than what we find in the Masoretic text, the standardized version of the Hebrew Bible compiled by Jewish scholars sometime in late antiquity and the early medieval period. The scholar Robert Cargill, who's one of the leading experts on Melchizedek, argues that in the case of Genesis 14, the Tetragrammaton was added to the Hebrew Bible after the Septuagint's translation of the Pentateuch, which took place about 250 BCE. However, while a lot of scholars think that verses 18 to 20 were added entirely, he thinks that they're original, but Melchizedek was originally the king of Sodom before being changed to the king of Salem. This would solve that awkward jump in the narrative. Rather than jumping back and forth between the king of Sodom and then the king of Salem and then back to the king of Sodom, Abram simply has a conversation with one king, the king of Sodom, Melchizedek. But why make this change? Well, changing Melchizedek from being the king of Sodom to the king of Salem makes a lot of sense. Sodom is a famously evil city in Genesis, and is destroyed by God just a little bit later in the narrative. Scribes would have been motivated to distance Abram and Melchizedek, for that matter, from having anything to do with Sodom. As for Salem, later interpreters argued that Salem refers to Jerusalem. However, ancient evidence doesn't really support this. In ancient inscriptions, Jerusalem is never referred to as Salem. It's always a multi-syllable name, Urushalim. We see this in the Amarna letters. These were correspondences between the Egyptian pharaoh and the Canaanite kings, and a few of these tablets mention the city Urushalim, or Jerusalem. Salem was probably a different city, and Dr. Cargill thinks it was a city located well north of Jerusalem, close to Shechem. Shechem was deeply important to Abraham's story. It was there that God first appeared to him, promising to give the land to his descendants, and where Abraham built an altar to the Lord, marking the site as sacred. Salem being a northern city fits with the general story of the patriarchs in Genesis, who spend a lot of their time up north, around Shechem and the city of Shiloh. But that change also had an unintended consequence. Salem, as a northern city, was also close to Mount Gerizim, the holiest site for the Samaritan Israelites. They believe that the true rightful place for worshipping the God of Israel is Gerizim, not Jerusalem. Dr. Cargill argues that Salem's proximity to Gerizim made it geographically problematic for the later priesthood in Jerusalem, who wanted to disassociate the narrative from the northern region and Samaritan worship. He argues that scribes needed to find ways to clarify that Salem meant Jerusalem, not some other city. So many scholars believe that the Melchizedek verses were composed and added to the original narrative perhaps as late as the Hellenistic period, which, as it turns out, is when Melchizedek rapidly became more popular as a messianic figure, which helps explain why we get such a varied reception of Melchizedek. The story is already complicated: a mysterious priest king, a potentially problematic foreign god El Elyon, and the unclear city of Salem. But even more so, the story apparently was circulating in multiple versions, and no matter whose version you read, it contained a layer of edits that aimed to clarify the meaning and significance of Melchizedek that perhaps wasn't so clear in the earlier story. Overall, there's no one definitive answer to who was Melchizedek, not because we've lost the explanation, but because even in antiquity, the material was already being interpreted in multiple ways. Was he king of Sodom or Salem? Priest of El Elyon or the God of Israel? Was Salem up north, or was it Jerusalem? Ambiguity was baked into the story from the start, compelling later editors to reinterpret what they were reading. Recognizing that biblical texts are composite documents with layers of authorship and interpretation is a crucial part of being biblically literate. Knowing that stories like Melchizedek's have been reinterpreted and reshaped over time helps us avoid simplistic or surface-level readings. But unfortunately, what's often presented as biblical literacy is sometimes used to push partisan agendas. Take, for example, recent news about the state superintendent of Oklahoma mandating all public schools to teach the Bible. Under the guise of promoting a deeper understanding of the Bible, these efforts can introduce narrow doctrinal interpretations. This is why I turn to today's sponsor, Ground News, to give me a clear view of news stories like this. Ground News is a website and app on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, and objective way to read the news. They aggregate stories from a bunch of different media outlets and pair those stories with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting. So let's return to that story from Oklahoma. Here, Ground News has aggregated 179 news sources covering this story. 33% of the sources are left-leaning, 47% are in the center, and 20% on the right. Using the headline comparison tool, we can see how these stories are being framed. The right-wing website The Western Journal frames it as Oklahoma putting the Bible back in schools, while the left-wing website The National Zero focuses on the enforcement angle. Oklahoma Education Secretary threatens to revoke teaching licenses if instructors don't include Bible lessons. Every story also comes with a factuality rating of the reporting sources and a breakdown of who owns them, whether they're publicly funded, corporately owned, or independent. One of my favorite features is their blind spot feed, which highlights stories that are being underreported or completely overlooked by news sources with a specific political leaning. This helps us break out of our news bubbles and see which stories are receiving disproportionate coverage on the right or left. This not only helps us break out of our news bubbles, but it also helps us to become more aware of the biases in our own media consumption. If you'd like to give Ground News a try, Ground News is giving Religion for Breakfast viewers 40% off their Vantage plan. Go to ground.news/religionforbreakfast or click the link in the description below to get started and support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. If you know anything about the Samaritans, you probably know them from a famous story in the Gospel of Luke, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In chapter 10, an expert in Jewish law asked Jesus to specify, in that whole command, love your neighbor as yourself, who counts as a neighbor? Jesus responds by telling a parable. Bandits attack a man walking from Jerusalem to Jericho. They take everything and leave him for dead. Then 3 people walk by, first a priest and then a Levite. Both are connected with the Jewish temple hierarchy in Jerusalem. And neither of them stops. The final person to pass by is a Samaritan, who, moved with compassion, bandages his wounds, brings him back to an inn, and takes care of him. Really goes above and beyond. Jesus then asks who acted as a neighbor. The teacher answers the easy question. Well, the one who showed mercy. There's a very common interpretation of this story, and it goes something like this. Because of an ancient ethnic rivalry, the Jews and the Samaritans hated each other, and so the power of the parable lies in surprise and irony. The original Jewish audience would be shocked, because based on their stereotype of Samaritans, the Samaritans shouldn't have helped a Jew. Meanwhile, the other 2 characters, the priest and the Levite, should have helped him, as stereotypically and quintessentially good ethical Jews. Thus, the teacher of Jewish law who asked the initial question is rebuked, confronted by his own ethnic prejudice. The Samaritan did good, and the Jewish audience didn't expect that. This isn't just a pop interpretation. Even New Testament scholars have repeated this over the years. The scholar Francois Bovon writes that the Samaritan was someone who was marginalized and disdained, a negative silhouette of contemporary Jewish society. The scholar John Mayer calls the Samaritan a natural enemy to any ancient Jewish person. But the thing is, this interpretation is probably wrong. According to Dr. Matthew Chalmers, an expert in Samaritanism, we should not see this parable in terms of ethnic prejudice at all. The evidence just doesn't support that Jews and Samaritans hated each other. And in fact, many Jews considered Samaritans to be members of the people of Israel, albeit problematic members. If Dr. Chalmers is right, that not only means that this widespread interpretation is wrong, but we're also missing an important understanding of ancient Jewish and Samaritan relations. Before we go any deeper, here's a quick intro to the Samaritan Israelites. Samaritans, or as they prefer to call themselves, Samaritan Israelites, trace their ethnic and religious identity back to ancient Israel. They devote themselves to the God of Israel, and they accept the Pentateuch written in Hebrew as scripture. But for Samaritan Israelites, the Samaritan Pentateuch differs in a lot of ways compared to the Pentateuch recognized by Jews, and they believe the focus on Jerusalem as the holy place is a mistake. Instead, Mount Gerizim is set aside for worship and devotion to God, located around 30 miles north of Jerusalem near modern-day Nablus in the West Bank. And they understand themselves, not Jews, to be the faithful transmitters and keepers of the practices intended by God for Israel. If you want a longer summary, we have a more robust intro video right here. On the surface, you can see why someone might arrive at the conclusion that Jews and Samaritans were ethnic rivals, or even enemies. They have competing holy places, competing authoritative scriptures, different claims to the legacy of Israel, and there were flashes of violence and unrest. For example, the Jewish ruler John Hyrcanus destroyed the Samaritan temple on Mount Gerizim in 112 or 111 BCE. So what's wrong with the traditional interpretation? The first is that the idea of Jewish ethnic disdain for Samaritans just doesn't fit with most of the available evidence. Samaritans appear in a lot of ancient sources. One of our earliest concrete pieces of evidence about the group is a collection of around 400 Aramaic inscriptions from Gerizim, dating to around the 2nd century BCE. Over the next few centuries, Samaritans write the Samaritan Pentateuch, an Aramaic translation of the Pentateuch called the Samaritan Targum, and Samaritan liturgical poetry and scriptural interpretation known as Midrash. The group also becomes more and more visible in non-Samaritan texts from around the 2nd century BCE onward. They appear in Jewish literature like the Book of Sirach, the New Testament books of Matthew, Luke, and John, and the works of Josephus. They also appear in Roman geographical sources like Strabo and Tacitus, and in rabbinic literature like the Mishnah and the Talmud. The list of sources is long, impressively long, and most of these sources do not represent Jews and Samaritans as implacable opponents or ethnic rivals. For example, the scholar Dr. Benedict Hensel has found that those 400 inscriptions from Mount Gerizim contain no indication of any kind of full-blown argument with Jerusalem with respect to legitimacy. A passage from 2 Maccabees implies that both Jews and Samaritans were considered part of Israel. The passage is about the Seleucid king Antiochus IV, leaving governors in charge of the land as he returned to his capital in Antioch. He left governors to oppress the people. At Jerusalem, Philip, and at Gerizim, Andronicus. Scholars think this is an explicit recognition that the worshippers of God at Mount Gerizim and those at Jerusalem belong to the same people or race. We may get the Samaritans' perspective from 2 Greek inscriptions found on the trading hub island of Delos. These inscriptions commemorate gifts from the Samaritan Israelites living there to the Gerizim sanctuary. One reads, "The Israelites who make offerings to hallowed consecrated are Gerizim," the Greek transliteration of Mount Gerizim. In his article titled Brethren or Strangers, the scholar Jonathan Borgel argues that the fact that this inscription needs to specify which type of Israelite is making the offering presupposes that there are other types of Israelites. Israelites who make offerings to the temple at Gerizim, and Israelites who make offerings elsewhere, like the temple in Jerusalem. Thus, he argues that Samaritans consider themselves a not necessarily exclusive subcategory under the broader category of Israelites. But perhaps the most decisive evidence for Samaritan-Jewish relations is found in the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an anthology or collection of rabbinic Jewish traditions, compiled around 200 CE. Some of the rabbis whose teachings appear in the Mishnah were even contemporaries of Jesus. If we were to find evidence of Jewish anti-Samaritanism anywhere, it would be here. After all, the Mishnah is a text fundamentally concerned about identity and status. Who counts as Israel? Who doesn't? But when the Mishnah discusses Samaritans, things get complicated. Sometimes we do see tension. One passage says you can't marry a Samaritan. Another says the temple tax won't be accepted from a Samaritan. In many of these cases, though, the Mishnah differentiates between non-Jews and Samaritans. They're not classified along with non-Jews, but are in another category with a sometimes ambiguous relationship with the people of Israel. For example, in another passage, Samaritan women have disputed levels of ritual purity, but they are closer to Israel compared to non-Jewish women. Even the most critical statement that you could find about the Samaritans in the whole Mishnah is not what it seems on the surface. In one passage, the sages claim that Rabbi Eliezer used to say, "Whoever eats bread baked by Samaritans is like one who eats the flesh of a pig." Sounds kind of harsh, but a student of Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva, rebukes them. Silence. I won't tell you what Rabbi Eliezer actually said in this connection. So Rabbi Akiva shuts them up. perhaps implying that they're slandering Eliezer. The scholar Benjamin Elton argues that Akiva is implying Eliezer was actually more lenient, and the sages were misrepresenting his true, more accepting opinion about the Samaritans. So in the Mishnah, we do see some tension and ambiguity about the status of Samaritans, but we also sometimes see them being accepted as Israelites. The clearest example of this is a passage describing how to give a joint blessing after a shared meal. The passage compares the opinions of the house of Shammai and the house of Hillel. The house of Shammai says recite the blessing over the wine first.
be thou, O Lord God of the universe, who hast given this bird wisdom to distinguish day from night. That's gratitude. You do a good deed, and what's your reward? Exactly.
Was this your idea of a joke?
Have you forgotten what happened Sabbath before last between here and Jericho? 200 zealots crucified for bearing arms. 200 crosses against the sky.
And a few Roman soldiers with a dagger like this in their hearts.
Yes, Romans can be killed too, like other men. But we won't break the power of Rome by wearing knives in our sleeves. Orders from Jerusalem are to keep our weapons concealed from now on. Until we need them. There. That'll be safer there with mine. Here, let me help you. You'll be safer, too.
Big brother.
Oh, forget that. I'm not talking to you as your brother now. Wasn't I chosen head of the zealots in this village?
Yes, Joel, but you...
Then I mean to be obeyed. The lion doesn't bare his fangs until he's ready to strike. Come on. Please.
What do you want?
Water. To wash in.
You know it's...
Forbidden for us to speak, yes, but a beggar can speak to anyone. Your lips are like a thread of scarlet, and your mouth is comely. You're altogether beautiful, my love.
Joel, you shouldn't say such...
What's from the Song of Solomon?
I know, but... Well, that's enough, isn't it?
No, there's much more. I'll say it all for you.
Oh, no, no. Not now.
Yalla! Yalla! I finished the threshing this morning.
I'd like to be working in the fields instead.
Work in the fields, you, the scholar of the family?
Scholar.
Joel!
I found him by the road at dawn. He had bound up his wound and was able to give me the name of his village, which lies about 1 league to the north. More than that, he hadn't a straight to say.
That's good. It's good to be among friends after the Romans.
Romans?
They arrested me when I couldn't pay the tax. A chain on my wrist. Then I stumbled and fell. A soldier drew his sword. Now, I have no hand.
The dogs, the filthy heathen.
Be warned, they are coming.
But why? What is this tax you speak of?
You haven't heard? All Judea is being taxed in punishment of the recent revolt.
We must drive these Roman beasts out of our land.
But what can we do? We're without a leader to turn to. We're helpless. A nation without a king is a nation lost.
A nation lost. He's right.
It looks as if we'll need our weapons. Call the zealots together and we'll...
Wait, Zadok.
Wait? What for? You organize the zealots in this village. You preach resistance to Rome, yet now you say...
We're not ready to resist. Judea was a nation once. Someday she will be again. I say wait and work for that day. Go on to the fields. I'll tell Father of this. Shalom, Abba.
Shalom. Now, my son, we'll take up your study. Incline thine ears unto wisdom,
Father,
and apply thy heart to understanding.
I have news, important to the village.
Huh?
The Romans have laid a new tax on our people.
How? When did you hear this?
Just now, a merchant who stopped within our gates. He had with him an escaped prisoner.
Prisoner?
Yes, this time it seems they're taking prisoners as well as money.
Peace, Joel. This evil is still distant from us.
But Father, when they come here, as they will...
We can't stop them.
Not now, but we ought to begin to prepare ourselves.
But we are prepared. Is not the Lord with us always? Our only duty is to follow his holy law.
Yes, you're a scholar, a scribe.
As you will be.
But we need a king in Israel.
Is it not written that someday there will come a Messiah to deliver us?
Someday. We need the Messiah now.
When the time is ripe, he will come, wearing the crown of David.
And with the sword of David in his hand, yes.
Since he created his people, the Lord has not deserted us. He has seen us through 1,000 tribulations. Slavery, oppression, poverty, the hatred of tyrants. Do you think he will abandon us now? I have no fear. This trouble that threatens us now is only a shadow that will pass. Sit down, my son.
Yes, Abba.
Time has come to review your knowledge. We'll start with the generations of Shem.
The generations of our father, I could recite those in my sleep.
Proceed.
These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad 500 years and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat Salah. And Arphaxad lived after he begat Salah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Abel lived 34 years and begat...
Go on. Go on.
Begat, Aber. And Salah lived after he begat Aber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Aber lived 34 years and begat...
Joel.
Father, what's the good of learning all this?
Good. It's the history of Israel. A sacred heritage.
Yes, but to me, all these names and dates are as dry as the sands of Kidron. They...
Excuse me, Rabbi. Jamie, the carpet merchant is here to see you.
I come at once. Bring food and wine, Leah.
Yes, Rabbi.
The best wine. Yes, Rabbi. Continue with your studies, Joel.
Did you say it was Jemuel?
Yes.
Jemuel, the father of Tamar?
He always has been.
You are fortunate, Lamech, to have two fine sons, Zadok. And Joel is an excellent young man.
Joel has possibilities. He also has his faults. He's rather irresponsible, visionary, and a bit unruly. Yet, I have great hopes of Joel. It's my wish, and it was his mother's before she died, that someday our firstborn should go up to study in Jerusalem. I want Joel to follow in my footsteps as a scribe.
Oh, but of course, a young man must marry and settle down no matter what his profession is, huh? Ah, yes. You are blessed in your sons. I, unhappily, have nothing but daughters, huh?
It takes a daughter to make a wife.
What wisdom, Rabbi. And you know, Tamar, my eldest, is a marriageable age. Already I've had several offers for her hand.
I don't wonder. No doubt you have already arranged a suitable match.
My mind is still open.
Of course, you would provide your daughter with a generous dowry.
Oh, yes, yes. Of course, in these hard times, I don't...
Well?
Well, shall we say a chest of fine linen? A carpet of the best quality? Tamar herself is weaving it now. A yoke of young oxen? And a flock of 7 goats.
7 goats? Out of all your herd?
But my herd has been diminished lately by wild dogs and...
7 goats?
8. Look, a dozen goats. Now is a flock.
Two dozen.
A dozen and a half.
2 dozen.
2 dozen?
2 dozen.
For the honor of being allied with your house in marriage, scribe, 2 dozen goats.
Your terms are most generous. No, you pardon me. A seed in my throat. Leah, hurry with the wine.
What are you doing?
Minding my own business.
You ought to be at your learning.
I'm learning.
Studious young man. Takes after his father.
Takes after someone else, if you ask me.
I'm studying. Want to hear the generations of Shem?
What?
Shem was 100 years old and begat Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. Tomorrow, I've got something. I've heard something. And Shem lived after he begat Arphaxad
500 years. And begat sons and daughters.
And Arphaxad lived 35 years and begat no one so beautiful as Tamar.
Is that in your scroll?
I've got to talk to you. I've got to tell you about...
About Shem?
No, about us.
Us? Has someone been gossiping?
It isn't gossip. It's wonderful.
But, Joel, there will be gossip. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Can't you stop working for a moment?
I'm making a carpet to give to my husband when I have one.
Well, I can't tell you here.
What, Joel?
Tamar.
No, maybe you'd better not. Please go. Father will be so angry if he...
It's the time of year to pick herbs. This afternoon, during the hour of rest, the little ravine beyond the threshing.
But I couldn't. I wouldn't dare.
Tamar!
Oh, Mother, I must go.
Who is it? I can't see. It's Nathan, the innkeeper. You know he's been to Tiberias to take the baths. He'll be full of news.
What's the news from the north?
The best news is that I left the stiffness of my limbs at the hot springs of Tiberias.
What about the new tax?
Tax? Now, let me see. I did hear something about a tax. Oh, but But let me tell you this. After the first day, I could move one finger. The second day, 2 fingers. And the third day...
We know. 3 fingers. But what news?
Yes, did you see any soldiers on the road?
Oh, there are always soldiers on the road. But then my arms and my legs, they worked.
Did you meet any robbers?
No robbers.
You go all the way to Tiberias, and you've nothing to report.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, come, tell us, Nathan.
Come, Nathan, tell us the news.
What if I were to tell you that a king had appeared in Israel?
A king?
Did you see him? No, I didn't see him. But one of his followers, a man called John, told me that his master would soon proclaim himself king of the Jews.
Are you sure?
Is it true, Nathan?
Well, I believe this man, John. He spoke with conviction. He told me that his master had gathered a multitude around him and that they called him the Messiah.
Messiah? You speak of a king? A Messiah? Who is he? How do men call him?
Why, he's called Jesus, the son of Joseph, the Galilean.
So, that's the one, eh? As though we all hadn't heard of him, eh?
Maybe you don't know the man I mean.
But I do. A carpenter from Nazareth. What good thing ever came out of Nazareth?
Well, they say he's created a great stir among the people of Galilee.
A trickster. A magician. A preaching carpenter who breaks the laws of the Sabbath.
But his follower John says that he's well learned in the law.
Impossible. I'd like nothing better than to question him.
Maybe you'll have the chance. John said he would pass this way.
I hope so.
Nathan, do you believe in this man Jesus? Why?
Because, well, he has the multitude with him. Hundreds of people who will soon become thousands, or a veritable army.
An army for Israel.
Tamar! What a lucky chance our meeting like this.
I remembered it was the time of year to pick herbs.
Oh. Are you hurt? Well, at least you're here. Now I can tell you. You know, I think this is the first time in our lives we've ever been alone.
Yes.
Oh, don't be frightened.
I'm not.
Because we're betrothed, Tamar.
Betrothed?
Yes, that's what I had to tell you. Your father and mine have arranged our marriage. I heard them talking about it this morning.
Joel, is it true? Did your father tell you?
Not yet, but he will.
But I can't believe.
Well, it's quite logical. After all, in this whole village, you're the most beautiful, and I'm the most... well, at least the most intelligent.
Yes. Still, I can't believe that I'm to be your wife.
My wife. Oh, Tamar.
What, Joel?
Nothing, just Tamar. You know, a man's mind is like a house that's always building. He builds a room for every hope he has. One for his success, his fame, his dreams. One for his love for his country. But then he finds a woman he loves. He knows that the whole house is for her.
A woman isn't like that. Her heart is her house, and it's an empty house until her love walks in.
Back by the ravine. I'll go through the fields.
It's true. Our village is not to escape the Romans.
They're only a handful.
They feel sure we won't attack them. They may be mistaken. What are we standing here for? Let's get back to the village. Find Joel.
What's all the excitement?
Romans.
I'm glad I don't live in your village.
You'll feel the weight of their hands wherever you live.
Do nothing to rouse these Romans. Do nothing? Why not fight? We'll fight when the time comes, not now.
To the people of Judea, greetings from Herod, Tetrarch of Galilee, and from Pontius Pilate, Procurator of Judea. Now hear ye, that whereas there have been disorders in the land, including armed strife against the rule of Rome, it is hereby decreed that the people of Judea shall pay an extraordinary tax. As follows. For each household, 5 shekels of silver, which shall be paid into the hands of the tax gatherer. You, as of this day,
We've already paid all taxes.
this is a special tax.
We're poor people, workmen and farmers. Where would we get silver? You know very well we won't have any silver until the harvest is over.
Peace, fellow. Your governors have already thought of that. Huh? Stop your sniveling. Whereas, if any man shall not be able to pay in silver coin, he shall be taken into protective custody and held. And held until his debt be discharged by the labor of his hands in the service of the state.
That means slavery. Death in the Roman galleys. You talk of disorders. There'll be worse disorders.
Wait. What's your name?
Zadok, son of the scribe.
Zadok, son of the scribe. What are you howling about? Your father will pay your taxes. Scribes always have money. This done by order of Imperial Rome. Issued in the 4th month of the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, Emperor. Oh, for the love of Jupiter, wipe your nose.
I'll be at my usual place in the square to receive payments in silver.
I come from my house prepared. Joel, my son, take this and pay it out to the last shekel. It is all I have. Let each man give according to his means.
Yes. You'd better come with me while I pay these vultures.
No.
Remember what I said. You know what it means to be a soldier?
No.
It means your feet hurt.
Jemuel.
Jemuel. Carpet merchant.
But this year I've only been selling little carpets.
Married? 5 children?
Mm.
Females.
Yes, this is for me, for my wife, and for my family. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any reduction for a married daughter?
How long married?
Well, she isn't exactly. We haven't.
Well?
She's going to be married very soon.
Then she isn't married.
Yeah, but I've paid her dowry presently. Dog of dust. I'm only trying to save a little so I can help a less fortunate neighbor. Phui.
In the name of Lamech, the scribe.
That's enough to pay for 10 households.
See that it does. Mark it on your slate. Doesn't your conscience ever hurt?
No, it's my feet. What do you do for sore feet, fellow?
Bathe them in water and anoint them with oil.
Thanks, friend.
Friend to a Roman?
These men were trying to escape over the wall. Under arrest. Put a guard over them. Bring them along.
Don't hold them. We'll pay the tax somehow.
They tried to escape. That's a crime against Rome.
Is it a crime to be poor? To love liberty?
Enough. If you hadn't told me what to do for my feet, I'd send you along with them. Zedek, the son of the scribe.
I don't suppose you'd fight a man without your sword.
No?
Oh, why'd you do it? Keep you from making a fool of yourself? I'll kill him for this. Stop talking nonsense. But you still say do nothing. Yes. You see only what's before your eyes. I'm trying to look beyond. If you can't understand that, at least obey orders, do you hear?
Zedek.
What is it, Nathan?
My purse is empty, but my heart is. If a patriot should want to join with other patriots for the good of Israel,
And swear eternal enmity to Rome.
I swear.
By this covenant of blood, I declare Nathan the innkeeper our brother. From now on, his life, like ours, is given to freedom for Israel. I've called you together without telling my brother. I don't agree with his policy of waiting. I say attack a Roman anytime you can.
You're right. This is a time for action. Yes, if we could set the prisoners free.
We must set them free. Better to die than rot in the Roman galleys.
Right.
And you're all with me?
Yes.
Aye. Good. First, we must be sure that the centurion is well entertained this evening. You'll take care of that, Nathan.
With pleasure.
Then, when night has fallen, after the evening meal,
Sarah. My mother's jewels.
Your father had them from his father and gave them to your mother when they were betrothed.
Father.
Blessed art thou, Lord, our God, King of the universe, who hath sanctified us with his commandments.
Amen. Amen.
My sons, this has been a day of sadness for our village, but it has its thread of joy. A thread that runs through all the tapestry of life. This thread must not be broken. I'm an old man full of years. It's time I saw my line carried on and my name perpetuated. Today, I talked with Jemuel, the father of Tamar, with regard to a marriage between our houses. The arrangements have been concluded. The betrothal will follow. Oh. hope this pleases you, my son.
You mean I am to marry Tamar?
So Jemuel and I have decided. These jewels will be your gift to her.
Father, you say that Tamar and Zadok are to be...
Yes?
But I thought that It's usual for the older son to be married before the younger.
True. In fact, Jemuel first suggested that you should marry Tamar.
Well, then why?
But on consideration, realizing that you'd be many years in Jerusalem studying, Jemuel decided he'd rather see his grandchildren born here at home.
But, Father...
This also fell in with my plans. Oh, time enough for you to marry when you've become a scribe and a rabbi of your people.
Well, then you mean that Tamar...
Tamar will come to live in our house. She'll be a sister to you and a good wife to you, my son.
As you will, Father.
So be it. You'll drink to this betrothal. Joel. Blessed art thou, O Lord, our God, who giveth all good things. Blessed be the fruit of thy vineyards, the sun on the grape that bringeth to our lips this sweet refreshment.
You're drinking a good ale, my friend.
I can't neglect the hospitality of our good host.
But are you sure the prisoners are well guarded?
When I take prisoners, they don't escape alive.
Just the same, I've got an uncomfortable feeling.
It's that sour cabbage you eat.
No, I'm serious. I can smell danger.
You can't smell anything.
But I'm afraid.
You're always afraid. You've got the heart and the nose of a rabbit. These people won't make any trouble. Well, they might attack you.
Oh.
They won't attack the Roman Empire. That's me.
Tamar. You're crying. You know.
Yes, my father just told me.
We're not bound by our father's bargaining.
Yes, we are. Their word is law. What's given, it can't be broken.
Our love can't be broken.
Our love is great to us. The love of our fathers is greater.
Tamar, I won't give you up. I want you.
I want you too, but...
We'll go away together. Leave the village. We'll go tonight.
Tonight? How could we? Where could we?
The fire in the square. Maybe I am, but at least the prisoners are free. I'm gone behind my back, you.
Oh! In the name of Rome!
Junior, go on, each way, all of you, go!
stop your yapping. Claudian!
Sir, you see, the birds have flown.
But, sir, I thought that the...
You thought. You mean you didn't think? You didn't see any men standing around the fire, did you? It was only a trick, and you... Well, why don't you speak?
Give me leave, and I'll put every man in this village to the sword.
Bloodthirsty, isn't he? Take your men to the inn. Stand guard over the silver.
I thought you said you never lost a prisoner.
Don't bother me. I'm thinking.
This escape is a disgrace to Rome.
I want those prisoners.
Yeah, but how can you...
Give them time. They'll come home to roost.
Not while you're here.
Of course not. We withdraw from the village tomorrow. In a fortnight, we'll come back in force.
Dagger.
It's the weapon of zealots.
So it was their work.
In that case, when we come back, I'll let Claudian indulge his appetite for slaughter. We'll clean out this nest of vipers.
I must have dropped it outside.
You did. The centurion picked it up. I saw it in his hand. And I heard him say, we'll clean out this nest of vipers.
Then there's only one thing to do. Strike before he does. He'll wait until morning. The Romans don't like working in the dark.
He'll wait longer than that. He hasn't enough men to make his move now. The centurion's no fool. He's in no hurry. But sooner or later, he'll take revenge for this night's work.
Then why wait? We outnumber the Romans. What's the matter, Joel? Have you lost your nerve? You're supposed to be our leader, but you seem to have no stomach for doing anything. We need a new leader.
A pack of sheep threatened by wolves. And you want a new shepherd?
Yeah.
All right. But hear me first. I've said you do nothing. I've said wait. Not because my nerve was gone or my stomach was weak, but because I had an idea. Now listen. This morning, while most of you were in the fields, Nathan brought word of a certain man in the north, a Galilean, who's gathering the people around him. Multitudes who follow him and who already call him the King of the Jews. I had made up my mind to go and seek this man. For he may be the Messiah we've all been praying for. It seems to me this might accomplish more than killing a few Romans. For I believe that until we find a leader for the nation, none of us will be safe. None of us will be free. On my way, I meant to spread the word of revolt through the country as I passed, so that I might offer this man the strength of a nation. Now, that's what I'd planned. It's for you to approve or disapprove. I stay or I go, as you decide.
This sword belonged to a man of my name who fought long ago in the army of the great warrior Judas Maccabeus. Take it and offer it to the man of Galilee. My allegiance goes with the sword.
Yeah.
Aye. Swear by the sword. Allegiance to the sword of the Maccabees. And to him who accepts it.
Allegiance!
Everything's quiet. Yes. Too quiet. I notice you didn't come forward to lay hands on the sword.
No,
Why not?
because I think you're going on a fool's errand.
Maybe you're right. A man's on a fool's errand from the time he's born. But someday, some man may find what we're all looking for. Peace, happiness, a chance to live.
You believe in what's going to happen. I believe in making it happen now.
Yes, you proved that tonight. And as a result, you've brought danger on every man, woman, and child in this village. On Tamar and...
Tamar? Why do you speak of her?
Because I...
Yes. Now I remember. Always you looked at Tamar in the square. Your look followed her to the well in the evening.
Yes. I've loved her always. As I love her now.
Joel. Shadow. What is this evil I hear? Is it true that you coveted the woman I've chosen to be your brother's wife?
I said I loved her.
You will put this thought from your mind, this love from your heart.
That I can't do. If you could read my heart, you'd see. But you can't. All you know is your books of the law.
You speak to me so? To your father?
I know you could have me stoned for speaking like this. But for once, let there be truth between us.
Joel?
How can I give up a love that's as great as my love for Israel? You look at me, but you see only what you want me to be, not what I am.
I forbid you.
I'm not a scholar. I'm a patriot and a zealot.
You are a zealot.
Father, no, Zedek, this is my affair.
You belong to that party of violence?
Violence is the only answer to Rome. But it must be a nation's violence. What else can save us? Your scrolls are dust. Your law is dead.
Dead? Our law is alive with the breath of Moses and Abraham and all the prophets. Men were beasts until our law called them to be the chosen of the Lord. And the Lord himself came first into the minds of men through the word that is our law. If there is dust on our law, it is the dust of which the world was made.
Father, I know you speak from your heart. But my heart speaks too. And I don't want to go in anger.
You say go? Go where?
On a journey I've planned.
He's going to seek the Messiah, some wonder worker Nathan told him about.
You mean the carpenter of Nazareth?
Yes.
You're going to seek him?
He may be the savior of our people.
If you go from my house, you will no longer be my son.
All my life I've obeyed you, without question. I can obey you no longer.
Then go. Go before I forget the years I loved and cherished you. Go before I curse you. Here. Take it. Don't you realize what an excellent match I've made for you?
Yes, Father.
Lamech held out for 2 dozen goats. I'd have given him 3 dozen. You should rejoice at this betrothal.
Yes, Father.
Now, isn't every girl has a father with brains enough to marry her to a son of a scribe, huh?
No, Father.
All right. You can go now. Huh? Well, what is it? What is it? What is it?
Rachel says she heard the prisoners have escaped.
Escaped? Ay, there'll be more trouble over this. Why do you bring bad news into my house?
To go with you anywhere. You were coming for me, weren't you? You said we'd leave the village tonight.
Tamar,
We are going.
I'm going alone.
Alone?
The village is in great danger. I must get help if I can. But it's more than that. It's greater than the life of any one village or any one of us.
What are you saying?
I'm going in search of a man who may be the king that we need to lead us in open war against Rome.
War?
It must come if we're ever going to be anything but slaves.
Why? Why must there be war? Why must men fight? I don't care anything about this king. All I want is to be your wife and bear your children. That's all I... Oh, please take me with you.
I can't take you with me, no.
But it must be now. I may never have the courage again.
You must have courage. You must wait. If my journey's successful, there may be a chance. A new life for all of us. If this man is the Messiah, then there's hope of freedom for Israel.
If any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me.
Who is this man? I never saw him before, and yet he spoke to me as if he knew me.
That's how I felt the first time he spoke to me. It was as if he called me by my name, Andrew.
I'm seeking the man of Galilee. I heard he was near here.
You found him?
No, I mean Jesus of Nazareth. He who's called King of the Jews.
This is he.
But where are the multitudes that follow him?
He came here to escape the multitudes.
Then it is true? He has many followers?
They increase even as the flocks of a good shepherd.
But he has more the look of a poor pilgrim than a king.
His power is greater than that of any king, my friend.
What sort of power? You mean he's a magician, as some people say?
Well, he's been called worse names than that.
I must speak with him.
No, not now.
The Son of Man has come not to destroy men's lives, but to save them.
Jesus, thou Son of David, have mercy on me.
What wilt thou that I should do unto thee?
Lord, that I may receive my sight.
Believe ye that I am able to do this?
Yea, Lord.
Receive thy sight. Go thy way. thy faith hath made thee whole.
My boy.
Master, I am a witness to your power. I pray that you will use it to draw our people together, that we may smite our enemies. There's need for haste. All the country to the south is overrun by the Romans. But there are thousands like me, sworn zealots, ready to join your forces. Master, we offer you our allegiance and our swords.
All they that take up the sword shall perish with the sword.
Put it away, my friend. He's the one man who has no use for it.
No use for it? You mean he isn't ready to take up arms?
He'll never take up arms.
I don't agree with Andrew. I feel as you do, that our master must soon draw the sword. Come along with us. You and I together may persuade him.
Which way do you go?
To Jerusalem, for the feast of the Passover.
My village lies on that road.
Then why not?
I would like to know more of this man, for he certainly has great authority.
He has indeed.
I'm Joel, son of Lamech, the scribe.
I am called Judas.
For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? I say unto thee, arise, and take up thy bed, and go thy way. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God.
I'm convinced he'll never take up arms unless he's forced to.
You're right. You know, there were certain men before you joined us who tried to seize him and force him to be king.
Yes? What happened?
He sensed their purpose and escaped them.
If those men had succeeded, the history of Israel might have been changed.
But they did not succeed.
Over that farthest hill lies my village. The master will pass through it?
He has friends in every village.
I'm going on.
Halt! You'll camp here. Only this time, no blunders, Claudian. Post sentries around the wall. Only keep them out of sight. Come. anyone enter, but no one leaves the village tonight. You understand? You have your orders. I'll be at the inn. Keep a strict watch. These people have a fondness for striking in the dark. Celebration tonight?
Yes. It's the marriage of Zadok, son of the scribe.
Zadok? I remember him. So he's getting married?
To Tamar, daughter of Jamuel.
Toast to the bride. Well, why don't you drink?
Why, I've had enough. Most of the village thought that Tamar would marry Joel.
Who's Joel?
Zadok's brother.
Might he be the fellow I knocked down in the square? Yes?
Yes, why?
So Zadok stole his brother's bride.
Oh, no, it's all according to our custom of law.
You have some strange customs, you Israelites. Go on, drink.
You're only tasting your wine. You're trying to get me drunk so that I'll talk. But it's no use, I can't tell you anything.
Do you recognize this?
It's a dagger.
It's a little memento I picked up the night the prisoners escaped.
I don't know anything about that.
You don't happen to know to which one of your village zealots this dagger belongs?
Zealot? No, I told you.
You lie. You're probably one of them yourself. If I break your arm, you might talk.
Go ahead. Break my arm. Kill me. I still can't tell you anything.
There. You'll talk when the time comes. Bring more wine. We'll drink a toast to the bridegroom.
What feast is this?
The wedding feast of Tamar and Zadok, son of the scribe.
Wedding feast.
We dance, we dine, we break the bread, we drink the wine, the vows are said, and these two are wed, these two are one.
They are a fine couple. May they have strong sons as you have.
I have but one son.
Your pardon, Rabbi.
These two are one by sacred vow. Lord, lift thy son and bless them now. We dance, we dine, we break the bread. We drink the wine, these two are wed. Hey, hey,
Long life to Tamar the bride.
And that is the bridegroom. Long life and happiness.
Joel. Shh. Listen to me. Don't disturb the wedding feast, but call the others together.
The others?
As many as you can, but not Zadok, you understand? At once, quiet.
Aye, Joel.
It's true. He did not accept the sword. That's why I've called you together. The time has come to force his hand. We can do it.
How, Joel?
He'll reach our village tonight or tomorrow.
I can't go to him because he knows me, but one of us, you, Laban, will approach him saying that your father lies sick of a fever.
For what purpose?
He never refuses the sick. He'll follow where you lead him. You'll lead him here. The rest of you will wait here.
And when he comes?
We'll seize him and hold him prisoner. Then, together with Judas and other of his disciples who feel as I do that he should use his power, we'll proclaim him king.
You're sure he's worthy to be our king?
I'm sure. I've seen his great works. Everywhere people greet him as a savior. His disciples would die for him. All that's needed is for him to become a man of action.
It's a bold idea. That appeals to me. I say it's worth trying.
Aye, aye. Then by tomorrow, there will be a king in Israel.
The dawn breaks. The night is done. Hail to the marriage day.
I must speak with you. The Roman is at the inn.
Why, I must leave you now to prepare to receive a guest.
Centurion, yes. He's trying to find out who the zealots are in our village. He remembered your name.
My name?
Yes. He had this. I stole it when he fell asleep.
I see. How many men is he with him this time?
He's alone.
Alone?
Yes.
Thanks, Nathan.
Those men are the disciples of Jesus. He must have come during the night. You know what to say when I give you the signal?
My father lies sick unto death. Come to my home, O master, and heal him.
Wait here.
Joe. You have returned.
Yes, I came back to
ask my forgiveness. To make your peace with your father, eh?
Yes,
Joe, you'll forget the past. You will be my son again, eh? Come, we will drink a glass of wine together, then we'll go on with your life as I had planned it.
No, Father, I can't. I've set my hand to a certain task. So far, I've failed, and yet...
You set out to find the Nazarene?
I found him.
But you were disappointed in him. I told you there was no virtue in the man.
Oh, he has virtue, but he uses it only to preach his doctrine.
His doctrine? His blasphemy? What does that hypocrite know of the law?
He's not a hypocrite, Father. He believes what he teaches.
You defend him. Perhaps you believe in him.
No, Father, I told you.
Yes. That's why you won't go back to my teaching. This man has poisoned your mind with his crazy rantings.
You're wrong.
I've heard his magic is such that it turns father against son, son against father.
Why do you judge him when you don't know him?
I'd like to have him in judgment before me. I would soon show you. Judge not, that ye be not judged.
Master.
So, our village is honored by the visit of a carpenter. Rabbi, ask you things. Master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life?
What is written in the law? How readest thou?
Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy strength and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself.
Thou hast answered right. This do, and thou shalt live.
And who is my neighbor?
A certain man went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was at the place, came and looked on him, and passed by on the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was, and when he saw him, he had compassion on him, and went to him, and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow, when he departed, he took out 2 pence, and gave them to the host, and said unto him, Take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay thee. Which now of these 3 thinkest thou was neighbor unto him that fell among thieves?
He that showed mercy on him.
Go and do thou likewise.
Master, my...
Father.
Rabbi! Joe, come quickly. Something has happened at the inn. Your brother Zadok.
What? What are you saying?
Come.
My son is dead. At least he killed a foreigner before he died.
God of Israel, my day of joy is turned into night. My soul is broken within me.
Curse of Abraham on all your race. Infidel. Murderer. The dog still lives. I leave him to you. We'll have to hide the Roman's body. I'll get help.
That showeth mercy. Go and do thou likewise.
Go and do thou likewise. Water.
This your way of taking vengeance?
George has sold us out to the Romans. That's why he left the village. His plan to set up a king was just a blind.
Please, let me pass. I come to take the body of my son. Almighty God,
What curse is on my house? Joel, why do you kneel beside this man, the murderer of your brother?
This man is my brother also.
Claudian. Disregard all previous orders. Spare the village. Arrest him.
I'm not hungry.
Can't eat. Well, I can. Worst storm I ever saw in Jerusalem.
But I've been locked up here for I don't know how many days.
What about me? I've had to guard you, haven't I? You made me miss the big spectacle on the hill today. Triple crucifixion. People fainted. All kinds of excitement. And I had to miss it because of you.
Bring in the one from outside. Will you accept the thanks of a Roman?
The thanks?
You saved my life.
Then why was I
arrested? Save you from your own people. Now, my friend, you're free.
Free? Free?
I should have come to you sooner. I've been on sick leave until today. Today, I was on duty.
You mean I can go? Now?
Wait. One thing I would know.
Yes?
Why did you risk your life for mine? I was your enemy, and yet you helped me. Why?
Because of a man I met and followed for a while. A great and simple man who taught me it was right to show mercy to anyone in distress.
To anyone?
Yes.
It's a strange teaching. Who is this man?
He's called Jesus of Nazareth.
Jesus of Nazareth? I owe my life to him. And I, just now, as he hung on the cross, I thrust this spear into his side.
The soldier came to the village. He said he had orders from a centurion to bring me.
For both Old and New Testament.
Well, I didn't say every individual in the church agrees.
But these aren't just individuals, these are canonical traditions.
I didn't say that. Well, like I said, there have been, like, the church is fallible. The church is fallible. There have been.
But you admitted a minute ago that in the decision for the canon, they possessed infallibility. You said it was an infallible decision that God did through the church, but the church doesn't possess infallibility. That's just another way to say
like
what.
I didn't say it was a single decision. I said it was an organic development guided by the Holy Spirit. That's what it was.
So that's even worse for your situation because now it's multiple decisions throughout centuries that's an infallible decision.
Well, like I said, it's not an infallible decision on the part of the people. Like I said, it's
So God does this and abstracted from the actual people making the decision and passing. You just said it's a tradition. So is tradition abstracted from the people in the community?
No, it's a providential development. Like, if we're
Just saying it's providential doesn't. Yeah, but that's still people within history making the decision. Just saying it's providential and God does it is not answering the question of does it how, through who.
I said it's through the church. God does it through the church.
You don't see the contradiction here because
I don't think there's a contradiction between saying God works through the church, the Holy Spirit.
Because you immediately, 5 minutes ago, you said that it possessed an infallible power to do this.
The Holy Spirit is infallible. God works through the church.
How do you know that? How do you know that though? From John 16, 14, 15, 16, right?
Yes, we.
So it's a circular argument, right?
The faith of the entire Christian community. In a sense, we do rely.
How do you know but how do you know John's supposed to be in there?
But the tradition itself is not infallible. It is possible to rely on.
So hold on. So the Bible relies on the what goes into the books relies on a thing that is itself fallible, this tradition that you're talking about. So the infallible thing relies on a fallible thing.
Okay, here's an analogy. Your priest is fallible, correct?
Yes.
You can still trust your priest to deliver the faith to you, correct?
Yeah, but this is two different questions. Normative authority versus existential authority.
Okay, your reasoning is fallible, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But God still brought you to the church through your reasoning in some sense, correct?
Yeah, but that's a category mistake. So you're confusing two categories. You're confusing the existential with the normative.
So my point is that God can use fallible means to deliver infallible authority. The church is fallible.
How do you know how do you know that, number one, there's multiple canons. There's a development, as you admitted, over multiple centuries. How do you know that the 4th, 5th, 6th century decision, which by the way is not the Protestant canon, it includes the Deuterocanon, when Trullo and the Seventh Council affirmed the Orthodox canon, how do you know that that's the wrong canon? Because you don't have that canon. You have a different canon.
Are you talking about like the differences between the Protestant and Orthodox canons today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the problem of different canons is not solved just because you're Orthodox, because the Orthodox and the Catholics and the Ethiopians have different canons from each other. So how do you know the Catholics aren't right?
Well, I have an argument because I believe in the normative authority of the church. And if you don't believe in the normative authority of the church, it's a problem for you, not for me.
I believe the church has the authority to
What church?
the canons, in a sense.
What church? Which church?
The church community. There are schisms when people can't agree on certain things, but I would say.
So, who was the church in the 4th century?
I would say that the church, which includes the Protestant church today, has the authority to make their best decision on the canon, and maybe it won't be an infallible authority. It's like they can't all be right.
So wait a minute. So hold on. Now you're saying that the Protestants today can participate in deciding the canon, but you've already admitted that it was a decision based in the past.
Now, if we're talking about like the New Testament canon or the Old Testament canon?
Either one.
The New Testament canon, that delivers the teachings of the apostles, and all the churches agree on that today. The Old Testament,
but that's a fallacy. Why? Because all today's groups agree on something. Does that make it true for the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century?
So let's assume that let's suppose that the Gnostic Gospels are actually the true canon, and then all of the things we have now are heretical. Well, that means that God has not been guiding his church, and by faith we know that that's wrong. That's Gnosticism. That's So
yeah, but you and I both believe that God uses the Holy Spirit to guide the church in history. So how do we delineate between you and I, which is the right canon, when we both believe in the Holy Spirit's guidance? There has to be a normative historical attestation which decides this question. And for me, the decision is made because the apostolic succession of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century church fathers who have normative authority that's different from individual existential questions of you. How do you know it as an individual? Normative authority means that there's a body of people who has the ability to interpret and bind people to that decision. And your Reformation theology denies anyone after the apostles the ability to bind anybody to that decision. So you're basically just in the same boat that you were in when you were in the liberal position and you're grappling with the Jewish arguments. You're saying, well, is there free will? I don't know. Well, it's not any different now because you don't have a way to know with historical attestation which is the correct canon. You're just assuming that the Protestant canon is what the apostles taught, and I'm calling that into question. And so if I call into question that that's what the the Protestant doctrine is what the apostles taught, then I need for you to tell me in what way you can know what the right list of the books is without just appealing to John 14, 15, 16, which is assuming that John is part of the list of books.
So how do you know, if you think that the infallible authority rests in a body of people, how do you know it's your body of people, not the Catholic body of people?
Because my position is consistent, and it has a historical witness versus what Roman Catholics claim. And by the way, that doesn't disprove my position because there's disagreements within history. There's always been disagreements, as we already admitted, right? So the disagreements, though, mean that some groups will leave the one true church. So Paul says there's one Lord, one faith, one baptism. There's one body. There's not 1,000 different bodies. There's not an invisible body of Christ. Christ's body was visible.
So both the Catholic and the Orthodox churches both claim we are the one true church with the
It doesn't matter. That's a fallacy.
It
doesn't matter.
They both claim that.
Do you understand that's a fallacy? It doesn't matter how many people claim something because that has nothing to do with whether it's true or false. That'd be like saying.
But a lot of Catholics and Orthodox have been debating who's the one true church for 1,000 years.
Right.
And fundamentally, you used your reason to determine who was correct in that debate.
That doesn't mean that reasoning is the final authority. So that's another category error. Using something doesn't mean that it's the final court of appeal. So using
it's not the final authority, but you used your fallible reason to determine
I understand.
claim is correct.
I understand, but you're not understanding what a category error is. So this is a difference between existential questions and normative authority. So you keep going back to the question of how does the individual know at an existential level what's true or what's false in these cases. We all agree that at the last court of appeal, the final analysis, it's the Holy Spirit that's guiding the individual. Everybody, Roman Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestants all believe that at the end of the day, it's ultimately the Holy Spirit that's giving you that certitude and that assurance. But how do we know that in history, whether there's any decision that's binding on anybody? That's what we call normative authority. That's a different question than the question of the individual certitude. Two different questions. They relate to one another, but they're different questions. And so, for example, think about the Constitution, right? The Constitution is a document. It's a piece of paper. And is our system in America set up where everybody just goes and reads it and then tries to figure out who has the right interpretation? No. There's a body of people, the Supreme Court, that has normative authority to interpret the document and give legislative rulings. So the difference between us is that I'm saying that because Jesus promised to the people that he blew the Holy Spirit on, that they would have the Holy Spirit to guide them and lead them into truth. That means that in each of these successive generations after Christ and after the apostles, they would possess that same power and authority. You're saying that they possess that same power and authority for just the decision of the canon over many centuries and in no other way and in nothing else.
I didn't say that. They possess that authority in many ways. They wrote the creed. The Nicene Creed, it is the...
You don't believe that the Nicene Creed is binding?
The Nicene Creed is not binding by its own authority. It is binding because it contains what the Bible says.
Yeah, but that's just begging the question, because the question is not existential certitude. You believe that it's a correct interpretation of Scripture, but no, you just admitted that it's not morally binding on people as an authoritative document because it's not the Bible.
Well, what the Protestant reformers say, what our confessions say is, by its own authority, these councils, they don't have the authority, they don't have infallible authority. But then the same confessions will go on to say, what you must believe to be saved is the contents of the creeds.
Yeah, but that's not resolving the question that I'm saying about normative authority. So in the Reformation tradition...
We do have normative authority.
No, you don't.
We don't believe it's infallible authority, but what makes the authority
It's irrelevant authority because it's not a question of infallibility. It's a question of whether people can be bound in conscience to a doctrine. So even if you believe that it's fallible, you don't believe that any creed or council can bind your conscience, right? Let's think about excommunication. So in the Orthodox Church, if you read, in the councils, when somebody teaches against the teaching of Nicaea or 4, 5, 6, 7 council, they are excommunicated and banned from the churches. The Reformed Church doesn't have the ability to do that. They might excommunicate a person here or there, but you can just go and start your own church down the road, and Steve, you can be just as much a Protestant as anyone else because there's no normative authority.
Well, Protestants, I don't see what the real difference is. You could leave the Orthodox Church and start your own new church.
Because it's a totally different conception of ecclesia. Because you already admitted that all the Protestants together participate in this decision because there's not one church. So you might leave the Orthodox Church, but you're not the Orthodox Church anymore. In the Protestant Church, you can be excommunicated from the Protestant Church, and you're still just as much legitimately the Protestant Church as anybody else down the road, the strip mall or whoever else.
Well, that's because Protestant is a category. It's not a denomination. It's like if you're excommunicated from the Orthodox Presbyterian Church, you can't start a new Orthodox Presbyterian Church.
Because you have a fault, right. So because the ecclesiology is wrong, there's no way to delineate within history what is the true church.
So Protestants, we do have normative authority. We do excommunicate people who don't agree with doctrines that are binding. We do have doctrines that are binding. Generally speaking, the Protestant doctrines are a lot more inclusive than the Orthodox ones. Generally, it's basically you just have to affirm the creeds to be saved. I know there's some Protestants who will say you have to affirm sola fide. Most Protestants don't believe you have to affirm sola fide to be saved. But we do have normative authority. It's not just like we can have people believe whatever they want as long as they say they're following the Bible.
Yeah, but you already said that but you already said that when you said that the decision of the canon was infallible in the beginning of this discussion, you then retracted that by saying that, but the church doesn't possess infallibility. That's a contradiction.
I never said the decision
Yes, you
of
did.
the canon was infallible.
You said God used the church, the Holy Spirit made this decision within history. So the Holy Spirit did this without the people making the decision, is that what you're saying?
The Holy Spirit guided the natural process of the formation of the canon.
And at what point was it a binding decision?
That's like the fallacy of the beard fallacy.
It's not a fallacy when it's your argument. You argued that this was a process, and at what point was the process complete? Is it still ongoing? Can we still decide? We don't know the canon still?
The beard fallacy is what you're saying, like just because you can't know when something becomes something, that means.
So you don't know the canon?
We don't have infallible certainty about the canon.
Okay, when was the infallible historical decision?
Well, like I said, there was not an infallible historical decision. It was a fallible natural process guided by an infallible God.
Okay, so it's still ongoing. It's not done. We don't know the canon yet.
Well, to this day, there's still work being done in like translating.
So exactly. So in Protestantism, there's not normative authority. Nobody can bind anybody to this decision. You don't have a canon. This is why Luther doubted the canon, and after him, the Protestant tradition in Germany destroyed the canon with higher criticism. You understand? You're in the same position.
So I don't. Of course, there is the higher criticism thing that has nothing to do with Luther or anything Luther.
Of course it does. What do you mean? It's a historical fact that many scholars today in many traditions will date the beginning of higher criticism to Luther. What do you mean it has no basis in history? So you disagree with today's consensus amongst most scholars in evangelicalism that the destruction of the Bible begins with the questioning of, Luther doubted a lot of the text, right?
Yeah, but again, our Protestants are not bound by Luther.
You're not bound by anybody, are you?
We're bound by our confessions, which are produced.
Wait, you're not bound by no, you're not. You're not bound by confessions.
Yeah, we are.
No, you're not. Your confessions say that no post-apostolic creed, council, or confession can bind your conscience.
Well, it depends on what you mean by bind.
What do your confessions mean?
The same way that the Bible is, but it's still authoritative. It's like a pastor. A pastor is not infallible. A pastor is still an authority you have to submit to.
Again, you're confusing existential certitude with normative authority, because I can just go down the street to the next strip mall if I don't like my pastor there. If he excommunicates me, I can start my own Protestant church, can't I?
If I get excommunicated from the Orthodox Church, I can go to the Catholic Church. What's the difference?
You're not understanding that's two different categories, because I'm talking about a single body within history that has authority to bind people. When the Council of Nicaea meets, do you think that they saw themselves as having the authority to bind people to the Nicene Creed and to excommunicate people like Arius?
The Council of Nicaea was convened for the specific decision of the church needs to all gather to agree on what the faith is.
Did you not hear my question?
I don't know exactly what the Council of Nicaea.
Wait a minute. So how do you know about the historical formation of the canon if you don't know what Nicaea taught?
I know what Nicaea taught. You asked what the mindset of the people was. I don't know exactly what the mindset.
Well, I mean, Athanasius says that the Holy Spirit guided Nicaea, and did they excommunicate Arius?
They did.
Okay, so they thought they had the ability and authority to do that, right, in an ecumenical synod, right?
Just like Protestants do, yes.
Protestants do not do that. Where was the last Protestant synod that excommunicated anybody like Arius?
We haven't
Right,
needed
that doesn't exist.
to have an ecumenical council to spell out.
You don't have any. You don't have all you have. Presbyterians, I will give you credit. You do have synods. You have local synods, which is Presbyterian church government. But actually, the decision of those people at Nicaea, you understand they were bishops, right? Have you read Nicaea?
Yes, I know that Nicaea had bishops.
Okay. Have you read the canons?
Yes, I know the canons have a very bishop-oriented structure.
Episcopal, right? Well, you can find the episcopacy prior to Nicaea, right? Have you read those church fathers?
Yes, I know that there's like bishop lists very early on, but the scholarship is still debated. It's like the best neutral scholarship says that in some regions there was episcopacy, in some regions there was Presbyterian government. Eventually the episcopacy won out.
Oh, like scholars like who?
I can't list specific
Okay,
scholars.
right. So have you read Irenaeus?
I know that that's what Irenaeus said, that there was the bishop lists. But then you also have Saint Jerome, who said that elder used to be identical with bishop until basically the first among equals, like the highest elder, ended up getting more and more authority until he became a bishop.
Well, where does he say that? I mean, the episcopacy, the structure in the New Testament, the episcopacy is mirrored on the Old Testament, right? So bishop, presbyterate, deacon, that mirrors high priest, Levite. So I'm not sure where you're getting that. I mean, Jerome wrote about, relics. He wrote to Pope Damasus, right?
So it's like, I'm not an Episcopalian, but how would you respond to Protestants who are Episcopalians, who do have that structure and who do have councils that excommunicate people?
Protestants do not typically have councils that excommunicate people. I mean, tell me when was the last time Protestants did this? I mean, maybe there's some synod somewhere that did this, but I'm not aware of it.
Well, we haven't needed to have an ecumenical
Oh, so wait a
council.
minute. What? So are there heretics?
There are heretics, and heretics do get excommunicated from Protestant churches.
But what I'm saying is that in the Orthodox conception, you're either in or you're out, right? And that's the attitude of the church in the councils. When Nicaea meets, they excommunicate Arius. Arius can go start his own group, but he's no longer part of the body of people that met at Nicaea. When Constantinople I happens, you get the same attitude of excommunicating the Macedonians and the Apollinarians. When Ephesus meets, you get the rejection of Nestorius.
Nestorians, and then the Monophysites and all that.
Yeah, and by the way, do you understand that that Calvinism actually holds a bunch of those same positions that are condemned in the first 7 councils, like monothelitism, monoenergism, and Nestorianism?
There's already a load of videos out online about how Dune Awakening circuits work and what they are, but there's not much information out there about how they should be used or what practical applications they actually have, especially within a guild base or a base with a lot of players working together. So today I'm going to try and simplify circuits, because what I've noticed is a massive overcomplication of their use, which is causing headaches, which is causing things to go missing, which is causing resources to essentially get gobbled up very quickly and easily. So there's a few little techniques and tricks I want to show you. First of all, what the hell are circuits? Let's quickly go over this, because like I say, this has been covered to death already. In refineries and in storages, there are 2 drop-down menus at the top. The left one is the input, the right one is the output. Okay, so storages have it as well. Left input, right output. Okay, so for refineries, for example, they will pull resources from whatever circuit is on the left, and they will push resources to whatever circuit is on the right. Storages will receive resources from whatever circuit on the left, and they will push resources, or at least make available resources, to circuits on the right. I hope that makes sense. Anyway, there's a lot of like mixing of terminologies and words and things like that that can make it a little bit confusing, especially if English is your second, third language, etc. But try and stick with me. Basically, we've got a medium ore refinery here. We're going to be pulling resources from circuit 1, and we are going to be pushing them to circuit 4. Now, if we had a box here on circuit 1 full, on the output circuit 1 full of ore, that's what it would be pulling from. Thankfully, I have a bunch of them downstairs because, as we know, circuit 1 is the default circuit. Everything goes on circuit 1. And the instinct is when you first learn about circuits, you want to create an intricate spider's web of input and output circuits for every resource. Stop it. Just stop it. Leave everything on circuit 1, okay? Because everything defaults to circuit 1. Your not only your refiners, but your fabricators as well. And you need a lot of fabricators. You're going to be increasing the number of fabricators as you go through the game. You start off with 1, you end up with 5, then you end up with 8. And all of these default to circuit 1. Okay, you don't need to output fabricators to any other circuit. Generally, when you're fabricating something, you'll build one of it, and then you'll just take it, okay? The only thing that you'll generally need to output to a circuit is refineries. Things like the ore refinery, the chemical refinery, and the spice refinery when you get it later on. So that's what we're going to be playing with today. We got the chemical refinery, and we got some ore refineries here in a couple of boxes, okay? So the chemical refinery, again, is pulling from circuit 1. I've got a bunch of things downstairs with resources in them, so we can do that. It will push to circuit 3. Have we got a box on circuit 3? Yes, this box's input is set to circuit 3. So if we produce a silicon block here, this pull resources from any box on circuit 1, and it will push the silicon block into this crate here, and there it is. Bingo, right on time. Okay, now because the output of this box is circuit 1, anything that's pulling from circuit 1 can use this silicon block. Same goes for the ore refinery here. This ore refinery is pushing to circuit 4. This box is on the input of circuit 4. So if we produce a iron ingot, that will output to this box. There it is, right on time. And because the output of this box is circuit 1, if we then wanted to produce steel, it could use that iron ingot that we just produced to create steel along with the carbon. Maybe we don't want to do that though, or maybe we only want to do that a little bit. Let's scrap the chemical refinery for now, and just focus on ore refineries. I'm going to set this box also to circuit 4, but I'm going to change its output to circuit 7, something that I know the refineries or other fabricators are not set to. This has now become my backup box. What the hell are you talking about, Spange? Well, let's have a little look-see at the recipes, particularly for the refinery here. Steel uses iron. We've already covered that. Duralumin requires aluminium. But you still need aluminium, and you still need iron to build things, craft things, so on and so forth. But there's a very, very dangerous button in this refinery that means that you could instantly lose all of your iron and all of your aluminium, leaving you without said resource. And it's this max button down here. This max button is lethal. This max button will take all the aluminium, or if it was steel, all of the iron, turn it into steel or duralumin, leaving you with none. Well, that's probably going to happen. And there's not really much you can do about that other than trying to trust people to not use the max button. Or splitting your refineries off and having them use the craft amount to split the amount they refine each time, which is no different from asking them to not use the max button. So what is the backup box? Well, let's say that this box is full, which it now is. I've consumed every single slot in here. Now, if I set another box to circuit 4 like this one over here, and then go ahead and craft my iron, this iron will arrive in my backup box. And because this is on Circuit 7, this backup box is not going to get consumed. So let's assume that you have refined all the resources and you filled up your primary container or containers, because you can do this over multiple containers. But then you're starting to overflow resources into this box. And this overflow becomes your backup. And that means that if anybody does then use the max button on duralinium or steel or something like that, you can always go to your backup box and hopefully there's some iron or aluminium in there that has been created and has overflowed into your backup box. Okay, and that is probably one of the only reasons that you really need to use an output circuit on your storage boxes other than one. Anything other than that.
Gourmet for less at Aldi makes you feel extra. It's an Aldi thing.
Imagine being able to build anything. For any reason, in any style, at any scale, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
One of the most debated passages in the study of early Christianity is the so-called Testimonium Flavianum, a short paragraph in a text called the Antiquities of the Jews, which was composed by the Jewish historian Josephus around 93 CE. It briefly describes Jesus of Nazareth. It mentions his miracles, his crucifixion, and even his resurrection. It sounds so devotional that for over a century, scholars have argued that this paragraph was tampered with, if not entirely forged, by later Christian scribes. But my guest today doesn't think so. In his new book, Josephus and Jesus, New Evidence for the One Called Christ, the scholar Dr. Tom Schmidt argues that the testimonium is not only authentic, but that it's been misread. He argues that when you examine the language closely, it sounds less like Christian praise and more like a skeptical report from a Jewish historian. I've always been fascinated by this passage. I've always assumed that it has been tampered with, but there was some kind of core that was actually written by Josephus, but I'm not an expert, so I sat down with Dr. Tom Schmidt to unpack the evidence. So without further ado, here's Dr. Schmidt.
So I'm here with Tom Schmidt. Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Andrew.
So you recently wrote a book on one of the more spicy topics in early Christianity, on Josephus and the so-called Testimonium Flavium, or the Flavian testimony. Can you just tell us a little bit about who Josephus is and what this very controversial paragraph is all about?
Josephus was many things. He was born in Jerusalem in 37 AD to an eminent priestly family, a family also of royal descent, so he was quite elite. And he investigated all manner of Jewish religion. When he was 19, he became a Pharisee. When he was 20, he became a priest like his father before him. When he was 30, he became a general in the Jewish army. The Jewish army was in conflict with Rome. This is about 67, 68 AD. And then after the defeat of the Jews at the hands of the Romans, he dedicated the next 2 to 3 decades of his life to writing history. And that's what most people know him as today. They know him as a Jewish historian who wrote in the 1st century. He wrote lots of stuff, almost 500,000 words. And his work is vital for understanding the New Testament, for understanding early Judaism, Second Temple Judaism. He also gives us a lot of insight into Greco-Roman politics in the 1st century and things like that. And in his historical works, he talks about Jesus of Nazareth, and he is the first, if this passage is authentic, that you mentioned, the Testimonium Flavianum, the testimony of Flavius Josephus. If it's authentic, it would be the earliest non-Christian discussion of Jesus and would hence be of remarkable historical interest.
Yeah. And by earliest, we're talking late 1st century, 93, 94 CE.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
it needs to be
I have your translation of it right here. I'm going to read it in full because I really want people to understand what we're dealing with here, and I think this will set us up for the controversy. So Josephus in his Antiquities writes, "And in this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man, for he was a doer of miraculous deeds, a teacher of men who received truth with pleasure. And he led many from among the Jews and many from among the Greeks. He was the Christ. And when Pilate had condemned him to the cross at the accusation of the first men among us, those who at first loved him did not cease to do so, for he appeared to them alive again on the third day, given that the divine prophets had spoken such things and thousands of other wonderful things about him. And up till now, the tribe of the Christians who were named from him has not disappeared." It's quite the paragraph. I mean, there's a lot there.
Yeah, and if your viewers were listening, there's several things Josephus says that seem impossible for a non-Christian Jewish writer to say. He calls Jesus the Christ. He says he was resurrected. He fulfilled Jewish prophecy. I mean, this is kind of the definition of being a Christian, is saying these kinds of things. So traditionally, scholars have considered this passage to have been altered or contaminated, interpolated by later Christian scribes. And they've thought that there's just no way Josephus said these things. And because, as we know, Josephus was not a Christian. He was a Jew. And I actually believed those things as well. I thought those were very plausible arguments when I started writing my book. But then as I was doing my research, I realized that I don't think this passage in English has been translated properly. And when those considerations are brought to bear, it doesn't sound nearly as pro-Christian in a fabulous sense. It sounds much more like something a first century Jew would have written.
So that's really interesting. When you first started writing the book, you were kind of the partial interpolation party.
Yes, I thought he said something. The majority scholarly position is that it's been that Josephus said something about Christianity and Jesus, but that this was changed. And over the past century, scholars have moved from thinking that whatever Josephus said was wildly changed by Christians, and they've moved to thinking that it was kind of doctored a little bit here and there. You know, some key words were omitted, but largely the paragraph is what Josephus said, with just a few tweaks to make things from negative to very positive. And that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, one reason we think he mentioned Jesus here is because he does actually talk about Jesus elsewhere in a very brief mention later on, where he mentions James, the brother of Jesus, who is called Christ. And it feels really weird that he would identify someone by indicating that he was related to Jesus without having previously spoken about Jesus. So that's where I stood. I thought, you know, this has probably been altered a little bit, but I think that the core was Josephan, but scribes had tampered with it somehow.
Yeah. And when you look at some of the more Christian-y sounding sentences, if indeed one ought to call him a man, and then he rose again on the third day. So there's a few things that, like, if you were to snip out those phrases, you could come up with a much more, I don't know, maybe level-headed, non-Christian-y sounding paragraph. And that's kind of what I've seen in my studies too. Like, oh, this is the Josephan core if we chop out these, like, if he was indeed a man.
Precisely. That was actually the argument of the, you know, illustrious New Testament scholar Meyer, who argued that, well, there's these three statements, and it looks like if we just remove them, the paragraph makes complete sense on its own. So he argued that we should just remove those three passages. And scholars have generally thought similarly. They might select a different phrase, or they might insert an additional word here or there.
So you alluded to thinking that the translations haven't been very great, and maybe that it's sounding more Christian-y because of our translations. Can you just walk us through why you think that, and what's a better way to think about it or what's a better way to translate it, maybe?
There's several instances of this. You know, Greek is a complex language. Greek has, you know, a 2,000-year history before the printing press of being written down. So Greek words and grammar shifts over time, just like in English. You read Shakespeare and he's using the same words but differently, and they mean different things. And so a lot of our dictionaries and grammars of ancient Greek refer to classical times, you know, 300-400 years before Josephus. So if you look at the words and phrases in the Testimonium Flavianum, and then you try to find those same words and phrases elsewhere in Josephus's works, you discover that he uses these words and phrases all the time. In fact, there's just this flood of parallels between the passage and other writings of Josephus. What's interesting is the way he uses those words and phrases elsewhere are often not positively. So there's several examples of this. One is the word miracles. The passage says Jesus worked miracles, but the Greek word is paradoxa. Greek has a large vocabulary. It has many words for miracles. Paradoxa is not one of the more positive ones. And the New Testament, for instance, talks about Jesus' miracles all the time, only uses this word once. It comes from a crowd. It may not be totally positive in the New Testament. Josephus likes the word. He uses it to describe the miracles of Pharaoh's magicians when they conjured up a miracle before Moses. So it doesn't look like a Christian would use that word. It looks like Josephus would. Here's another example. When the passage says that Jesus appeared to the disciples alive again on the third day, in English, that sounds like a confession of the resurrection. But the Greek word appear is a lot more complicated. The Greek word is phainomai, and in Greek, that word can mean appear. It can also mean seem. It seemed to them that he was alive again on the third day. And when you look at how Josephus uses this word, it turns out that he likes the word. He uses it a lot. When he uses it in the same grammatical construct that the Testimonium Flavianum has it, he means seem. It seemed to them that he was alive again on the third day. All of a sudden, that's no longer confessing the resurrection. He's just relaying a report about what the disciples thought. And curiously, that word phainomai, Christians didn't like to use to describe the resurrection of Jesus. They preferred a much more concrete word like ophthe. They didn't like that word phainomai, I think because it could be interpreted as just Jesus seeming to be alive. And there's a number of these observations I make where a phrase is something Christians don't use. Josephus does use it, but he uses it in a way that helps us contextualize the passage.
So your argument is that we've been reading the paragraph a little too positively, when if you read it as if Josephus was being negative, it suddenly seems a lot less creedal.
Precisely. And there's several other instances of that in the paragraph.
That makes sense too. Like if you could, the word miracle or miraculous deeds, sounds pretty straightforward to us. But if you could just imagine Josephus using that term with a little bit of sarcasm, like so-called miracles, using this, it was paradoxa, you said?
Paradoxa, yeah. And I think the skepticism behind that word is less about if he did these things, more about where this power is coming from. Is it from a malevolent source, a demonic source? Curiously, something I note in the book is there's another Jewish writer called, it's in fragmentary form. Scholars call this source the Jew of Celsus. And he's extraordinarily hostile to Jesus. He says all sorts of nasty things about Jesus. He's writing around the year 150, something like that. But he uses the same term. He says Jesus worked paradoxa, and he uses it as this pejorative term to describe conjuring or wizardry, that Jesus is casting spells and stuff like that. So Josephus uses the same term. Again, doesn't seem like something a Christian would say. And in fact, if we do imagine a Christian scribe messing with this passage, that word seems like a prime candidate that would have been changed. It just seems very unlikely a scribe would have let that word stand if they were in the habit of altering things. They would have changed it. And we notice this in my book. I do a reception history where I show the 20 or so times in Greek literature that the passage is discussed. And I show that often when writers will talk about the passage, when they point out that Jesus affirms the miracles of Jesus, they'll use a different word. They'll deploy a different Greek term that sounds much more positive than paradoxa.
That's interesting. So the Jew of Celsus, is this someone that Celsus quotes in the Contra Celsus book?
Yes, yeah, it's a lost source. Celsus is this virulent anti-Christian writer who's writing around 170, and he brings forth this Jewish source where he says, even the Jews dislike Jesus, who was Jewish, and he quotes this source. And one of the ways he quotes it as talking about the miracles of Jesus as being this paradoxa, as these suspicious, conjuring sorcery type stuff.
Yeah, and this is something I've written a lot about too. Is Celsus portrays Jesus as a magician or as a magus, and says he's performing magia and goetia, which are these highly charged terms of like sorcery. So that's interesting for him to, if he's using that word paradoxa in the same paragraph as goetia and magia, like that's pretty clear that we could translate this maybe as like conjurations or something kind of magic-y sounding.
Yes, and what's interesting too is that Eusebius of Caesarea, he's this famous historian of the church. He wrote in 311 AD through 335. He quotes the Testimonium Flavianum of Josephus, but he quotes it 3 times in 3 different areas of his works. And on 2 occasions, he quotes it and he'll say, I know some of you might think that Jesus performed this paradoxa through goetia, just like the word you use, through wizardry. And he says, but, and he goes down this lengthy argument for why that's not the case. So he's very aware that this word can be used in a pejorative sense.
And you also do something called a stylometric analysis, where you're analyzing, well, maybe I should let you explain it, but analyzing his writing style. Could you walk us through what stylometric analysis is and how this plays into your argument?
Stylometric analysis is part of this broader field of forensic authorship analysis. This is used in criminal cases and civil cases where people are trying to prove whether someone did or did not write a piece of writing. And there's various ways these investigations are conducted. One of them is through stylometric analysis. And that's where you will take pre-selected markers of authorship, things like the length of an author's sentences, or the typical length of someone's clauses, or the word frequency patterns. And you'll tabulate all of those in a rigorous statistical way. And then you'll go to the document in question to see if it matches the frequency rate of vocabulary or the length of sentences and things like that. And I do this in chapter 4 of my book. Fortunately, Josephus wrote almost 500,000 words. And we have them today. We have them in databases. They're in searchable form. We can tabulate them. So we have a very large sample size to be working from. So I went through that corpus and I came up with frequency rates for rare words and frequency rates for common words. And then I went and looked at the paragraph to see if that paragraph matched the same frequency rates. And I was stunned, because it matched remarkably well. Common words weren't too common, rare words weren't too rare words weren't overused, common words weren't underused. It matched amazingly well. And this is something that scholars hadn't realized before. This is not something that an ancient or medieval scribe or even a modern author can discover. It's something that's really only able to be discovered when you have access to contemporary databases. So this is not something that an ancient scribe would have been able to manufacture if they were very familiar with the frequency rates of Josephus.
As in, if you were trying to fake, or if you're trying to tamper with this testimony, you wouldn't necessarily go memorize all, several million words of Josephus and think, okay, he likes to use this one adjective a lot, so I'm going to make sure to throw this adjective in to make it seem more authentic.
Yeah, and even if someone was able to do that, which seems very unlikely, they would overuse these words. It would be too frequent. And instead, what I found is that this matches what we know of Josephus. And there's one instance that I was particularly struck by, and that's because in the Testimonium Flavianum, there's one word that Josephus never uses anywhere else. It's unique. And scholars have long pointed to that, and they've said this is a marker of inauthenticity because we have 500,000 words that Josephus wrote. It's really unlikely there would be a unique one in this passage, so this therefore looks like this was tampered with. And I thought that was a plausible argument. It certainly sounds very plausible. But one thing that this stylometric analysis revealed is that Josephus has a stunning vocabulary. This guy loved words. He uses all sorts of unique words. In fact, he uses thousands of words only once. And this is so common that if you look at the frequency rate, Josephus uses a unique word, a word he uses nowhere else, every 87 words. And this is stunning. I mean, can you imagine every 87 words you're using a unique word you never use anywhere else? I mean, it's like crazy, but that's what he did. And so what this means is he loved unique words. He used them once every 87 words. The passage about Jesus is 90 words long, which means we would expect there to be a unique word, and there in fact is a unique word. So that one unique word, far from being a marker of inauthenticity, actually matches what we would expect and becomes a marker of authenticity.
And just out of my own curiosity, I'm sure other people are wondering, what is that one unique word?
Well, it's ironic. The word is Christian. And so it also seems like something Josephus would have said when he's talking about Jesus. And curiously, the word Christian is used only once by Josephus's contemporary Tacitus, who has another paragraph about Jesus and the Christians, and he also uses Christian only once. So this is not something that's unusual. It actually seems quite typical.
And seems to be like a late 1st century, early 2nd century kind of word too, because it appears in the book of Acts as well, right?
Yeah, that's another little note in favor of authenticity. When you read the New Testament today, Christian sounds like a very Christian term, for lack of a better way of putting it. But in the earliest church, it was not. It was a rare term. And scholars believe that this term was actually coined by non-Christians to describe Christians, and that it probably was derisive or derogatory originally. And this is because it's only mentioned 3 times in the New Testament, and all 3 times don't appear to be embraced by Christians organically. Luke in Acts says that in Antioch, Christians or followers of Jesus were first called Christians, as if other people are calling them that. And then you have, I think it's Herod Agrippa or one of the governors calls Christians this term in a speech they give. And then later on in 1 Peter, the epistle says, you know, if you are mocked for being a Christian, don't be ashamed of that name. And we see this in early Christian writings where it takes a while that they embrace this term. So the fact that a late 1st century source like Josephus uses it makes sense because it seems like it came from non-Christians originally.
And especially if we're reading this paragraph through the lens of negativity, like when we read the phrase tribe of the Christians, we can maybe read some pejorative valence to that term.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's another phrase that Christians didn't use that term, tribe of the Christians. It felt a little derisive to them. I mean, it's not openly negative, but it certainly has some nuance there, and it feels much more common coming from Josephus. In fact, one of Josephus's other contemporaries, Suetonius, who's another historian, he's writing in Latin, and he calls Christians a genus. And that term, we know from various translational examples, was when that term genus was translated into Greek, it would often be translated as phulon or tribe, and we know that phulon was often translated into Latin as genus. So genus and phulon seem parallel. So it seems like late 1st century, early 2nd century non-Christians are calling Christians a phulon or a genus, and Josephus is simply another indication of that.
Yeah, and maybe Josephus running in those literate Roman circles as well. Like, from my understanding, he's writing to a Roman audience.
Yes, he's in Rome. He's in Rome during the latter part of his life, the last 25 years of his life. He's circling in the highest of the high circles. He knows the empress. He knows the emperor. I think he knew more than one emperor, actually. So, and his connections are very considerable in Jewish circles. He knows Herod Agrippa II, who's often called the last king of the Jews. So he's enormously well connected. We have no evidence, direct evidence, that he personally met Tacitus or Suetonius. Certainly he could have. I mean, if he knows the emperor, he's capable of knowing these guys. But he's obviously in similar elite circles.
So I want to talk a little bit about one of the going theories about who might have tampered with this testimony, and a few scholars have blamed this guy named Eusebius of Caesarea. Can you walk us through this argument and how you countered this argument in your book?
Eusebius, I think I mentioned earlier, he's one of the first historical writers in Christian history. He wrote in 311 to 335 or so, a little bit after that. He's sometimes called the father of history. I mean, this guy invented the bibliographic method, you could argue. He's one of the first ancient writers to give specific citations of sources, where he won't just do a hand wave and say, so-and-so said this. He'll give the title of their work. He'll give the book number. So he's quite impressive. He has hundreds and hundreds of citations that scholars use. He is the first person to quote Josephus as talking about Jesus, as speaking about the Testimonium Flavianum. There's an earlier source that quotes Josephus talking about James, the brother of Jesus, called the Christ, but Eusebius is the first person. So there's a theory held by a minority of scholars that not only was the paragraph about Jesus tampered with, it was Eusebius who did it. And the argument in favor of this initially sounds very persuasive. The argument is that there are three different phrases in the paragraph about Jesus, the Testimonium Flavianum, that there's three phrases that Josephus does not use, but that Eusebius does use. And in fact, one or two of these phrases are used nowhere else in Greek literature except by Eusebius. Now, if that was a fair statement of the evidence, that would actually, I think, be quite persuasive evidence. It looks like the linguistic fingerprint of Eusebius is all over this thing. But in my book, I investigate this in several ways. One is that those three phrases, I think that's been misconstrued. One of the phrases Josephus actually doesn't use in the Testimonium Flavianum. It's a misquote. Josephus uses a similar phrase, but he does not use the actual phrase in the Testimonium Flavianum. So that is simply just not a parallel. The second one, it's true that Eusebius does use that phrase if you run a database search on it. But when you look at the instances that he uses the phrase, he only uses that phrase because he's quoting other non-Christians using the phrase. In other words, Josephus doesn't deploy that phrase on his own. He's quoting one or two other anti-Christian or non-Christian sources that are describing Christians using that phrase. So it's unfair to call this the style of Eusebius because it's not his style. He doesn't use it. And then the third instance, I could say similar things. The third one is more interesting. Eusebius does use the phrase. He actually uses it a lot. But if you give a chronology of Eusebius's works, he quotes the Testimonium Flavianum in his early works. He quotes it 3 times, and then in one of his works, he actually does revisions of that work several times. So he is quoting this passage several times in his early career. And then only a decade or two, even 2 decades after he has repeatedly quoted this passage, does he begin using that phrase independently of that passage. So it looks like he just picked that phrase up after quoting it repeatedly. It certainly is ambiguous. It doesn't look like he's been consistently using this phrase throughout his career. He only begins using it independently after repeatedly quoting it. So those 3 phrases, they don't seem persuasive to me. On top of that, we can test Eusebius's accuracy with quoting. He quotes, he's known for his quotations. He quotes authors hundreds and hundreds of times, and there have been a couple intensive studies looking at Eusebius's accuracy of quotations. And he was very accurate. I mean, he would do things like quote ancient writers contradicting the Bible, and he would preserve those quotations and then muse about solutions. He wouldn't try and change what they were saying. He does this with Manetho, for instance, talking about the genealogy of certain aspects of the Old Testament, where Manetho openly contradicts the Old Testament. He does this with Josephus. He quotes Josephus contradicting the New Testament and then just muses about solutions. He doesn't try and change the passage. So he just, as far as a candidate for interpolating the passage, he seems profoundly unlikely. In fact, if you were to just line up candidates in history to do this, I would rank him as one of the least likely given what we know of his citational practices.
It does make me wish we knew the manuscripts they were working with. I'd be curious to hear about the manuscript tradition of Josephus's work, but oh man, what would happen if we could discover a 2nd century papyrus of Josephus?
I know.
The sands of Egypt. That would just make all of this so much easier.
Yes. So in brief, the manuscript tradition behind the Antiquities, on the one hand, is very typical. On the other hand, it's exceptional. It's typical in the sense that the manuscripts of the Antiquities of Josephus that contains this passage are late. They're from the 10th, 12th centuries. That's very typical of ancient writings. On the other hand, it's exceptional. We do have lots of quotations from earlier authors that quote the passage that we can use as controls coming from earlier writers from, the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries. And these are writing in a variety of languages. So we have an ancient Latin translation of the passage. We have an ancient Syriac translation of the passage. We have an Arabic translation. We have an Armenian translation. That is very exceptional and unusual. Most ancient works have none of these things. And those allow you to triangulate and figure out what kind of base source they were using. Jerome, for instance, he translates the passage in 393 AD. We have his Latin translation of that. We have Jacob of Edessa seems to have translated it into Syriac around 700 AD. And these folks couldn't have been copying off of each other because Syriac and Latin are well removed from one another. But what's curious is that the earliest manuscript that we have of the Testimonium Flavianum is a quotation, and it's from Eusebius, and it's from the famous 411 manuscript. It's from a Syriac manuscript. It's a Syriac translation of Eusebius's Greek work. And this translation was probably done during Eusebius's lifetime, so in the early 300s. And it's called the 411 manuscript because we can date it. The scribe has this colophon where he says when he's writing. He's writing in 411 AD. And this manuscript is the earliest dated literary manuscript in the world, as far as I can tell, and several other scholars have said the same. So in some sense, we have fantastic manuscript witness of this passage. I mean, we have the earliest dated literary manuscript on the planet, or at least one of them. I haven't been able to find an earlier one. So it would certainly be nice to have a 2nd century papyrus that contained it, but what we do have is extraordinary on its own.
Yeah, and just to clear it up for the audience, by earliest dated, you mean like literally has the date written on it. Like
Yes.
This was written in 411 CE. Wow,
Yep.
That's incredible. So in many respects, let's talk a little bit about the other mention of Jesus and Josephus, because I've always found it funny, especially this goes down the rabbit hole of YouTube, but the Christ mythicist, the Jesus mythicist argument, we're like, oh, well, this entire testimony didn't exist in Josephus. It's completely made up. I'm always like, there's a second mention of Jesus in Josephus, though. Like, even if this testimony is completely not there is a very early non-Christian witness, as it were, to the historical Jesus when Josephus mentions him the other time. Can you just walk us through that passage?
Yeah, it's a really interesting passage, especially when you know the context of the passage. So this is in Book 20 of the Antiquities. It's taking place around 62 AD. And Josephus is describing why the high priest, Ananus II, is defrocked by the king and also the Roman governor. And it's because when the governor died and a new governor was on the way, but hadn't gotten there yet, Ananus II, the high priest, took this opportunity to bring forward, as Josephus tells us, James, the brother of Jesus, who is called Christ, and accuse him as a lawbreaker and have him stoned to death. And this caused such an uproar because it contravened Roman law. Jews were not allowed to just summarily execute people. And the result was that the high priest lost his high priesthood as punishment. So Jesus features in kind of a tertiary way that James, the brother of Jesus, is brought up like kind of accidentally in a secondary way to just explain why Ananus was defrocked. And then Jesus is brought up as a way to explain who James was. So that's kind of a weird way for a Christian to interpolate the passage. There's other things about it that would be odd for a Christian to change. James is called a lawbreaker, but Josephus never explains that he was innocent. He just says that's what he was accused of. So it's left unclear what's going on. He calls James the brother of Jesus when that was a big no-no in many early Christian circles. In fact, some Christians will quote this passage and immediately say, yeah, but he wasn't really the brother of Jesus. This was just an expression because these Christians believed that James was the son of Joseph from a previous marriage. They thought that that Joseph and Mary never slept together, so James couldn't be the half brother of Jesus. So again, very odd for a Christian to interpolate that. So the passage also has universal manuscript attestation. There's no textual issues with it. So it feels like a slam dunk. I mean, the vast majority of scholars believe it is authentic. The vast majority believe that because Josephus did talk about Jesus in book 20, he must have talked about Jesus earlier. In book 18, when he talks about the reign of Pontius Pilate, feels like a good place for it. So that's how most scholars go. What's interesting is the further context of the passage. And this is because it turns out that Ananus II, the high priest who has James, the brother of Jesus, executed, he goes on to become the direct commander of Josephus in the Jewish war. So Josephus knew this guy face to face. So he knows the guy responsible for having the brother of Jesus executed. And what's further of interest is that Ananus II, as we learn from the Gospels and from Josephus, is the brother-in-law of the high priest Caiaphas, the gentleman who the Gospels portray as the high priest who is in charge of Jesus' execution. And Ananus II, Josephus' commander, is also the son of Annas, the high priest, who is also involved in the execution of Jesus. So we have this fascinating historical situation where Josephus is talking about an individual whom he knows directly, who's responsible for executing James. And this individual is the brother-in-law and son of the two individuals responsible for having Jesus crucified. So it really puts Josephus quite close to the trial of Jesus and the early Christian movement.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So Josephus then is like 1 or 2 degrees of separation from someone who may have been face to face with at least James, if not Jesus himself.
Yeah, precisely. And I think there's actually pretty good reasons. That's not the only candidate. We have several other folks whom Josephus knows who either did know the disciples of Jesus or could have actually known Jesus himself. And I talk about this in my book. There's about 10 or 11 possible candidates whom you can place in that regard.
Yeah, the second mention of Jesus is so terse, it's so short that it just doesn't get as much attention. But I've always found it more interesting because it tells us so much about James, who we hear about elsewhere. I mean, like Paul mentions James, the brother of Jesus, in Galatians. So for me, this is like a absolutely fascinating, crossover of like additional independent attestation of this figure James, who's mentioned as the brother of Jesus in 2 different sources. Paul being within decades, writing in the 50s CE. I just find that passage just mind blowing from a historical perspective, more so than the testimony, even though the testimony is more, interesting and more flowery.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's fascinating. Josephus was really well connected. I mean, he knew Herod Agrippa II. He exchanged 62 letters with him. Herod calls Josephus my dearest friend. He says to Josephus, when you come and see me, I will tell you things that are not generally known historically. So he's got this inside information. Herod Agrippa II was a Jewish king who's featured in the book of Acts. This is the guy who attends the trial of the apostle Paul, and Josephus knows this guy. Josephus knew the head of the Sanhedrin in the 60s or 50s. That his name was Simon. Simon's father was Gamaliel, also the head of the Sanhedrin in 30 AD, also mentioned in the book of Acts, also associated with the trial of Jesus. So Josephus has this enormous number of connections with the early Jesus movement. I say in my book, I point out that in the Testimonium Flavianum, when Josephus talks about the crucifixion of Jesus, he says it was the first men, it's a specific term, the protoi in Greek, the first men who accused Jesus. And Josephus likes that term, he uses it a lot. And in his autobiography, one of the works Josephus wrote was an autobiography. And in it, he repeatedly says, I knew the first men of Jerusalem. I knew them. And he says this beginning in 51 AD. He says, I was continually meeting with the first men, the protoi. And you gotta think, I mean, he says the protoi are responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus in 30 AD. 20 years later, he's meeting with them continually. He continues with them through the next 20 years of his life. It feels plausible that he met some people who were at the trial of Jesus. What makes this more likely is that it's not just what he says about the first men. He adds the phrase, he doesn't just say, in other words, it was the first men who accused Jesus. He says it was the first men among us. And that phrase, among us, it's another phrase Josephus likes. He uses it about 50 other times. And when you look at all 50 times he uses that phrase, the question is, what does he mean? Does he just mean the first men among the Jews? Or does he mean something more specific? I do a study on this phrase in Josephus in my book, and it becomes very clear that he deploys that phrase to mark direct knowledge, intimate knowledge. So, in other words, he seems to be saying, I knew these guys. This is a specific marker of knowledge. And from what we know of his background, of course, he could have known these people. He grew up in Jerusalem. He was descended from high priests, descended from kings. He knew high priests. He knew the Jewish king. He knew the head of the Sanhedrin. I mean, he could have easily known some of these folks. So I argue in my book that I actually think he did know some people who had encountered Jesus.
So you're marshaling several lines of evidence then, where you have the historical biographical data about Josephus, and then you have the linguistic and stylometric analysis of the words he's using. So you come to the conclusion, on balance, this Testimonium Flavianum is in whole authentic, 80%, 90%? Like, do you leave any wiggle room for tampering in the manuscript tradition?
Answering that question depends on what data set we're drawing from. If we're drawing from all of the textual witnesses that we have of the passage, so we're drawing from the manuscripts of the antiquities, we're drawing from ancient quotations of the passage, and we're drawing from ancient translations, then I would say the passage is completely authentic. And that's the typical way, when scholars are reconstructing ancient texts, that's what they draw from. They draw from every textual witness. If, though, we're limiting this to just the Greek manuscripts of the antiquities, then I would say that one or two phrases have dropped out. One of them is very minor, and that's at the very beginning of the passage when Josephus mentions Jesus. I think a word that's dropped out is the word certain. I think he said there was a certain Jesus. We know that from ancient quotations and from ancient translations. And that carries a sense of contempt. To say a certain Jesus in Greek it's not necessarily derogatory, but there's some valence of derisive tones there.
Yeah,
so I
instead of,
think
like,
that
instead of the Jesus, it's like there was this one guy named Jesus, one of several Jesuses out there.
yeah, yeah. So that dropped out, that one word. And then the other thing that dropped out is a little more important. It's actually much more important. In the passage, the Testimonium Flavianum, there's a sentence that is typically rendered, Jesus was the Christ. He was the Christ. And it's this confession of the messianic status of Jesus. And I think that something dropped out there, and that's because the ancient Latin translation and the ancient Syriac translation don't say that there. They say something different. The Latin says he was believed to be the Christ. The Syriac says he was thought to be the Christ. And there's also another Latin paraphrase, even older, from like the 370s, that supports believed to be the Christ. And there's an Arabic version that also lends credence to this. So I think that what he said there, he didn't say he was the Christ. He said he was somehow considered to be the Christ. And that parallels what he says about Jesus in his second reference, where he says Jesus was called the Christ. So that I do think dropped out. Having said that, though, we have to remember that in Greek, if you're reading the altered phrase, he was the Christ, to us in English sounds like a confession of faith as Jesus being the anointed one, the Christ, the Messiah. In Greek, it's not as clear. In Greek, it could still be read as an alternative name for Jesus, just like how people today will call him Jesus Christ, and they don't mean he's actually the Christ. In the ancient world, we have examples of pagans and non-Christians using the term Christ of Jesus just as a name. And grammatically in Greek, it's more easy to read it that way than it is in English. So even the altered passage can still be construed as not claiming he was the Christ. But I do think something did drop out of the antiquities, though it's preserved in the broader textual witnesses we have.
Let's give that the passage is mostly, if not entirely, authentic. Based on your reading of the Testimonium and your reading of Josephus as a historical figure, what do you think Josephus actually believed about Jesus? Because we're not saying like he was this, convert to Christianity and was subtly trying to say, oh, Jesus was the Christ and he did rise again from the dead. If we're reading it more negatively, like he was being more negative about Jesus, what was Josephus's opinion then about Jesus?
It's hard to always figure out Josephus's personal opinion. Remember, he's writing this public history. So there are instances where he will talk about a historical figure in positive ways where later on we realize he actually doesn't like the guy at all. And he'll write further works where he'll discuss his personal opinions on this person. So what we can say with confidence is what the passage appears to state about Jesus. And in that passage, a fair interpretation of it, I think one that's calibrated to how Josephus uses the same words and phrases elsewhere, is that Jesus was known to be a wise man. He taught simple, basic truths. He lived and flourished under the governorship of Pontius Pilate, under the high priesthood of Caiaphas, while Annas the high priest the former high priest, still had immense sway, while Herod the Tetrarch was king, while Emperor Tiberius was emperor, and that Jesus attracted many, many disciples. He was known as a wonder worker. He was known to perform miracles. Some people considered him to be the Christ, and that if we read carefully, I think he throws a jab at the disciples of Jesus, because he uses the phrase, they received his teachings with pleasure. And to us, that just sounds fine. But in Greek, hedone, the word for pleasure, is often quite negative. Josephus uses that exact phrase, receive with pleasure, to indicate being overly zealous, being way too credulous, being rushed to judge. So I think he's characterizing the disciples of Jesus as kind of uneducated hotheads. Ironically, that's how the Gospels portray the disciples too, as kind of being these overly zealous guys who are slow to understand. He also says a word when he talks about gathering, how Jesus gathered these disciples. In English, this is often translated neutrally as like he led many of these disciples, he gathered them. In Greek, it's not so clear. In Greek, you could translate epagomai as the word. You could translate this as persuade, bring over. You could even translate it as induce. In other words, he seems to be sketching the idea that Jesus was an insurrectionist, or was at least accused of being an insurrectionist. And what happens? Well, the first men of the Jews, Josephus says, accuse Jesus before Pontius Pilate, and Pontius Pilate has him executed by crucifixion, which crucifixion was used rarely in the Roman world, and it was typically used for rebellion. So Josephus seems to be sketching out this idea that Jesus was a rabble-rouser, or at least he was accused of being a rabble-rouser. That was the accusation against him. Josephus doesn't, come down one way or the other if that's true or not, but he's clearly taking this idea seriously. And then he reports that Jesus, according to Jesus' disciples, was raised on the third day in fulfillment of Jewish prophecy. He's just relaying early Christian beliefs. Interestingly, Josephus, if we take what Josephus says seriously, he is placing that belief in the resurrection as a very, very early Christian belief. Josephus is quite capable of pointing out charlatans and liars, exaggerations, but he doesn't do that here. He just says that, yeah, it seemed to them that he was alive again on the third day in fulfillment of Jewish prophecy. So I think we can actually squeeze quite a bit out about the historical Jesus from the passage. As far as what Josephus himself thought, like I said earlier, it's a little harder to suss out. I think we don't want to go into this thinking that Josephus must have had some kind of concrete, either negative or positive opinion of Jesus. It's very plausible that he had mixed feelings. Maybe he liked Jesus, but didn't like the followers of Jesus. In the first century and second century, there was not this firm line between Judaism and Christianity. So it is not fair to expect Josephus to be unremittingly negative. It's also not fair to expect him to be positive. He could easily fall in between. And I think the fairest way to read the passage is that he's somewhere in between. He might be slightly sympathetic to Jesus. We know that, for instance, that Josephus liked John the Baptist a lot, who was an associate of Jesus. We know that Josephus's friend Herod Agrippa wasn't overly hostile to Christians. So, it's possible that Josephus, didn't hate them. But of course, not hating someone doesn't mean you like them. It just means, you're okay with them, or you're not at least overly upset by them.
So what's at stake here is whether or not we have data about the early Christian movement from an outside source in the late first century CE. We're not necessarily saying that, like, from the apologist perspective or the Christ mythicist perspective, like, this is this very important piece of data, whether Jesus existed or not. But for critical historians, this is yet another interesting data point on how Christians were viewed from the outside very early in the Christian history, in this case, in the first few decades.
It's a fascinating window into the Jesus of history from a source that I argue in the book is very close to the early Christian movement, but is not a Christian himself.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for joining us. This has been an absolutely fascinating discussion, an absolutely fascinating book. I recommend everyone to go check it out.
Andrew, could I just say briefly that the book is freely available? An anonymous donor made it freely available online, so you can purchase a copy if you want, but you can also get a free PDF. And this was made available by the Institute for Christian Reflection.
That's great. Yeah, open source book. Everybody can go download the PDF now. I'll have the link in the description below. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
So if you enjoyed that deep dive into the historical Jesus, I'd love to invite you to our next guest lecture. lecture, What Did Jesus Wear? With Dr. Katie Turner, a scholar of Second Temple Judaism and early Christianity. Because of mass media and Renaissance paintings, we tend to imagine Jesus with long hair, a simple robe, maybe a nifty sash or something like that. But how accurate is that image? Well, Dr. Turner is an expert in ancient clothing, focusing especially on Judaism during the Second Temple period. She'll be teaching us how clothing communicated identity, gender, politics, and piety in the ancient Jewish world, and what that can tell us about Jesus and his followers. We're hosting this as a live Zoom lecture on Monday, July 21st at 9:30 a.m. U.S. Eastern Time. The lecture costs whatever you want, starting at $1, and you can register using the link in the description below or here on screen. Hope to see you there.
Over 8,000 men of
style and substance in the GMC Sierra.
What is it, a week ago, that somebody watching my videos is like, you definitely need to do an interview with.
I just wanted, I was confused by your answer for 1 Timothy 5:21. I just wanted some clarification on that.
Why?
Come up and ask you.
Why do you want clarification?
Well, I brought it up in the stream, and I take it as Paul invoking the angels in heaven, and you were addressing the objection.
They don't have to be in heaven, right?
Yeah, no, they don't necessarily have to be in heaven, but I took that verse as they're in heaven, and you were addressing the objection to Protestants that would say they're among us.
Yeah, they are among us, because that's what Paul says. Right?
No, I agree that they're among us, but there, I took it to mean he was addressing the Father, the Son, and the heavenly court.
It doesn't say heavenly court, it says elect angels, meaning the angels who have been assigned to do what? Elect angels. What does that mean?
Well, from your answer, you were bringing it to those that were assigned to individual Christians.
That's why they're called elect angels, right?
Yeah.
So that's what a Protestant would say to you. That's what JP said to me about the shepherd of Hermes.
Yeah. I actually talked about this verse with JP and privately and whatnot. And
yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he did when you brought up that objection that they would bring up, he did bring that up to me, but then we were talking through
so
it.
Then you're not gonna get headway if you're trying to convince them of intercession of saints, and you insist your interpretation, they insist on theirs. You're not making any headway, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So all they'll tell you, yeah, there are angels assigned among us, and the Bible talks about angels being present. Like 1 Corinthians 11:10, it says, a woman should have a sign of authority over her head for the sake of the angels. What is that all about? What angels? Where? There's only two interpretations, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you brought up that it could be the demons, the fallen angels, or the angels among us.
Yeah, because Ephesians 6:12, if you read Ephesians 6:12 and Ephesians 3:10, we're told that our battle is not against flesh and blood, but powers, principalities, rulers in the heavenly realms, and even the powers and dominions look into the manifold wisdom that God has given the church. So is he warning them that if you don't align yourself with God's will, you'll come under discipline, like when Paul says, hand this man over to Satan?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So are those angels, or like in 2 Corinthians 12:7, Paul says, an angel of Satan was given to me to be a thorn in my side? Or is it talking about righteous angels who preside over the congregation to watch them? Or is it both? But point being, they're among us. They're present with us. That's what they're going to tell you.
Okay. Well, I wanted to bring up Matthew 18:10. I could have swore I heard in a past stream that you said that those angels are seeing us from heaven. So I thought the connection was there.
That would work. But he would tell you, see, this is where his argument is more finessed. He'll acknowledge angels are praying for you, but you don't ask them.
No, I'm well aware of his objection. He's like 80% there. But in Matthew 18:10, when you shouldn't harm a child because their angels are in heaven and they're bearing
holding the face of my Father, yes.
Yeah. So I thought when Paul was invoking the elect angels, he was invoking them from heaven, similar to when Moses says, I call witness of all of heaven and all of earth.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's okay. Heaven and earth bear witness because heaven is aware of what takes place on earth.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. But in 1 Timothy 5:21, they'll tell you elect angels are those assigned to oversee the church.
Okay.
Because they're with us.
That's what they would say. Would you agree with them, or you?
I don't know, because we do have angels assigned to us.
Okay, interesting.
Just like in Acts 12, when Peter was in prison, the angel came and set him free.
Yep.
he first thought it was just maybe a dream. Then when he realized, no, the angel showed it. Then when he knocked on the door, right, Rhoda saw Paul and said, hey, heard Paul's voice. And Paul heard Peter, I'm sorry. Rhoda heard Peter's voice.
Yeah.
And they go, oh, that's Peter's angel.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? That means they're thinking the angel assigned to watch him on earth, and that he's on earth appearing to them at the door.
I actually brought up that verse when someone was arguing with me that Jesus is Michael, and then he said, well, in heaven, Michael has his angels. And I was like, yeah, but Peter has angels. And I brought up Matthew 18:10, and I was like, all of us have angels. Just because it says his angels doesn't mean that we're all God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. So that one, I don't know if these elect angels, because it says elect angels, that means angels chosen for some task, right?
Yeah. Well, the way I was reading it is, if it didn't say elect angels, when he's saying, I testify before the Father and the Son, the question
God and Jesus Christ, the elect angels. It says elect, man. The word there, elect, that means they were chosen for a task.
Yeah, no, I agree. But when it says in the presence of God and Christ Jesus, they're in heaven. So I took the reading and
Yes.
the flow of the verse as the elect angels were also in heaven.
So if someone tells you, in the presence of God and Christ Jesus and the bishop assigned over you.
Yeah, fair enough. That's interesting.
Because the bishop has to rule over you and be accountable, and you're accountable to him, right?
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Look at this. The early church history. Yeah. Good luck proving that one. Come up and try to prove it. Anyway, so my point is, even if it didn't say elect, I still can't determine if it's both heaven and earth, angels and heaven. Maybe, maybe not. Because I am aware of other passages where angels are in our midst serving us, like Hebrews 1:14. Notice what it says, though. Hebrews 1:14. Are not all angels, spirits, and divines sent? Sent where?
Yeah, sent here. Yeah.
So that's the point. It's not conclusive.
Interesting. Okay. Fair enough.
That's why I'm already anticipating what they're going to tell me.
Yep.
And I don't want to make my case weak because they think our case is nothing but weak.
Yeah.
And the majority of their arguments is from silence, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I would say. I don't know what else. I mean, that's it. You may be right. I don't know. If I'm not certain, I can't be dogmatic because it's going to be my interpretation versus his interpretation.
Well,
but
if
you got someone stumped when he says, show me one official statement from the Catholic Church that interprets Sirach 47:48 the way you do.
Yeah.
You want to say
you said that it was in the commentary or in the bottom. Yeah, I forgot what that's called, in the bottom of the page.
Bottom page. No, what it was in the Revised Standard Version, updated edition. As I read it, I noted it says, now the author is speaking to Elijah as he did to Solomon. That caught my interest. I go, wow, they're right. He is speaking to Elijah. But that's just the commentary noting that the author goes from speaking about Elijah to now addressing Elijah directly. And they said, as he did with Solomon. So then I went, look, because what I do, a lot of people may not know. Sometimes what I do is I will start at the end of a book and read backwards. And I have to look at the bottom of the page to see when the chapter ends so I can know how much I'm reading, because that's how my mind is weird.
Yeah.
So I read Sirach 48 before I read Sirach 47. So then I went 47. I saw, yeah, he's speaking of Solomon. But this was a commentary by liberals. They were not saying it's community. They just said, yeah, the author is speaking to Elijah. As he did Solomon, yeah, he's speaking to Solomon.
Interesting.
So that's where I go, wow. So he's speaking to them. And we believe he's inspired. So God is inspiring him to speak to them, rebuking one, praising the other.
That would actually connect to the argument you make with when Jesus says, my God, why have you forsaken me? And the Jews
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, and the Jews were not shocked that he was calling Elijah. They were shocked and waiting to see if Elijah would come rescue him.
Yeah, did you think he would allow me to get to that far?
Yeah, well, I was hoping. I was honestly, I came late, so I wasn't watching it in real time.
No, that's good you didn't, because he wasted everyone's time. Because he then changed the debate. It was interesting. All right, now he's got to prove that there's a Catholic source. I said, no, that's not the debate, coward. The debate was intercession of saints. Now you're changing it. You're moving goalposts because I'm bearing you. That's why I had no compassion towards him.
Yeah.
You see, because I wanted to then show how the fact that they speak to Elijah shows that the Jews had an understanding that you can seek Elijah because they believed he was the one who was going to show up to prepare people for the coming messianic age.
Yeah.
See? Anything else, bro? Keep adding. Don't pause.
Okay. No, I just don't want to interrupt you. If the brother is 80% there and his only problem is the invocation, would you say that verses like Psalm 29:1, 97:7, 103, 20-21, and 148 verse 2?
He can only say to you in Psalm 148, he's also praying to the sun and the moon and the stars.
Yeah, but I understand that, and I did notice that when I opened up the whole chapter. And obviously, you're not speaking to the sun and moon, but then the Psalms say generally that all of creation praises God.
So that's what he can say to you, right? It's poetic.
In a poetic sense, yes. But the angels are conscious, so the argument could be that he was directing. David was actually speaking to them in his liturgy, where he was
speaking to the sun and the moon, right?
Yeah. Where the sun and moon is more poetically.
Well, say this is what you're doing. You're choosing what you take literally and poetically.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I was just saying because the angels are conscious and the sun and moon are not. But I get what you're saying. Where there was
he'll tell you, yeah, that's the whole point. Doesn't matter their conscience. He's not praying to any of them. He's just making a point poetically that God is worthy that every creature worships him, all created things. Because I've thought about Psalm 148. I've seen Catholics use it. I go, yeah, but it says sun and moon and stars.
Yeah.
Now, what you can do to short circuit that, saying the reason why he's invoking sun, moon, and stars, because in its historical cultural context, they were taken as gods.
Yeah. No, yeah, that is true too. They did think they were spirits in the sky, like all the stars were the angels. Yeah.
So you can say, no, in its cultural context, he is commanding and speaking to the sun, moon, and stars in order to show the pagans that the objects they take as gods, they too will worship the true God.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one, but if someone's made up their mind, they're going to say, look how weak your case is. You got to appeal to such passages. So what you don't want to do is start with the weaker ones.
Yeah, fair enough.
Start with the ones that are strongest, and you bring this as supplement. Bring your strongest case, not your weakest one.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Right? Bree's excited. It's like, oh, David is addressing Jonathan. All they can tell you is that David is just reacting emotionally, like when your mom dies and you say, oh, my mom, I miss you. They'll say just a natural human reaction, Bree. That when someone you love dies and you hear about it, at that moment, out of grief and pain, you cry out to them. But they'll say that no more proves that David is invoking Jonathan than you are invoking your mom when you hear she dies. Oh, Yimmy, I love you, Yimmy.
Oh, Jonathan, like that sort of thing, right?
Yeah. So that's why, Bree, I heard you mention that earlier. Start with your strongest cases. Why do you think I went to Sirach 47-48? Because this is centuries after they died.
So you're saying use this, because I do have Sirach on my slide as well. Use Sirach as like
That's 100 years later, right?
Yeah, use Sirach as the main argument and then use the Psalms as a supporting argument.
Start with your strongest case and then show everything falls in place.
Yeah, because the Psalms, I noticed when Brother JP talked to Jay Dyer argued that the early liturgies would have had intercession of saints, like when they would in their liturgies and in their songs and the scriptures they'd read, and the Psalms are the liturgy of the Old Testament. So if he's addressing the angels, then even in the Old Testament liturgy, it has in a sense, addressing not intercession of saints, but addressing those of another.
Yeah. Then if he's being stubborn, say like the sun, moon, and stars.
Yeah. No, I'm hearing you.
Or even when he addresses and speaks to the gods of the nations who are demons. Does that mean you can speak to demons?
Yeah, I did think of that as well.
Right?
Yeah.
Because in Psalm 97, 7, right, it says, worship him, all you gods.
Yeah.
Greek says, worship him, all you angels. But the gods who are the angels of the nations are the demons.
Yeah.
We know that because the Greek version of Psalm 95:5 says, and the idols of the nations are demons. 1 Corinthians 10:20 says that the idols are not real, but they're demons. So he'll say, so that means you should speak to demons now?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's you could pray to demons because of that, but David would just be addressing them, telling them to worship the true God.
Okay, but you don't talk to demons and tell them that, right?
Me personally, no.
So then say, don't take what David does, which is not normative. It's not something Christians are supposed to do in their worship pattern. Address demons and speak to demons, command them to worship Christ.
Yeah.
So this, right?
Yep. I did have another question, but I don't want to take up too much of your time or anyone else's space.
What's the other question? Go ahead.
I did bring up where it says in Tobit 3 that in the presence of God, their prayers were heard. And I thought that Raphael and the other angels heard the prayers because they were in the presence of God. But then I noticed in Tobit 12, it says that he was always among them. So I wanted to hear what your thoughts were. Was Raphael among Tobit and Sarah invisibly while they were praying and he brought the prayers in heaven? Or was he hearing
the presence of God?
Yeah.
Means that the angels are not the presence of God, but they're before his presence, right?
Yeah.
So just like the angels are before the presence of God, that means they're before God. Presence means his face. Like when it says, the angels see the face of my Father. So it means that the prayers reached the face of God. But the question is how? That's where Tobit comes in. He took it to God.
Yeah. Well, obviously we would all agree that God heard the prayers immediately. But then the Tobit 12 says that he brought a record in the court, to God in the court, right? So I was wondering, is according to Tobit 3, was Raphael invisibly among them and he brought the prayer up, or was he
even if he's among them invisibly? He goes on to say he's the one, right, that took their request to God.
Yep.
So he could have been among them and then still went to God and told God they're seeking and asking X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Verse 12.
So now when you and Sarah prayed, it was I who brought the record of your prayers before the glory of the Lord.
Yep.
He brought the record. That means he took it to God, right?
Yeah. So
what do Protestants trust in the church fathers? Like, do they consider them as reliable?
No, they say the church fathers were human like us. They could make mistakes. We go with the Bible, but that's their inconsistency. The Protestants will tell you the church fathers were human. They're not inspired. They're not infallible. They made mistakes. We test them according to the Bible. But you know what they're really telling you?
Yeah.
You know what they're really telling you?
What?
That they trust their interpretation of the Bible over against the Father's interpretation. So when anyone tells you, well, the fathers were human, not inspired, not infallible, neither are you.
And
You're
also,
not inspired.
Wait, if they say that the fathers were human, what do they say about the disciples of Jesus?
They'll say, oh, but the Spirit inspired them to write. The fathers are not inspired, but neither are you. Right?
Yeah.
So if we go by that logic, why should I trust your interpretation over against their interpretation? Because you're telling me they're wrong. On what basis? Your interpretation. So you're no more inspired, infallible than they are. Second problem with that statement, many of these men were direct disciples, descendants of the apostles. They were taught, groomed, appointed by the apostles, right?
Yes.
And then their disciples were trained by them and they became the bishops. So if I can go way early into church history, And I can see the disciple of John says this. His disciple, Irenaeus, disciple of Polycarp, disciple of John, says the same thing. On what grounds are you going to tell me they were wrong when they are right there at the time of the apostles, Polycarp being trained by John, and his disciple, Irenaeus, trained by Polycarp, who was taught by John? You're telling me they all got it wrong so early?
I see.
So this is what they'll tell you. Well, they're not inspired, neither are you. Yeah, but we go by the Bible. So did they. And Jehovah's Witnesses say they go with the Bible. Mormons say they go with the Bible. Unitarians say they go with the Bible. Everyone and his mother says we go with the Bible.
Okay. Well,
So how do I know which one of you is right? In fact, this was a problem even at the time of the Reformation. Martin Luther saw himself the disaster and the problem with what he had started. Why? Because he saw everyone picked up the Bible, claiming sola scriptura, and they're all disagreeing, contradicting, and fighting one another over their interpretation. The most famous of which is Martin Luther versus Ulrich Zwingli, who said the Eucharist is a symbol of the flesh and blood of Christ. Martin Luther said, no, it's not. It is the flesh and blood of Christ. Who's going to win?
I actually wanted to talk about that because my priest, my Maronite priest, sent me the book of Saint Irenaeus against heresies.
Beautiful.
That's what it's called. Yeah, and in book 5, chapter 2, it like completely decimates that view of it being a symbol.
You got it. But now you see, even Martin Luther saw the problem. He says, you can go look at it. Martin Luther versus Ulrich Zwingli, two reformers, magisterial reformers, on the Eucharist. Ulrich said, it's symbolic. Martin Luther says, no, but Jesus said, this is my body. He goes, yeah, that's figurative language, just like Jesus said, I'm the door. And they both used the Bible, sola scriptura, to refute the other, and Martin Luther got frustrated.
Okay.
You see what happens? But one thing we know historically, I'm going to go off camera for a minute. Even with the divisions among Catholics, Assyrian Church of the East, Oriental Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, this is a fact. These churches are in schism. Some of them have been in schism since the 400s, right?
Yep.
Now watch, without internet, without email, without telephones, they had to travel weeks to arrive at certain cities, and sometimes they'd have to take a ship to get to Rome. Now watch, these places, these peoples, these churches separated. They didn't have the Bible between two covers. You ask the Assyrian Church of the East, Oriental Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Catholic Church, is the Eucharist, by the grace of the Holy Spirit, after the priest prays, does it become the flesh and blood of Jesus Christ? Yes. Is it symbolic? No. Okay, now watch the agreement. Do you all agree water baptism saves you, regenerates you, unites you to Christ? Yes. And that if you get baptized as a convert, all your sins are washed away? Yes. They all agree, right? Yeah. Now watch. Do you all agree Mary was kept pure? Now they may explain how she was kept pure differently, but they all agree she didn't commit personal sin. Yes. Do you all agree Mary was a perpetual virgin? Yes. Do you all agree that when she was summoned to her rest, the Lord assumed her body and soul? Well, there's an ancient tradition called the Dormition of the Theotokos. That's celebrating the Lord assuming her into heaven. Yes. Do you agree? Infant baptism? Yes. Do you agree the bishop is the head of the church? Yes. Notice the agreements among them. Without internet, without email or fax, without having the Bible between two covers, and then you go to time of Reformation, I can ask this question of the Reformers. They can't agree. For example, Anabaptists. Do you baptize infants? No. That's why they're called Anabaptists, meaning baptize again. Do you know what the Reformers, like Ulrich Zwingli, did to them?
No.
They would kill heretics. So if they thought you're a heretic, they'd kill you. So you know how they killed the Anabaptists? Anabaptist means baptize again, meaning they rejected their infant baptism, saying it's not biblical. So folks like Ulrich Zwingli, guys, they would drown them. They say, oh, so you want to get baptized a second time? Let's baptize you a third time. And they would murder them by drowning them. So if I was at the time of the Reformation, hey, infant baptism, Anabaptists say no. Secondly, does infant baptism regenerate you? Martin Luther, yes. Anabaptist, no. John Calvin, no. No. Wait, so water baptism doesn't save you? No, John Calvin. It's the sign of the new covenant, but you don't become born again. Luther, does it? Yes. Anabaptist? No. Even when it comes to the Eucharist. Martin Luther, Eucharist. Yes, it's the body and blood of Christ. John Calvin, no, it does not become, nor is it joined to the actual physical body, blood of Christ, though Christ is spiritually present. Ulrich Zwingli, oh, it's a symbol. That's just them. If I don't mention today, forget about it, brother.
Aminu, right? What is this anger aminu? Gere, constrained, constricted. This is the force or counterforce is constraining progress, is suffocating life. It means Ahura Mazda is not omnipotent. Okay, he's neither omnipotent nor omniscient. And this is really important because many theologians have recognized, and on account of this fact, Zoroastrianism doesn't face the problem of evil. In any religion where you have an omniscient and omnipotent God, there's the problem of God being responsible for all the evil in the world. You cannot have free will and have an omnipotent and omniscient God. Observe, discern, and choose which of the forces you want to align yourself with. The Devas are aligned with Anger Aminu. There is this very strange passage in the Gothas, which if you ask me aligns with the myth of Atlantis that you find in Plato, that when the Devas were deliberating, Anger Aminu came in and he, as a great deceiver, confused their deliberations and they rushed in wrath and destroyed the life of mankind. Well, what is this talking about? This is talking about when Zeus calls a convocation of the Olympians and they decide to destroy the world through a great deluge, right? And in particular, they're targeting the Atlanteans who have rebelled against Olympus. So the Devas, the gods, are aligned with Anger Aminu or Ahriman. Notice now the Gnostic structure is already becoming clear. These heavenly powers that stand between us and the true divine intelligence of the cosmos. So the Devas are the Archons. Wow. Zarathustra's take on the Devas, or Devs, they are the Archons. They're the prototype for the Gnostic Archon.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And I'm with Dr. Jason Giorgiani today, author of Prometheism and Lovers of Sophia. And guys, this is once in a while I get him on. Last time he was on, everybody loved it. So we're going to go deep this time into Zoroaster and the roots of Gnosticism. You might not know, the roots of Gnosticism are not in Greco-Roman world. They're in the East. They're in Persia. And we're about to demonstrate that in this conversation. So how are you doing today?
It's great to be with you, Neil. I had been meaning to come back on the show earlier, and I do occasionally watch your programs, and really looking forward to this opportunity to familiarize your audience with potentially the Persian origins of Gnosticism.
Yeah, this will be fun. So why don't we start with Zoroaster? Why don't we start with who is he? What is his teachings? There's the Gathas, there's the Zendavesta. What is it? Let's get to the start of all this and who this guy is. What time period? All that.
Right. So the Gathas are a text that's been, extremely controversial and polarizing in the scholarly community, not only within Iranology or Iranian studies itself, but in the broader field of Indo-European studies. There's been great controversy about the date of this text. And but let me just start with its name for a minute. Gatha, okay, so of course the language in which this text is composed, this ancient Iranian language, is a sister language of Sanskrit. In fact, it's very close to Sanskrit, and this factors into the dating debates over this text. So the word Gatha is a cognate of the word Gita. So Gita, like Bhagavad Gita, Gatha is a cognate of Gita, and it's related to the word Goth in the Germanic languages. So Gothic, Gita, and Gathas are all related, and they have something to do with a hymn of praise. Okay, and having to do with the divine, with God. Gott in German means God, right? Wow. And Gita means sort of song of praise or hymn of praise. So that's the meaning of the word for this text, the name of this text, and it brings us into the question of dating it based on its linguistics. So the problem is that this language that the Gathas is composed in, and it was believed by some to have been an oral text that was only subsequently written down. I'll tell you why I don't agree with that. But this language is very close to Rig Vedic, okay? So it's like a really ancient form of, similar to an ancient form of Sanskrit, much older than the Sanskrit of the Bhagavad Gita's, older than the younger Upanishads. And so people have assumed, some scholars have, that it dates from like 1500 to 1000 BC. So either slightly older or slightly older than or contemporaneous with the Upanishads, and or with the Vedas, somewhere between the Vedas and the Upanishads. But the problem is that if you compare the Gathas to the Vedas, the level of philosophical complexity in this text and the first person narrative style of it doesn't mesh at all with Rig Vedic culture. Stylistically, what you find in the Gathas is very much of a piece with pre-Socratic philosophy. It reads like Parmenides or Heraclitus or something like that. Okay, it's a profoundly philosophical text, very complex conceptually, and it's also written in the first person, which makes it in a way even more modern than the pre-Socratic Greeks.
Right.
This is like a guy telling you what he thinks about the world and even mentioning his friends and stuff that he's been through in his life, and not at all in this anonymous mythic, style of composition that we find in the Upanishads or even in Homer or any text of that degree of antiquity. It's almost modern in its style. It's like the idiom that you start to find in classical Athens, and then that becomes very popular in the Roman Empire, okay? So for that reason, I really question, dating this to 1000 to 1500 BC. I also question it because there's a big religious conflict that's depicted in this text. Zarathustra is a rebel against some existing priestly order. He is basically engaging in a kind of spiritual philosophical insurrection against both ritualistic sacrificial priests and these warlord princes. And he calls these the katapon. Katapon is a word that becomes korban later. It means sacrifice, sacrificial, mumbling priests, he calls them. And he means like the way they mindlessly recite all these, hymns and mantras and so forth.
Yeah.
And then these warlord princes called the Kavis. And so, people have assumed this refers to Rig Vedic priests and the Rig Vedic Kshatriya or princely class, But actually, if you look in the details of the text, you see it fits much more the context of Scythian Mithraism, the kind of, as he describes them, mad, drunken warlords that go on cattle raids that are the backdrop for the message of the Gathas, fit the Scythian warlords who were coming down into the Persian and Median territories around 700, 600 BC, and raiding the farmlands of the settled population in Persia and Media.
And just to budget it real quick, in case anyone doesn't know, archaeology reflects how widespread these Mithraic temples and places were, from Britain all the way to like Siberia, basically in the Bronze Age. But yeah, I just wanted to just throw that in there.
Yeah. And let me just also throw in a note on a completely different tangent. If anyone hears background noise, I must apologize. I'm in New York City, and being in Manhattan in particular, one of the things you have to deal with is constant construction. There's a huge, hopefully they're going to be on their lunch break right now, and we won't have to deal with them, but we'll see. Yeah. In any case, so the backdrop of Zarathustra is ancient Iranian Mithraism, if you ask me. That's what the details of the Gathas really align with. And also we have to consider two events in this man's life. One, his self-exile. Apparently, his message was so revolutionary and he was so badly persecuted for it wherever he was born and raised that he had to migrate over a long distance and accept the patronage of this king called Vishtaspa, this feudal lord or petty king called Vishtaspa, Kavi Vishtaspa, or Ke-Goshtasp in the later Persian. And it appears that the court of Ke-Goshtasp was in present-day Khurasan. That's northeastern Iran, right under Turkmenistan and next to Afghanistan, next to the Afghan border. And so point being, he wasn't from there, okay? There's a debate over where he was from as well. But if that's where Goshtasp's court was, then he came to there from somewhere else, and it lends more credence to the Zoroastrian biographies, later written Zoroastrian biographies that suggest he was from Azerbaijan, from the province of Iran known as Azerbaijan, the ancient name of which was Azarpadagan, meaning the bastion of the fire. And it was a mainly Median territory, and the Magi were the traditional priests of the Medes. So that makes sense. And it makes sense that this guy pissed off Mithraic priests in Media, greater Media, and he had to basically go into self-exile, flee for his life to Khorasan, to northeastern Iran, going towards Central Asia. And so, okay, why is this relevant to the date? Because Zarathustra is killed in some kind of an invasion by people called Turanian in the Shahnameh, in the Iranian national epic. These people are called Turanians. They come from a place called Turan, which is in Central Asia. And this is another name for the Sakas, or the Scythian people. They were descended from a guy called Tur. And so one name for them are the Turanians. We know them in the West as the Scythians. When was there a Scythian rampage like this of Khorasan, where someone like Zarathustra could have been killed? It took place in about, let's say, it was the time when Cyrus the Great had overthrown the Median kingdom, and the Median kingdom, its border had come right up against Central Asia, okay? And so right up against Scythian territory. And when Cyrus the Great, the founder of the First Persian Empire, when he overthrew his grandfather, Astyages of Media, there was this vacuum of power briefly where there was chaos. Nobody knew who was really in charge. And so the Scythians came down and they overran the Medes and the Persians for a brief period of time. So it looks like this puts Zarathustra at the date which, the Zoroastrians themselves claimed he lived. They say that conventional Zoroastrian scriptures say that Zarathustra was 258 years before Alexander. Wow. And what they mean is 258 years, not before the birth of Alexander, but before the coming of Alexander to Iran, before his invasion of the Persian Empire. And so that puts Zarathustra in the generation before Cyrus. So, so this means that Zarathustra was an old man at the time when Cyrus the Great had overthrown, Astyages of Media and was trying to form the Persian Empire. So those dates all align perfectly. And that also puts us right at the dawn of philosophy, right? I mean, these pre-Socratics, Heraclitus, immediately before him, Pythagoras, and so forth, Parmenides after Heraclitus, these are all in the 500s, okay, 500s BC.
Explosion of intellect.
Exactly. So if you put Zarathustra in 1500 or 1000 BC, it doesn't make any sense in terms of the intellectual context. I mean, he would be a total anomaly. If you put Zarathustra at, let's see, what would it be? It would be 628 BC. If we go by the conventional Zoroastrian dating, he would have been born in 628 BC. And that means that considering the fact they claim he composed the Gathas in his 40s, it would have been around 580 BC when Zarathustra composed the Gathas. Well, that's perfect. That would mean that Zarathustra was the first pre-Socratic philosopher. He has the distinction of being the first. And he would then have immediately influenced the subsequent pre-Socratic thinkers, especially as we're going to discuss Pythagoras and Heraclitus. And he would have influenced them by virtue of the fact that the Persian Empire conquered Ionia, which was the Greek bastion of philosophy. So I think this is the proper matrix for dating Zarathustra.
I think that also puts him in the same timeline as people like Isaiah and Hosea. And and that's interesting because that's a time period where the world just kind of just shifts in its paradigm for all these ideas. But my question is, before we continue, is why do people think that he's born in 1500 BC? What is it? Where did that even come from? Do you know?
Yeah, linguistics alone. And so let me say one other thing about this. There is no other evidence based really, upon which to base this thesis other than linguistics. In other words, the fact that the idiom of the Gathas is
so it's very ancient,
similar to Rig Vedic Sanskrit. Okay, but look at Latin.
Yeah.
So, we have René Descartes in the 1600s, late 1500s, early 1600s, early 1600s. We have René Descartes composing in Latin.
That's true.
Latin was used by, scholars throughout the whole Middle Ages, 1,000 years after the fall of the Roman Empire, and of Latin having been used as a living spoken language. So, okay,
and
Latin
before the Common Era, Cicero's writing in Latin.
Exactly. So Latin was a dead language for 1,000 years or more.
What?
By the time that it was still being used as a language that would confer a degree of scholastic authority on a person composing a text, either theological or intellectual authority was conveyed by composing in this dead language of Latin. So why wouldn't we think that a Mede or Persian, it's debatable which Zarathustra was, he was an Iranian in any case, these are two different branches of the Iranian family, the Medes and the Persians, and the Scythians. These were the three major branches, okay, of the Iranian family in those days. So why would we not think that a Mede or a Persian might use this dead language, which was the language of the Magi, and of the Rig Vedic priests, to confer authority upon the text that he was composing? Whereas it wasn't his spoken living language. For all we know, the guy spoke Persian.
Good point. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So now that now we're in the time period, we sort of understand the context, and let's go from there. What stems from this sort of age of Zarathustra?
Right. So his message is absolutely revolutionary. To understand that, we need to just take a quick look again, or have a refresher, because your audience, I'm sure, is largely familiar with this. But let's just have a refresher of the basics of Greek theology, ancient Greek theology, and how it lines up with the other end of the Indo-European spectrum, namely Vedic theology. So one thing that the Greeks and their Eastern brothers still agreed on round about 600 BC was that the beings worthy of worship are these gods, right? The Greeks, worship these Olympian gods, and in the Vedic pantheon, you have their analog in terms of the Devas, led by Indra, and Indra is Zeus. Right. Okay, it's a very direct.
Dies Pater
Dies Pater is Indra, and so the Olympian pantheon and the Vedic pantheon are very much the same, and they devolved from a primordial Indo-European religion, a single primordial Indo-European religion. We know this through linguistics and anthropology and archaeology.
Just the fact that Dies Pater shows up in Spain and Italy, and also all the way in India, there you go. You have a clear something to look at. You have tangible something to look at that shows you this is a widespread ancient language that's spread across the entire hemisphere.
Yeah, he's a thunderbolt wielding sky father, warlord deity. That's Indra or Zeus. And he leads this pantheon, okay? And there are these sacrificial priests who are orienting all of human worship toward this pantheon, and humanity has this subservient, not to say servile, relationship to these gods who are extremely tyrannical and capricious and, frankly, at times sadistic. And this is true both in, Greek religion and ancient Vedic religion. And then there's another class of beings that you see both in Greek religion and Vedic religion, and those are the Titans. And these Titans are opposed to the gods. The Vedic people called them Asuras. And this is very significant because the chief deity of Zarathustra is Ahura Mazda. And Ahura, just like, Gita and Gatha, Ahura is the Iranian cognate of the Vedic Ashura. So Ahura Mazda, Mazda means wisdom. Ahura Mazda is the Titan or the Ashura of wisdom. So right away, what Zarathustra is doing is inverting the entire theological worldview of the Indo-Europeans 180 degrees. He preaches in the Gathas that the Devas are sadistic, tyrannical, and above all, deceptive. He says that their chief attribute is duruj, or the lie. They're great deceivers, and they're oppressors of mankind. And above all, they're trying to deny us wisdom and knowledge. So we ought to align ourselves with titanic wisdom and rebel against these gods. So it's a message of insurrection that we find in the Gathas. Insurrection against the entire heavenly order, which was common to the Greeks and the Vedic people. Okay? So you can see why this guy had to flee for his life.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
So,
who would if Ahura Mazda which is there a god in the ancient Greek pantheon that relates to?
Hell yeah, there is. Hell yeah, there is.
Can I guess? Is it Aranos?
No.
Okay.
But it's interesting because I'll say something about Uranos later in a moment, in response to this. But okay, so let's lay this out really briefly for a minute. And I'm going to come back to these attributes of Ahura Mazda momentarily, but just to answer your question. First of all, we've got the name Titan of Wisdom. Okay, who's a Titan? Who's associated with wisdom? Second, the chief attribute of Ahura Mazda is forward thinking or thinking ahead, sepanta minu, and I'll come back to this. Thinking, whoa, wait a minute, thinking ahead. And number three, what is the element that symbolizes cosmic order? That's an expression of the mind of Ahura Mazda? Fire, an ever-burning fire.
I got it.
Oh, okay, so who is Ahura Mazda? Prometheus.
Yeah.
Okay, clearly, Ahura Mazda is a philosophical concept that's been developed on the basis of an older Indo-European myth of Prometheus, which you find in its original form, not in Greece, but in Iran.
He's the creator too.
Yeah, and he's the creator. He's the creator of mankind. Okay, he's the creator. He created us in his image. So
about that.
To think for ourselves and not to worship these tyrannical Olympians. We'll come back to that.
Sure.
But the myth of Prometheus, a lot of people might not realize, doesn't come from Greece. It comes from Iran originally. The whole Caucasus was part of Iran until the Russian czars took it from Iran in the 1800s.
Wow, that's a long time.
Okay, so the Caucasus is the cradle of Iranian civilization. And the myth of Prometheus in its original form is still found in the Caucasus in terms of the cult of Amirani. There's this figure called Amirani, and he's clearly, if you look at the structure of the myth, he's Prometheus, and they still worship him in the folk religion of Georgia. And there are statues of him in the countrysides of Georgia and the Caucasus Mountains, where, of course, Prometheus is chained. In the myth, Prometheus, when he's punished by Zeus, he's chained to the Caucasus Mountains, right? And so the whole ancient Indo-European fire cult of Prometheus, I believe, was the raw material with which Zarathustra was working when he developed this philosophically complex notion of Ahura Mazda.
That's fascinating.
But I mentioned forethought. So Ahura Mazda emanates 7 powers or 7 facets of his divine intelligence. And these are called the Amesha Spentas. And the fact that it's 7 is going to be relevant to our discussion of Zarathustra's influence on Gnosticism. Okay, so bear that in mind. So there are these 7 powers, and the foremost of these is Sepanta Minu, which, as I mentioned, is translated into Greek as Prometheia, forward thinking, thinking ahead. The progressive mentality is one good translation of it. Sepanta, progressive, forward-oriented, Minu, mentality, mind. Sepanta Minu. And this is the foremost of the 7 powers that express, Ahura Mazda in the cosmos. The second one is something called Asha Vahishta. And Asha became Arta in the language of the Persian Empire. And this means cosmic order. It's basically the Greek notion cosmos, which, by the way, had not been formed yet at that time. It's going to be formed, as we'll discuss, in Heraclitus. So this notion of cosmic order is the second manifestation of this, of Ahura Mazda, Asha Vahishta. It means the best order, literally. That's the translation of it. Asha, order, Vahishta, the best, namely cosmic order. Then we've got, and very significantly, let me not gloss over the fact that Asha Vahishta is symbolized by fire. That's the ever-burning fire, which always changes its forms, but it's the same substrate. In other words, energy. Energy, the cosmos is basically as ever-transforming energy.
Is this that monad that people attribute to his teachings?
We'll get into that. I think that in my view, Zarathustra is neither a monist nor a dualist.
Okay.
His view is more nuanced than that. But I think that his view influenced both monism and it influenced both the Valentinian type of Gnosticism and also the Manichaean dualistic type of Gnosticism. Okay, so then the third one after Asha Vahishta, we could say is Vohumana. And Vohumana means the best thinking, the best thinking. And notice Humana in Vohumana, Humana, becomes humanitas. Vohumana, the best thinking, is the means whereby we become truly human. Unless you cultivate Vohumana, you're not really a human being. You're an animal that walks on 2 legs. Okay, so this notion that became prominent in the Roman Empire of humanitas being something that is not necessarily inherent, shouldn't be taken for granted, but something that has to be, cultivated. This is a notion that goes back to Zarathustra's concept of Vohumana, one of the 7 Amesha Spentas or emanations of Ahura Mazda. Then we've got Haurvatat, and so there's a certain internal logic to this. When you cultivate Vohumana or the best thinking, you are aligning yourself with Asha Vahishta, with cosmic order. And when you align yourself with cosmic order through the best thinking, then you also wind up becoming a vehicle or channel for the progressive force in the cosmos, namely Sepanta Minu. This progressive mentality starts to become the dominant spirit of your life as you align yourself with cosmic order through the best thinking. That's how Spentamenu, Ashaveshta, and Bohuman are connected. And then when you start to come into this alignment through the cultivation of, your human potential for rationality, okay, and intellection, then you attain a series of other attributes. One of them is Haurvatat, which means wholeness. Wholeness in the sense that the word health used to mean, to be hale or whole. And this kind of wholeness was symbolized by water in, early Zoroastrianism, which I think is where the baptism idea comes from in Christianity. This baptism is submersion in water as a symbol of conferring wholeness upon a person. Then another attribute that follows from cultivating the best thinking is Ameratat, which is often translated as immortality. And people connect this to like the Taoist notion of longevity. But actually the word Ameratat means deathlessness. Meratat, mer is like a cognate of, mort in French, or, it's our word for mortality. You can see how it, meratat, mortality, right? So it's a meratat, a mortality, deathlessness.
Immortal.
Immortal, right? But it could just mean like vitality. Right? But coming from out of the power and grip of death and being very vital. So vitality and wholeness coming from cultivating the best thinking. And then
this is where you get the idea of apotheosis later on in these Gnostics. Makes sense.
Yeah. And then you have Spenta Armaiti, which is tranquility, serenity, poise, kind of, deep grace and groundedness. And whereas Ameratat is symbolized by vegetation, Spenta Armaiti is symbolized by the earth, the element of earth. So grounded serenity and tranquility coming from being well-rooted through, the cultivation of the best thinking and the wholeness or health and vitality that comes from it. And then finally, Vohu Khashatra is the last of these 7 attributes or emanations of Ahura Mazda, and that means the best dominion, or the ideal governance, or the most righteous form of rule. And so this is another thing which, if if we can keep it in mind to come back to, is important in terms of teasing out the distinctions between Zarathustra's teaching and the various forms of Gnosticism that were deeply influenced by it. Because in Gnosticism, and we can flesh this out later, there is this inherent critique of power, where all power is archontic, and generally all political regimes are inherently bound for corruption and so forth. Not so in Zarathustra's vision. In Zarathustra is the first utopian, and he believes that there can be an ideal form of government based on the governance of the wise, from which Plato later gets his idea of the philosopher kings and so on and so forth.
Right.
These are the 7 major attributes of the teachings of Zarathustra. But there's other points I want to get to that we find in the Gathas as well. But just if you want to have any reflections and commentary on that before we continue.
Let's see. So okay, so he's spreading these ideas, and how do we get from that to having like separate different forms of Gnosticism that spread as far as Greece? Like, how do these ideas get fleshed out?
Yeah, okay. So before we head to the influence on, and let me just lay out a few other important points, okay? Because they're going to be vital to the impact of Zarathustra's thinking on Gnosticism. One is that there's a counterforce to, I was about to say to Ahura Mazda, because this is how the Gnostics interpret this counterforce. But really, it's a counterforce to Sepanta Minu, to this, the 7th power, or the main attribute of Ahura Mazda, and that counterforce is called Angra Minu. So you have Sepanta Minu and Angra Minu, and this Angra Minu is later contracted linguistically to Ahriman.
Right.
So Angra Minu literally means the constricted, constrained mentality. Angera, gera in Persian means knotted up. like knotted up, like,
And for anyone doesn't, this influences Christianity big time with the devil. And there's a passage in Matthew where Jesus is in the wilderness and he's being tempted by the devil. And I'm not even kidding. If you look at the Zendavesta, the passage lines up almost verbatim, where it's the same thing. You have Zoroaster in the wilderness chanting, doing his thing, and then all of a sudden Spenta Menu comes out and was like, "Hey, if you worship me, I'll give you the boon to rule all the."
Angra Menu.
Yeah. He goes, "I'll give you the boon to rule all the nations." And then, of course, Zoroaster just keeps chanting to Ahura Mazda, and Angra Manu is rushed away, pushed off. This story really influences how Jesus is portrayed in Matthew. And by the way, it just happens to be the same book that starts off with Magi chasing a star to find, like, there can't be a coincidence. This is a highly, people think Matthew is a Jewish book. I don't see it. I think it's just Eastern book. I guess that makes more sense, right?
There's a lot that could be said about all of that. Yeah, I'll try to come back to it.
Sure.
In particular to the devil, okay? Because the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Angra Minu, right? What is this Angra Minu? Gere, constrained, constricted. This is the force or counterforce that is constraining progress, is suffocating life, is constricting our flourishing, right? So it's a force of how can I put it? Stagnation and stasis and retardation, actually. Okay, and so one important thing about this Angra Minu notion that becomes Ahriman in Middle Persian is that it means Ahura Mazda is not omnipotent. Okay, he's neither omnipotent nor omniscient. And this is really important because many theologians have recognized, and on account of this fact, Zoroastrianism doesn't face the problem of evil. In any religion where you have an omniscient and omnipotent God, there's the problem of God being responsible for all the evil in the world. And if, in my view, more importantly, the fact that you don't have any free will. You cannot have free will and have an omnipotent and omniscient God. It just doesn't work, okay? It's completely illogical. And any jackass like St. Augustine who wants to say that it's a miracle, I'm not going to give him the time of day, all right? So you got to choose between your omniscient God, omnipotent God, on the one hand, and free will on the other. Zarathustra doesn't face that problem. Ahura Mazda is limited. The power and even the knowledge of Ahura Mazda is limited by this counterforce. And this means we have free will. We have the free will radically to choose between these two forces and which one we want to align ourselves with. And that's a message you find at the core of the Gathas. Zarathustra repeatedly says, and emphatically so, you, with your own intellect, observe, discern, and choose which of the forces you want to align yourself with, either Sepanta Minu or Angra Minu. And to go back to the beginning of our discussion, the Devas are aligned with Angra Minu. Okay? Right. So, and he specifically says this in the Gathas. There is this very strange passage in the Gathas, which, if you ask me, aligns with the myth of Atlantis that you find in Plato. And with some things in the Vedic context, in terms of the Mahabharata's accounts of the ancient wars between the Devas and the Asuras and so forth, there is a strange passage in the Gathas where Zarathustra says that when the Devas were deliberating, Angra Menu came in, and he, as a great deceiver, confused their deliberations, and they rushed in wrath and destroyed the life of mankind. Well, what is this talking about? This is talking about when Zeus calls a convocation of the Olympians, and they decide to destroy the world through a great deluge, right? And in particular, they're targeting the Atlanteans, who have rebelled against Olympus. So the Devas, the gods, are aligned with Angra Menu or Ahriman. And we have the free choice to be able to basically resist these heavenly powers that, notice now the Gnostic structure is already becoming clear, these heavenly powers that stand between us and the true divine intelligence of the cosmos.
Archons.
Yeah. So the Devas are the Archons. Wow. Zarathustra's take on the Devas, or Devs, it's where we get the word devil from Devas, right? The Devas, they are the archons. They're the prototype for the Gnostic archons, who stand between us and our alignment with the divine intelligence, in the cosmos.
Wow. Yeah, it's now the more you talk about it, the more it's starting to look a lot clearer of how these ideas line up.
One last very important piece of the message of the Gathas that's going to become fundamental to Gnosticism. And that's the idea that, well, two more.
Yeah.
One is that this choice, this free choice that we have, has to be exercised within a certain time frame. Zarathustra is the first person in recorded history to have a teleological conception of time. So all of these ancient cultures, the Greek culture, the Vedic culture, the Mayan culture, ancient Egyptian, etc., everywhere across the entire globe, you had cyclical conceptions of time, where there were a series of world ages that you'd go through, from the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, etc., Iron Age, or the Greek, Satya Yuga, all the way to the Kali Yuga, and then the cycle would repeat itself, right? Zarathustra says, no, there is a successive series of world ages that are in a progressive trajectory toward an end of history. That's an apocalypse. And this end of history is a final judgment between the forces of wisdom and the forces of ignorance and retardation, between the forward momentum of creation and regression, retardation, and basically the power of death. And so we have to make our choice before this final event. And this final event is symbolized by the entire globe being engulfed in flame. Okay, the world being set ablaze, which is an alchemical metaphor, right? It's the alchemical fire transmuting this world into a more perfect form. And they call this the Freshgard. This is what Zarathustra calls it in the Gathas in its original form, Frasho Kereti, and it becomes Freshgard in Middle Persian. Literally, if you can hear the word fresh in that, Freshgard, Frasho Kereti, fresh. Right. So it's the refreshing of the world. It's like hitting the refresh button on a browser, right? It's the refreshing of the world. And it's accomplished through this alchemical fire. And on the other side of that, everything attains its perfect form. So this brings us then to the last idea, which is key to Gnosticism. And that's that there are these farvahas or fravashis that are the perfect forms of everything in the world, and they pre-exist the created world. Now, notice, we're like 200 years before Plato here, okay? So this idea that, as I'm going to point to if we have the time, Plato gets via Pythagoras from Zarathustra, this idea of the archetypes, pre-existing physical creation on the basis of them, is also central to the message of Zarathustra, and it becomes key to Gnosticism. This is the notion of the pleroma, or some etheric, whatever, non-physical realm where there are more perfect forms of beings in this world. So the pleroma notion in its embryonic form is there in the Gathas of Zarathustra. And there's an idea that after the Freshgard, after this fiery, apocalypse, this world, this physical world, is going to more perfectly instantiate or embody this archetypal reality. And in particular, in terms of our human existence, each person who passes that trial by fire will embody his Dana. Dana is a word that Zarathustra uses, which is a cognate of the Greek dianoia, and it becomes the basis for two words in later Persian, dana, which means knowing, and dain, which means duty. So think knowing and duty. So the word dana meant conscience in the teaching of Zarathustra, and it was symbolized by a maiden who you would meet after death. And this maiden, like a Valkyrie, right? This maiden was your perfect form, your anima, you know.
Is this where Diana comes from? The goddess?
I think so, and I'll tell you why in a moment.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you why right now, okay? Because who is Diana? Diana is the Roman form of Artemis.
Yeah.
Artemis has no meaning in Greek. We know, you know, Herodotus and other Greek writers say that the cult of Artemis was the religion of the Amazons, and they're the ones who brought it to Greece. The Amazons built the temple of Artemis. The Amazons are Iranians, okay?
Yeah.
The Amazons are Sarmatians. They're Sarmatian women, and they had a matriarchal society. And so we have to look for the meaning of Artemis in Iranian languages, not in Greek. And Artemis has a very clear meaning in Iranian languages. It's Arta Amesha. As I mentioned earlier, Arta is a Persian form of Asha, cosmic order, or truth. Truth is another translation of Asha or Arta. And then Amesha, like, can remember the Amesha Spentas.
Right.
The Amesha Spentas, the 7 emanations of Zarathustra, of Ahura Mazda. Amesha means undying or immortal, and Spenta is the sort of like the spirits, right? The immortal spirits. So Arta Amesha, Artemis, Arta Amesha means immortal truth or immortal cosmic order. And this is who Artemis really is. She's an embodiment of immortal cosmic order in a feminine form coming from out of a matriarchal Iranian society. So do I think Diana is related to Dana? Yeah, I do think it's, you know, via Artemis.
That is so true. Yeah. I don't think you can deny it. I think you just laid it out perfectly. I don't think you can even deny that.
And by the way, the chief attribute of I don't know, attribute is not necessarily the right word, but like she's known as a huntress who's associated with archery in particular.
The oldest myth in the world is the wild hunt.
The Iranians were known as the greatest archers of the ancient world. Herodotus says the Iranians taught their kids 3 things. 1, telling the truth. 2, horseback riding. And 3, archery.
Right.
Okay. Speak the truth and shoot well with arrows. That is Persian virtue, quote unquote. That's Friedrich Nietzsche.
And even Alexander the Great, if you read Arrian, before he even went to Persia in the East, he battled with the Scythians, and he recruited thousands of their archers to even go to Persia. He probably couldn't even do that unless he did that first.
Yeah, they were the greatest ballistics people in the ancient world, the Iranians in general, Scythians and Persians both.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, so you got this Dana. She's like this Valkyrie who's your most perfect form. And also her name becomes the word for knowledge in Persian later, Dana. And so this is Sophia. It's your inner Sophia.
Wow.
Okay. And you're supposed to become her after the end of history. After the apocalypse, we become, which is kind of bizarre because this is like it's very strange. It's an uber matriarchal conception because it's saying that both men and women have this inner feminine perfect form, and that after the end of the world, like we're all going to embody that. You know,
the Old Testament too, in Proverbs 8, where it talks about Sophia first formed the father, totally switches everything on its head. Like Adam was created by a female now, like which one is it? But I think that's how you get these medieval Kabbalists, that's what they're interpreting later on. But anyway, that's a whole different story. But yeah, I'm basically saying this is reflective in other parts of theology and philosophy.
Yeah, and it's the Gnostic, what becomes the Gnostic destruction of the fallen world and the emergence of the Pleroma as our primary form of existence, and our embodying Sophia at the end of history. And it's all right there already in the Gathas, and 580 BC.
Wow.
Okay, so that lays out for us the basic message of the Gathas, and now we can finally address this question that you raised, or maybe you want to raise anew, about the influence of Zarathustra or Zoroaster on. And by the way, let me just mention this guy's name. Like, what is this? Why some people call him Zoroaster? Why is he called Zarathustra? Yeah,
that's a good question.
People assume the Greeks came up with this Zoroaster as a corruption of Zarathustra, because Zoroaster means Zara, or Zar in Persian, means gold, and Aster, of course, is the word for star. Setare still means star in Persian. And so Zoroaster means golden star. But this is probably a corruption because Zarathustra calls himself Zarathustra in the Gathas. And, that's the whole Iranian tradition refers to him as that. And then later, when Iranology becomes sophisticated in Europe in the 1700s, 1800s, you have the correct name Zarathustra reemerge, and that's why Nietzsche uses the correct name of Zarathustra rather than Zoroaster. And Zarathustra means not golden star, but golden camel. Ushtara is camel. Later becomes the word shotor. Ushtara or shotor in contemporary Persian means camel. So his name meant golden camel. And back in that time when he was alive, the two most prized animals were horses and camels. And you found a lot of people with an name ending Aspa, like Zarathustra's own friend Jamaspa, the king that became his patron, Visht Aspa. Aspa means horse, and Ushtara means camel. So you had people named so-and-so camel or so-and-so horse. And so his name means golden camel.
That's interesting you say that, because I'm learning Greek right now, and my Greek teacher was just telling me that if you every time you see the str in a word, this comes from a family. It's a certain family of linguistic words that have like a root somewhere. It's like real deep in mythology, I guess. But and also as far as the camels go, you could see why camels would be so valuable, because you can put tons of items on their back and travel long distances without having to carry it. Like traders needed camels.
That's right. That's right. And of course, in this case, we're talking not about, because your viewers are going to think Iran, whatever, Middle East. No, we're not talking about Arabian camels here. We're talking about the Central Asian camel.
Right.
Zarathustra was living up towards Central Asia. So we're talking about the Central Asian camel. In any case, that's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So the influence of Zarathustra. So Pythagoras, okay? Pythagoras is the first philosopher.
He's like the Abraham of the Greeks.
Well, God's forbid that we should ever compare him to Abraham. Look, this is, even from a Gnostic perspective, utter heresy, right?
Okay.
Abraham was a child murdering, mindless zombie listening to a psychopathic voice from heaven. And Pythagoras was a torchbearer of wisdom and enlightenment for humanity. But I take your point, meaning like he's the forerunner of the entire
father of everything, right?
Tradition in Greece. Because nobody used the word philosophy before Pythagoras, or the word philosopher. He's the one who coins the term. And whereas the word philosopher or philosophy didn't exist in Greek, it did in ancient Iranian. Zarathustra wasn't a Zoroastrian, and he didn't call his doctrine Zoroastrianism. He called it Mazda Yasna, which means reverence for wisdom. And a person following it was a Mazda Yasin, a reverer of wisdom. And in particular, in the teaching of Zarathustra, you do not worship Ahura Mazda. You are a friend of Ahura Mazda. That's the term that he uses.
Wow.
You choose to be a friend of Ahura Mazda, and the relationship to the wisdom, the Titanic wisdom, is a relationship of friendship. So philosophia. Philia means friendship in Greek, and Sophia means wisdom. So Pythagoras is just translating Mazda Yasna into Greek when he coins the term philosophy or the term philosopher. And we know this is the case because the man spent a decade, more than a decade, in the capital of the Persian Empire. When Pythagoras was young, he went to Egypt, and while he was in Egypt, studying with the priests and measuring the pyramid, measuring the inside of the king's chamber to get the Pythagorean theorem and so on and so forth, he was arrested by the military forces of Cambyses II. Cambyses II was the son of Cyrus the Great. He was the second emperor of the Persian Empire. And as a joke, he had Pythagoras arrested the way that in Plato's Republic, there's the scene at the beginning where Socrates is arrested by his friends. In other words, they force him to come and have a philosophical discussion with them. They're like, we're not going to let you go, man. You're going to come and you're going to talk to us. And we're going to pick your brains and get some wisdom out of your head.
Like what I'm doing with you right now.
Well, maybe. in any case. So they grab this guy and they say that, listen, the king really wants to talk to you. Please come back with us, whether you want it or not. You're coming back with us to Babylon, to the capital of the Persian Empire. And, we want you to sit with the Magi and the king and, talk to us. And so he goes back with them and he spends 10 to 12 years.
That's what I've heard. Yep.
Over a decade studying with, and I think probably to some extent it was a two-way relationship, working with the Magi, okay, the Zoroastrian priests in the capital of the Persian Empire, a dozen years.
Now, I'm not sure if you know about this, but among the stuff that's found from Marcus Aurelius in his writings, he's got Greek translations of Zoroaster. And I'm wondering, this is maybe through Pythagoras somehow it gets passed down, or is he?
No doubt.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure these writings were common both in the Pythagorean schools and also in the Platonic Academy, ultimately. And the reason they didn't get to us is because of the burning of the Library of Alexandria, right, and Corinth and various other places, where these libraries were torched. So look, and by the way, let me just, this is not a side note. This is actually really relevant. One way we know that's true, and I'm just not making some anti-Christian claim like, off the top of my head or what, are pulling it out of somewhere, is because we know there was this guy, Anacharsis of Scythia, who was another one living around the time of Zarathustra, between Zarathustra and Pythagoras. And he was a Scythian by paternal descent, whose mother was Greek. And he went from Scythia, in other words, from northern Iran, to Athens, where he became friends with Solon. And he was also known as one of the most, in fact, besides Zarathustra, Anacharsis is the first pre-Socratic philosopher. And he had a notorious reputation, this guy did. He was basically a philosophical anarchist, and we can come back to this. A lot of what becomes the teaching of Gautama Buddha, I think, is deeply influenced by Anacharsis of Scythia. A lot of what becomes Taoism, deeply influenced by Anacharsis of Scythia's deconstruction of polar opposites and his critique of emergent rationality, and his old notion of basically, nature as a flux, and the dynamic interplay of opposites, and the lack of any objective criteria for making judgments about things. He was like a proto-cynic in a lot of ways.
Wow.
And and he was Iranian, all right? He's coming from the same cultural milieu as Zarathustra. But here's the thing. There are no writings of his that have survived. This guy wrote a shit ton. People quoted him in various books, and we don't have anything from Anacharsis of Scythia. Therefore, go ahead.
You said he met Solon, the lawgiver?
He was friends with him. He was personal friends with him. Solon said, he came and he said to Solon, hey, I came here to be your friend. I think we could really, have a profitable relationship. Solon said to him, it's best to make friends at home. Meaning, get lost, man. Well, you're some foreigner, get the hell out of here. And he said, well, since you're at home, you should make friends with me. And anyway, the two of them struck up. In Athens, yeah.
Okay.
He moved to Athens. He was an Iranian who moved to Athens.
Because there is a story that Solon goes to Heliopolis, because that was where the great library was before Alexandria.
Yeah.
And so this is after that?
I'm not sure when in Solon's life it was, whether it was before he went to Egypt or after he went to Egypt, or at what point.
But that's still fascinating that he has it.
Well, I can tell you, it was in 589 BC. So people familiar with the life of Solon, they can figure out whether it was before or after he went to Egypt. But
leave it in the comments. There you go.
Yeah. So, but just notice the date here. Anacharsis came to Athens in 589 BC. When was the likely date that Zarathustra composed the Gathas? 580 BC. So this is within 9 years.
Wow. So now we can start pinpointing when things happen now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is, it makes a lot of sense Zarathustra would have been at this time and would have been a major catalytic force for the rise of pre-Socratic philosophy. In any case, why did I bring up Anacharsis? Yeah, it's obvious we lost a lot of these writings, and that there were definitely texts by Zarathustra other than the Gathas and other, I hesitate to call them Zoroastrian texts of Mazda Yasna, Iranian wisdom, translated into Greek, which were in these libraries and which we lost through the catastrophic rise of the Catholic Church and so forth. But in any case, okay, we got sidetracked. Pythagoras.
Yeah.
So he studies for a dozen years in the capital of the Persian Empire with the Magi, the priests who have adopted the doctrine of Zarathustra. So obviously, this guy, he's got to have been under massive influence from the teaching of Zarathustra. And you can see it reflected in Pythagoras' teaching. He has this notion of peras and apeiron, that there are these two principles that work in the cosmos. One is a principle of order. This is what, when he says everything is number, right? Pythagoras is saying there is this principle of limit and limitation and demarcation, peras. And what it is demarcating and limiting is apeiron, a chaotic unlimited. Okay, and this chaotic unlimited is it's like a vortex. It's like a black hole, like, the event horizon of a black hole tears everything apart, right? So this is like angraminu. This is like the force of chaos and disorder. So you see this at the heart of the ontology of Pythagoras. You also see that Pythagoras, and I neglected to mention this earlier in terms of Zarathustra, but I'm coming back to it now. Pythagoras has a exceptional respect for women and a promotion of the bizarre notion at the time, the radically countercultural notion that women should have equality of opportunity. He took women as students into the Pythagorean school, and some of them rose to be teachers in the Pythagorean order. And this is something you find in the Gathas of Zarathustra as well. Zarathustra, this is unheard. In 600 BC, this guy is talking about the equality of women and how women have conscience and rationality and should make their own choices in life. And he officiates at his daughter's wedding and gives this whole sermon about how her life is her own and she should make her own choices and so on and so forth.
And this could possibly be from this Dana idea from Zoroaster.
Yeah, and let's not forget.
Wisdom.
Let's not forget. A whole third of the Iranian community or a fourth of the Iranian community in those days, the Sarmatians, were a matriarchal society who became the basis for the Amazon myths among the Greeks.
That's a really good point. This is all coming together now.
And plus, the Greeks used to say about the Persians that the Persians were, they used to say they were pansies and basically cucks who were under the thumb of their women. And they're, at the Persian court, and women called all the shots, and so on and so forth. And because the Greeks were extremely patriarchal, paternalistic people. But yeah, in the ancient Persian military, you had female admirals in the Persian navy. Okay, so all right, so Pythagoras is also getting this from the teaching of Zarathustra, the place that women have in the Pythagorean order, and his notions of justice and of how governments should be run are clearly based on Zarathustra's idea of vohu chashatra, the best governance or the most righteous form of regime, which is the rule of philosophers. Okay, the system that he was setting up in real life with Kavi Vishtaspa, his patron, where basically he was a court philosopher determining court policy. And so this is an idea that Pythagoras is getting from Zarathustra, and that then Plato, as a member of the Pythagorean order, adopts and articulates in Republic as, I was about to say philosopher kingship, but really it should be called philosopher guardianship, because women can be philosopher rulers as well.
Interesting.
So you find all these ideas, in the teachings of Pythagoras that are, and then of course, when we talk about archetypes, right? As I mentioned earlier, the whole notion of archetypes that you find at the core of Platonic ontology comes from the Pythagorean order. Plato is getting that through his membership in this secret society. And Pythagoras is getting that from Zarathustra via the Magi that he's studying with for a dozen years in the capital of the Persian Empire. Now, it's also noteworthy that Pythagoras only leaves Iran and goes, and let's remember, okay, Babylon, okay, it's in Iraq today. Iraq is a fake country. Iraq was created by the British colonialists. It's a fake country. The capital of Iran was in Iraq for 4 Iranian empires. The capital. Not only was Iraq part of Iran, it was the capital district, okay? So this Mesopotamia has spent the better part of the past 2,500 years as part of Iran, integral part of Iran, except for the period where the Ottoman Turks overran it and ruled it for a while before the British carved Iraq. Anyway, point being that he only leaves Iran, Pythagoras does, when the Persian Empire conquers his native island of Samos.
Right.
Then
From
Pythagoras,
Samos, and he goes to Italy and sets up in Croton, Italy.
exactly. So how come Pythagoras only leaves Iran when Iran conquers Samos? If you were some nationalist Greek, right, you would hate the Persians for conquering your homeland. No, this guy only leaves Iran and goes back to his homeland once it's under Iranian rule. Okay, so he's clearly aligned. And then, right, and then and we're going to talk about Heraclitus too, and his politics and how that was aligned with the Persian Empire. But he goes from Samos, as you mentioned, to Italy, and he sets up the Pythagorean schools in southern Italy. Well, if you ask me, what this looks like is he was sent on a mission.
Yeah.
The Magi sent him. They said, okay, go now. He was an evangelist, basically. Go now and preach this doctrine in the West, spread this wisdom in the West. And he sets up these schools in Italy, which then are burned down by the local, feudal aristocracy, because these guys don't want their women in school. They don't want, their women becoming, uppity and talking back and not being good housewives who can, be in the kitchen and so on and so on and so forth.
Yeah, they were like a warrior cult over there, basically.
Yeah, Pythagoras tried to basically seize control of the government of southern Italy. He had basically all these politicians he was training to carry out a coup d'etat and create a philosopher kingship in southern Italy. And the local landed aristocracy became wise to this, and they burned down the Pythagorean schools. But of course, the schools spread, and then we had important initiates of these schools, most notably Plato. And so then this Zoroastrian influence gets passed on to Plato. Okay, so but Pythagoras is an important figure here because why? Who were the two people besides Jesus that the Carpocratians set up statues of?
Plato.
Pythagoras and Heraclitus. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Plato. Pythagoras and Plato. Who were the two major influences on Plato? Pythagoras. So people think, okay, of Socrates when they think of Plato, all right? But I'm going to make a very long story short. Socrates was a war veteran who was a bum on the streets. Socrates was like a Vietnam War vet bum who was a real wise ass. That's the kind of person he was. Plato takes him and he turns him into this grand dramatic persona after the death of Socrates. So it's true that Socrates was important, like for Plato, when Plato was a teenager or very young man in his early 20s and whatever, he was an early mentor to him, but he was like a bum on the street who was...
Because he also teaches people like Diogenes, and you get the cynics that come out of him too.
Exactly. That's the type he is.
Yeah.
But Socrates wasn't an important influence on Plato in terms of his thinking. The doctrines that Plato puts in the mouth of Socrates are influenced by two figures in particular. One is Pythagoras, because Plato went on to join the Pythagorean order after he was a sworn brother of the order, which this could be a whole other program to talk about, the Illuminati and the beginning of the Illuminati and, who Plato really was and how much he left unsaid in his writings and so on and so forth, his esoteric doctrine.
That's the next one.
The other thing, the other major influence on Plato was Heraclitus.
Right.
Aristotle tells us that in the period after the death of Socrates and before Plato joined the Pythagorean order, why are we going through all this? Because of the Carpocratians. And they worship Plato together with Pythagoras and Jesus. So Aristotle tells us that in that period after the death of Socrates and before Plato becomes a sworn member of the Pythagorean order, Plato studied under this Heraclitean teacher Cratylus. And Plato was a zealous Heraclitean. He had completely internalized the worldview of Heraclitus. And Aristotle says it's only on the basis of the Heraclitean worldview that Plato then builds up this ontology of and epistemology of forms, the concepts, the eidos, and so on and so forth. But that the backdrop for Plato's sophisticated ontology and epistemology of forms is an acceptance of Heraclitus's view of the world as flux and various other notions of Heraclitus about the nature of cosmic justice and so forth. So who are the two main influences on Plato? Heraclitus and Pythagoras. Okay, we talked about Pythagoras' connection to Iran and to Zarathustra.
Absolutely, you demonstrated that. Yeah.
Now let's talk about Heraclitus. All right.
Because
Heraclitus.
a lot of people bring this up that Heraclitus is very Zoroastrian in his thinking. So let's go through this.
Heraclitus has a number of ideas in his what we call it fragments. It was a book that was called On Nature, and now only fragments are left of it. He has a number of ideas in that text that have no precedent in Greek culture, but align directly with Zarathustra's teaching.
He criticizes all the Greeks and their like he's very much like a Tupac of his day, like criticizing everyone else, but like being like a sort of like going against the grain.
Look, he attacks Homer and Hesiod.
Yeah.
Vehemently. I mean, this would be the equivalent of being a Satanist in that time. You're ripping the Bible to pieces.
Right.
Homer and Hesiod were the Bible of that time, and he's just trashing them.
Right.
Okay. And now, why is he trashing them? Because very much in alignment with Zarathustra, Heraclitus is saying that these gods that these guys write about, Homer and Hesiod, these Olympians, these are not the true divinities. The true divinity is a divine mind, okay? It's a divine mind that expresses itself as cosmic order and that is best symbolized by an undying and ever-changing fire. Spenta Minu and Ashal Vahishta. Okay, Spenta Minu is the cosmic order, and Ashal Vahishta is its being best symbolized by fire, or energy ever-changing in its forms. And another idea that you find there is that everything in nature advances, proceeds, unfolds according to dialectical opposition. There is a struggle between dialectically opposed forces, forces that they are in tension with one another, and their dynamic tension is creative or constructive, and it's what moves the world forward. Well, this is also at the core of the teaching of Zarathustra, in that, and this is a very subtle and important point. Angraminu is also necessary. You don't want to get rid of Angraminu. Angraminu or Ahriman is also necessary. It's the struggle between Sepantaminu and Angraminu that makes the world work.
It's like when a fire or when a forest burns down, it comes back even greater, and there's more life after that. Sort of.
Yes, and it's also like a chess game.
Yeah.
Angraminu are the black pieces on the board. And so the divine mind of Ahura Mazda wants an opponent.
Right.
And notice the ethos behind this mentality, right? It's a very chivalric, noble-minded ethos, which says, I want evil to go ahead and do its best. I want an opponent. It's the Olympics ethos, the ethos of agonistic struggle that we find in the Greek Olympics.
You have to have that contrast to make that move.
Well, and also it's not just a contrast, it's what makes you your best. You play your best game against a strong opponent.
Exactly.
But it takes a certain depth of soul to have that kind of ethos, right? I mean, really niggardly, petty people want to just eliminate all opposition. The strong and noble-minded person, a free spirit, wants to face the best opposition so that they can become the best version of themselves and find out what they're really capable of. And so this is also a notion of Zarathustra that winds up at the heart of the teaching of Heraclitus. And then there are these peculiar things in there that there's nowhere they could have come from but from Zarathustra and Iranian culture. Like Heraclitus says, don't keep corpses around and, engage in ceremonial, rites around corpses and bury them or whatever. He says, throw them out like dung. Throw corpses out quicker than crap, literally is what he puts in his text.
That's literally what's written in the Zen Avesta. Like
exactly.
Even
so
you can rip your nails off and throw that on the ground. That's got to be disposed in a certain way.
Zoroastrians would take corpses immediately to the outskirts of the city, and they would put them on these rocky outcrops for vultures to descend on the corpses and basically to feed nature, because you don't need your body anymore at that point. Your spirit is gone on. So they just take the corpses and they strip them down to the bone in these places and let vultures feed on them. In any case, they throw them out from the populated area. And Heraclitus says this in the fragments. Well, this is totally anathema to traditional Greek funerary rites. And there's only one place he could have gotten it from. And then when we look at his politics, okay, it's just absolutely, undeniably obvious when we look at Heraclitus's politics. He is vehemently opposed to democracy. He believes that the wise should rule and that the best men, meaning the ones with the most cultivated intellect, should be the guardians of a society. And he's so committed to this idea that when his personal friend, Hermodorus, the satrap, the Persian governor of Ephesus, okay, so Heraclitus's buddy was the Persian governor of Ephesus, a guy called Hermodorus. And when this guy is overthrown in an Ephesian revolt against Persian rule, Heraclitus says of his fellow citizens, they should all be hanged to the last man, and the city should be left to the children.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, this is in Turkey, so it's not like he's he's in Asia already. So
he's in the Persian Empire. This is a part of Greece that was ruled by the Persian Empire. His buddy Hermodorus is literally the Persian governor, the governor the Persians appointed to rule Ephesus. And when Hermodorus is deposed in a attempted coup by the Ephesians, attempted Greek revolt against Persian rule, he says, these Greeks here, these morons, these rabble, he calls them rabble, uneducated, mass, unthinking herd of people who, in the name of democracy, revolted against Hermodorus. He says they should all be executed to the last man. Leave the children to run the city. And then, okay, so.
He was a contemporary of Thales, too. Thales was a monotheist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. And then, in the midst of this situation, Darius, the Persian emperor, sends a letter to Heraclitus saying, come be the court philosopher of Iran.
Wow.
Darius the Great, in all of his inscriptions on mountainsides in Iran, on rock cliffs in Iran, prefaces his decrees with, in the name of Ahura Mazda and of Arta.
Absolute
Cosmic order.
Absolute Zoroastrian.
So he's a Zoroastrian monarch. He's legitimating himself through the teachings of Zarathustra. And he says to Heraclitus, come be the court philosopher of the Persian Empire. Now, if you didn't think that this guy was Zoroastrian in his thinking,
they wouldn't allow him there.
Him.
No way he would be asked to be a court philosopher if he didn't already have aligned thinking. To a high degree, too. Not just a little. Exactly. To a high degree.
If he didn't epitomize the worldview of the ancient Iranians.
Wow.
So this is really telling. And then what does Heraclitus do? He writes him back. And he basically says, thank you, but no thank you. I don't think court life would suit me. It's a little too luxurious for me. And I'm not going to abandon my post.
Yeah.
And, you should come here. And so instead, Heraclitus goes and he exiles himself to the temple of Artemis. He doesn't leave the temple for the rest of his life because his attitude is basically, I hate these people. These are not my kinsmen. These people who revolted against Hermodorus, who revolted against the Persians. And he makes the temple of Artemis, again, Arta Amesha, immortal truth, this Iranian goddess figure, right? He makes her temple his home for the rest of his life. And this is where the fragments were, kept. The first copy of the fragments were kept by the priestesses of the temple of Artemis. And he would only come out to play with children on the steps of the temple, the children that, parents would bring when they came to worship Artemis. They would leave their children on the temple steps, and Heraclitus would be out there playing games with these children. It's like, I prefer to talk to them than to talk to any of you. I'll play with the children, thank you very much. And so anyway, and by the way, there's this beautiful fragment where he says that the Aeon is a child at play, moving pieces in a game. Sovereignty belongs to the child. Wow. And this is Heraclitus understanding what Zarathustra really was after in this opposition between Sepantaminu and Angraminu as part of the divine intelligence of Ahura Mazda, where there is a cosmic game on, like a chess game, or like backgammon, which is Iranian in origin. And the point is to play a good game and a creative game. In any case, I think that Heraclitus did that. He maintained his post. He sequestered himself to the Temple of Artemis because he was waiting for Darius to come to him, not the other way around. In other words, he was saying to the Persian Empire, you come back and reassert rule here and in Greece in general. And so in this person, very much like Pythagoras, we're dealing with an agent of the Persian Empire.
These were progressive minds that saw the Persian post, saw the rule of Darius and Cyrus as like a modern or an ancient rendition of what today is like the UN, like overarching but also just, fair, knowledgeable, intelligent, and good for the world instead of having like warring states periods.
Yeah, I mean the United Nations is so corrupt.
Right. I'm just saying the idea.
You know what I think it's more like? I'll tell you what I think it's more like. It's like the United States at its foundation. The Persian Empire, the United States, Thomas Jefferson.
Washington.
Thomas Jefferson was very deeply influenced by Iranian ideas that he got from reading Greek authors. He had a vast library of classical Greek texts. He read Greek, and he was influenced by the Persians via the Greeks. And so the federal constitution of the United States was very much a reflection of the satrapy system of the Persian Empire.
Exactly. Not Judeo-Christian, because think about it. There's not a single script, not a single lick of Deuteronomy or Numbers in the Constitution. It is.
I mean, it's preposterous. Look, Jefferson took scissors to the Bible. I mean, this is a whole other conversation. The founding fathers despised Christianity. The founding father, Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, the Illuminati, 33rd degree Freemason. Anyway, be that as it may. But to go to your point, it's more not like the UN so much. It's more like when Tom Paine says, I think it was in The Rights of Man, the book that he wrote in. Did he write The Rights of Man in prison in France? I think so.
Yeah.
And so Tom Paine, the black sheep of the founding fathers, he says that the Liberty Bell of the American Revolution is not just for all nations on earth. It should resound through the whole cosmos. And
same guy who called Christ a fable too.
Oh, he destroyed the Bible. Yeah. And by the way, not only did he think the U.S. Constitution shouldn't be based on the Bible, he said that the U.S. Constitution is not compatible with Christianity, and until we get rid of Christianity, we cannot have a functional government in this country. Anyway, be that as it may, when Paine is saying that the American Revolution and the system of liberty and the protection of personal rights that it's setting up is a standard for the whole world, that's what the ancient Persian emperors were after. They were after creating a universal order based on progress and the liberty of the individual. So, yeah, in any case.
Yeah, you just laid out, like, I think it's just completely clear that these pillars of the West, Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and then eventually Plato, and then, you know, who would be sort of passed down through the Aristotelian mind, and which branches out in many different directions. This comes from Zoroaster. He's the monad in its own way, like, to use the figure of speech.
Where am I going with this? Where I'm going with this is that, look, if the Carpocratians are worshiping statues of, or at least honoring statues of Pythagoras and then of Plato, who's influenced by Pythagoras and Heraclitus, what does that tell you about where the Carpocratian teaching is coming from originally, right? And I want to come back to the Carpocratians in 1 minute, and this is going to become really important. The point about Zarathustra and the Carpocratians and then Persian Gnosticism. But let me also note that I was listening to your conversation with, is it David Litwa?
David Litwa.
Yeah. And Litwa, in response to a question you asked very rightly about Persian influence on Simon Magus. And Litwa says, no, you know, there was a much closer source for Simon Magus than anything Zoroastrian, and that would have been Heraclitus. Well, we've already established how deeply influenced by Zarathustra Heraclitus is, okay? But I don't buy that Simon Magus is getting these ideas even from Zarathustra via Heraclitus. I think he's getting them directly from Zarathustra, and I'll tell you why. When he describes the divine intelligence, not just as a cosmic fire, which is a very Zoroastrian symbol that you find in Heraclitus.
Yes, he calls God a fire. He said God is a fire. Yeah.
He also talks about the seventh power, and you don't find this in Heraclitus. This is nowhere in Heraclitus. It's nowhere in any Greek thought. The seventh power or emanation of the divine intelligence, which is thought, the divine thought, right? The thinking power of the divine, which is the seventh emanation. That's Sepantominu. There are 7 Amesha Spenta, 7 of them. The seventh one, the highest one, is Sepantominu, which is what? The power of thought, the divine thought, right?
I forgot about that. I wasn't even putting 2 to 2 together. That makes a lot of sense now.
It's the divine mind of Ahura Mazda, which Zarathustra in the Gatha says that, you know, the mind of Ahura Mazda exploded into myriad sparks of light and manifested the cosmic order, you know, in the Gathas.
So Christianity, with all these maguses and magois, this is sort of
that's another thing.
It's a sort of a descendant, a branch off of this Magi Zoroastrian.
Exactly. Look, Simon Magus. There's a reason he's called whether Litwa likes to call him Magus or not. But there's a reason he was called that. Yeah. He was called Magus because he was a Magi. He was a member of the Order of the Magi.
And one of the first Christian cults to be in Rome, like during the time of Saint Linus, who's supposedly the guy who was anointed by Peter. We're talking like the 1st century. These Simonians who were worshiping Simon Magus, apparently, according to Irenaeus and Hippolytus. So who knows how accurate it is? But let's take them at their word value. Then that means the first Christians to show up in Rome were Magi.
And this whole notion that some scholars, Western, I was gonna use an epithet, but I'll just pass over that. A lot of Western scholars try to dismiss the significance of this term magus by saying, well, you know, it just meant a practitioner of magic or alchemy or whatever. No, no, look, the Greeks who brought magic to Greece were accused of Medism. There was a crime in Greece called Medism.
Really?
Coming from the Medes, the Median people, one of the four branches of the ancient Iranians. The Medes are closest to today's Kurds. And and they ruled Iran before the Persians. The Persians overtook the Medes and incorporated them into the Persian Empire. So the Medes were the first Iranians that the Greeks had encountered, and the Magi are the priests or wise men of the Medes. And Magi, wise men of the Medes, people practicing magic in Greece, and also the revolutionary pre-Socratic philosophers were accused of Medism, meaning bringing foreign Iranian specifically ideas to Greece in a way that's considered treasonous, like, you know, the McCarthy hearings in America, where they were all calling these guys commies and Russian agents and whatever. Right?
Well, it's like Socrates' trial. He gets executed for importing foreign deities. No one even knows what those are.
His teacher, Socrates' teacher, Aspasia, I mean, she wasn't, like I said, the guy was a bum. So she wasn't his teacher in any formal sense, but there was this older woman that he hung out with, and he was very influenced by her, Aspasia, and she was a mistress of Pericles, I believe. And anyway, she was accused of Medism. She was one of these people who actually was charged with Medism. Wow. So it's not true that magus just meant magician. Magus had a very culturally specific connotation, and it meant those people associated with that Iranian shit over there. That
I've actually heard someone else tell me exactly what you just said just now.
Yeah.
Other people very, very entrenched in this type of area. It became a slang term, basically. Yeah. Like you're a magi, but really that could mean a million things.
Right.
You know, it's like Gnostic. Like, what's a Gnostic? I don't know. It's Valentine.
Yeah, but my point is, it had a culturally specific association. Right. And so, aside from the fact that you got Simon Magus talking about cosmic fire and the seventh power as the divine intellect, God's power of thought, which you don't find even in Heraclitus, you know, the guy's identified as a magi, you know, as a member of the Magian order. So you got this association of Simon Magus with Zarathustra. And then to go back to the Carpocratians, okay? This is something I think your viewers may not be familiar with, and it's tremendously significant. So the Carpocratians were accused of having all these basically ecstatic orgies, and, you know, that they were libertines who believed in not just relinquishing private property, but in overcoming the notion of property that underlies monogamous marriage. In other words, holding other people as property, right? Being able to overcome the aspects of the human ego that express themselves in greed and avaricious behavior. And so they were radical communists who didn't only want to abolish private property, they thought that love was somehow diminished or constrained by monogamous marriage and its association with property holding and the whole patriarchal economic system of the time. And interestingly enough, there is a Gnostic sect in Iran who has exactly this same teaching called the Mazdakites. And these Mazdakites claimed to be the true heirs to the teaching of Zarathustra. They thought that the Sassanid Persian Empire, the second Persian Empire, there are three Iranian empires in antiquity: the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Sassanid Empire. But the Parthians were Scythians. They were not Persians. So the second Persian Empire is the Sassanid Persian Empire from about 200 AD to 650, when they were conquered by Islam, 650 AD. And during the Sassanid Persian Empire, these Mazdakites, again, Mazda means wisdom, right?
Right.
So these Mazdakites, they argued that the Sassanid priesthood had set up an orthodoxy that was a total perversion of the teachings of Zarathustra. And they represented the true teachings of Zarathustra. And interestingly enough, they're advocating communism, the abolishing of private property, right? But then also free love and a transcendence of monogamous marriage, and basically, open, amorous relationships between men and women and so forth, which was for them also a way of breaking up harems and destroying aristocratic bloodlines, right? Destroying the landed feudal aristocracy. And although so now the Mazdakites, as